Sup my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. The narrator says, it has been 40 years since he was transported to another world. A young man unleashes a powerful, downward energy strike on an unseen foe. He recalls beginning his journey at level 1 with no advantages. The man blocks and counters a flurry of powerful attacks. With energy blades he charges in and swings a glowing sword at a dark, armored enemy with glowing eyes. He dives down channeling energy for a finishing blow. His attack explodes into a massive blast that shatters the rocky surroundings. He stands calmly amid the crater as the pillar of light fades. He sheaves or stows his weapon. After the battle he walks forward, thinking that his long journey finally ends. Today a system message declares, Level 255 Yu Sang-woo and his party have defeated the Demon King. Sung-woo sits with his 3 diverse comrades, all exhausted after the final battle. Sung-woo looks up as a sudden holy light appears. A radiant goddess descends before the party, bathing them in golden light. The goddess Gaia praises the warrior, saying she trusted he could defeat the Demon King. Sung-woo glares and asks the goddess if she is actually smiling. Gaia nervously apologizes in a chibi form. He angrily demands to know if she finds the situation amusing. Startling her, he accuses her of bestowing powerful abilities, weapons and allies on others while neglecting him. Sung-woo states that unlike everyone else, he was given absolutely nothing. Gaia, trembling, claims she exhausted her divine powers by summoning too many otherworlders. The orc restrains the enraged Sung-woo, while the priest begs him to calm down. Gaia hurriedly flies behind the orc to hide from Sung-woo. She internally panics that Sung-woo has become terrifyingly strong, and barely seems human trying to move on. Gaia offers each party member a reward and asks for their wishes. The orc hero requests to be sent to another battlefield, provided it is for a just cause. The priest says he desires nothing more, feeling fulfilled by their adventure and friendships. In a chibi exchange, Sung-woo teases the priest for the cheesy statement, while the priest insists their friendship is precious. The elf requests the power to travel freely between realms, and permission to intervene with force. Suspicious Guy agrees to dimensional travel, but asks why he needs armed intervention. The elf dramatically answers that his wish is for a revolution. He proclaims plans to spark an interdimensional uprising for oppressed races, and overthrow the old order. Sung-woo dryly calls him a communist elf, and the elf thanks him while Gaia is baffled by their banter. Gaia, now weary, turns to Sung-woo and asks what he wants. Sung-woo ponders silently about his wish. He considers wealth and items, but notes he already possesses plenty. He reflects that as a level 255 hero he can obtain glory and power whenever he likes. He notes he can already travel between worlds or conquer one, if he wished. His eyes narrow as he decides what he truly desires. He concludes that what he needs most right now is something specific. In the peaceful town, in a flashback to earlier days, a level 1 Sunwood trudges through that town exhausted. His stomach growls and he decides he needs to find food. He then notices something that catches his attention. He spots a restaurant sign and wonders if it is what he thinks. The sign of the eatery with cross spoon and fork fills his view. Inside, he awkwardly sits at a table preparing to order. Hearing another patron call for his usual order, Samuel watches curiously. He hastily asks the innkeeper to give him the same dish. A lavish platter of food is served before him. Overjoyed, he celebrates finally receiving proper food. Moved to tears, he thanks the meal and digs in. He eagerly stabs into the dish with his fork. Back with Gaia, she notices Sung-woo zoning out and pokes his cheeks, asking if he is reliving memories. Sung-woo grabs her prodding hand. He calmly confirms he was thinking about cherished memories. Intimidating the shaking goddess, he clarifies those memories are of being summoned with no help. Not even a single potion. Gaia nervously reiterates her earlier excuse, while following him who declares his decision to return to his original world and open a diner. His companions and Gaia are stunned by this unexpected wish. Gaia stammers in disbelief that he just wants a diner. Sung-woo explains he plans to introduce this world's cuisine to people on Earth. The elf questions why Sung-woo prefers food from this realm over his home worlds. Sung-woo answers that Earth food is already common there, so only food from this world would be meaningful. His friends call him foolish, and pity Earth's inhabitants for the strange food to come. Gaia protests that this realm is infamous for having the most disgusting food of all dimensions. Offended Sung-woo smashes the ground beside her with his weapon. In a menacing tone he agrees that the food is terrible, implying that is exactly his point. The others gulp nervously at his intensity. Sung-woo smiles brightly, saying it would be unfair if only he got to taste this cuisine. The narrative shifts to modern Seoul. Described as a once peaceful, ever-awake city, a street lamp flickers ominously in the night. Something crashes into the lamp, heralding chaos after dimensional gates open and monsters pour out. The name Seoul vanishes as the city falls. The skyline is now overrun by various monsters roaming the ruined city. From a rooftop, a man in a long coat surveys the monster-filled disaster recovery zone. A blonde hunter mutters in frustration. A suited woman approaches him, noting he belongs to the elite First Order, and is among the world's top 100 hunters. She asks him to act appropriately given his status. She addresses him as Baek Kung-hyuk, codenamed Superstar. He complains about being made to close another gate, but she says this low-rank gate will be handled by others. He gripes about overtime, while she reminds him the S-level risk zone makes such work normal. She concedes that the last 4 days have been unusual, with too many monsters appearing. Kong-hyuk points out another oddity he wants her to notice. He observes that the monsters are moving as though they themselves are being hunted. She adds that another top hunter predicted a boss monster may soon appear, and tells Kong-hyuk to stop smoking. Kong-hyuk flicks the cigarette, ending it as rain pours down. He curses that nothing is going his way. He decides that if a boss raid is coming, he will take a short vacation and asks her to inform Min. She is surprised and asks where he plans to go at such a time. He answers that his foul mood makes him want to go somewhere else. He gleefully decides to soothe his overtime, weary stomach with good food, while his handler sighs. The scene shifts to a rainy street lined with cafes and shops. Kong-hyuk looks determined as he reaches his decision. He dramatically points at a specific establishment, declaring it his choice. He points towards someone's brightly lit diner-like building. Clutching his stomach, he lists his exhaustion, battle stress and hunger as reasons his tension is sky high. He notes his stress has reached a peak. He vows that if the diner's food disappoints, he will drive it out of business, but if it is good, something else will happen. He promises to punish the place by eating there constantly. If the food is delicious arriving at the door, he reaches for the handle. He sees a sign stating the diner is closed. Shocked, Kan-hyuk exclaims that it is already closed. He laments the disappointment. He indignantly lifts the sign, refusing to let it stop him, proclaiming his title as First Order Superstar. He smashes the closed sign apart, calling the situation a joke. He kicks the door open inside. Samu muses about still needing a food supplier contract and more kitchen tools. He writes a to-do list while drinking coffee, noting the remaining purchases in the empty diner. Samu sips coffee as he prepares for opening. He reflects that 4 days have passed since his return to Earth. Relaxed, he decides there is no rush and he can take his time. He opens a box of DVDs or Blu-rays and selects one to watch. Delighted, he thinks that enjoying coffee and movies like this is the ideal life. Kong-hyuk suddenly kicks the door open, bursting into the diner and interrupting him. Looking around, Kong-hyuk comments on the emptiness and asks if there were no customers that day. Song-woo silently turns around holding his movie case with a dark aura. He explains that the diner has not actually opened yet. Unbothered, Kong-hyuk sits down and says he does not care. He confidently orders Song-woo to serve his best dish. Song-woo sees internally that this guy broke his door and ruined movie time, wondering if the man has a death wish. As he cools slightly, he suddenly senses something unusual about this customer. Kong-hyuk taps impatiently on the counter. While waiting, he glances up, noticing Sung-woo scrutinizing him. Startled, he demands to know why Sung-woo is staring, and Sung-woo casually answers, "It is nothing." Sung-woo closely examines him again. Focusing on details, he notes to himself that Kong-hyuk's arms seem to lack noticeable muscle. He further judges the customer's legs as fragile-looking. He concludes, the man's eyes and intellect were too dull to even notice the closed sign, pitying him. Sung-woo assumes the rude customer is malnourished and so ill-mannered that even his brain must have suffered. Kong-hyuk clenches his teeth in anger at being silently insulted. He slams the counter, shouting why Sung-woo is looking at him with pity and reminding him he belongs to the prestigious First Order. Ignoring the outburst, Sung-woo heads to the fridge, thinking aloud about what ingredients to use today. Kong-hyuk sits back down, calling the owner a jerk and warning that the food had better be good. Peering into his stores, Sung-woo wonders if the ingredients he has in mind might be excessive. He settles on a sparkling slab of high-quality meat. Smiling, he decides it is Kang Hyuk's lucky day carrying the meat. He resolves to serve the first customer something rare and special. He slaps the meat onto the counter to prepare it. A diagram explains that this cut is shoulder meat from a red dragon, comparable to premium collar meat in pork. Sun-woo begins expertly slicing the dragon meat. He chops the meat into steaks with swift knife strokes. The narration explains that red dragon meat contains the spirit of fire, giving it a natural, charred flavor that must be enhanced by marinating it in fruit juice. He chooses grape juice as today's marinade. He pours the juice over the steak. As it sizzles in a pan with vegetables, he adds another sauce. Noting the meat itself is decent but can be improved, he splashes the additional liquid over the cooking steak, intensifying the flavors determined to impress his first guest. He turns up the flames to make the dish especially effective. As he cooks, he smiles, thinking to himself how much he loves cooking. The intense sizzling and flames make an eerie, screeching sound that startles Kang Hyuk at the counter. Trying to play it cool, Kang Hyuk nervously asks if he just imagined that strange sound. While the chef flambe a steak, his blonde customer nervously asks if the meat just screamed. The blonde man, still confused, watches the smiling chef cook and questions the noise again. The blonde man insists he really heard the steak scream. Sweating in disbelief, the chef calmly says it must have only been the sound of sizzling oil, and the blonde reluctantly accepts. The chef seasons the finished steak on a plate. The chef adds the final touches to the plated steak. With its vegetables, he proudly serves the completed steak to the blonde customer. The steak is presented in a dramatic, appetizing close-up. The blonde man scrutinizes the steak intensely before tasting. Internally, he begrudgingly admits the chef seems very skilled. He concludes the dish is amazing. While the chef smiles modestly, the blonde man praises the chef's flambe technique as precise, rather than showy, and the chef asks if that means he is approved. The blonde happily prepares to dig in with knife and fork. As he tests the steak, he notes its fruity aroma, charred fat and perfect sear. Convinced it cannot possibly taste bad, he excitedly anticipates a delicious bite. The chef is asked the dish's name, and replies that it is called loose steak. The blonde, having never heard of loose steak, decides to try it anyway. He presses knife and fork into the steak to cut a piece. He freezes in confusion when the knife barely sinks into the meat. He struggles with all his strength to cut the steak. Still unable to cut through, he strains and trembles in frustration. He furiously hacks at the steak in a rage. Exhausted, he pants and complains to the chef that the steak is extremely tough. The chef offers to cut the steak for him and takes the plate back. Thinking to himself, the chef decides it is natural that someone with such weak arms cannot cut this meat, and recalls the name Kalis. The scene shifts to a frozen cavern, hinting at the steak's origin. In that cave, the same man, now an adventurer, wields a sword ready for battle. Facing the darkness, he curses a cunning brute that has outwitted him. A massive red dragon labeled Elder Red Dragon Kilius appears. Growling narration explains this 800-year-old red dragon served as the Demon King's right hand. The dragon unleashes a deafening roar. The swordsman recalls how hard that powerful creature was to fight. As he slashes it back in the present, the chef easily slices open the steak, revealing a bloody interior. He remarks that even his knife keeps getting repelled by the meat, while casually cutting it. When the blonde protests, the chef dismisses it as fatigue and continues cutting. Embarrassed, the blonde agrees and prepares to finally take a bite. He puts the piece in his mouth and starts chewing. An electric shock of sensation hits him the moment he tastes it. The chef sees him shaking uncontrollably and wonders what is happening. The blonde suddenly spews a burst of fire from his mouth. Clamping his hands over his mouth, he panics as he realizes he is literally breathing fire. He cries that the taste is utterly disgusting. The chef, satisfied, comments he successfully made the dish awful, shocking the blonde, slamming his hand down. The chef declares that this kind of food exists for survival, and combat buffs cheerfully giving a thumbs up. He calls it a terror food while the blonde gags. The blonde wonders in terror why he cannot spit out the vile meat. He agonizes over whether to endure the heat or swallow it, realizing it is too hot to hold in his mouth. In despair, he gulps the bite down. The swallowed steak erupts inside him, his torso rumbling violently. His vision spins as he starts to lose consciousness. He collapses to the floor, knocked out beside the untouched rest of the steak. As he lies there, his fading thought is that the taste is unbelievably bad. While the chef watches calmly, an hour later the blonde jolts awake screaming. He gasps for breath and sees the chef yawning lazily on the couch. Furious, he tells the chef that meal almost killed him. He lunges at the chef, shouting in outrage. The chef effortlessly grabs his punch mid-swing, stopping him cold-shocked. The blonde realizes the chef's strength. The chef casually taunts that this is all the blonde can do after eating such a dish and calls him extremely weak. A glowing info screen reveals Kalea's steak is a 3-star dish that boosts HP, fire resistance, strength, and grants dragonkind abilities. Stunned and offended at being called a weakling, the blonde points at himself. The chef cheerfully confirms he meant him. The blonde is mentally shattered that someone so strong thinks he is weak. He starts to protest that he is not weak. Enraged, he demands if the chef really thinks he is weak. He loudly introduces himself as Beck Kanehira of the Elite First Order. As he tries to punch again, the chef simply flicks his forehead with blinding speed. The flick sends Beck flying backward to crash to the floor. The chef calmly remarks that trying to punch him is over the line. He tells Beck to take another nap. Relaxing with his phone, the chef wonders aloud what the First Order even is. Looking it up online, he learns the First Order refers to the world's top 100 hunters. Overhearing, Beck reels at the idea that this man who called him weak is actually one of Earth's 100 strongest hunters. The chef muses that if this is true, Earth must be in trouble, though he is reluctant to get involved. He suddenly gets an idea later. He sits amused on the sofa, watching the battered back shiver on the floor. Narration explains that after gates appeared and monsters flooded in, a new profession arose to fight them, and those people were called hunters. Among hunters, the title First Order is reserved for the world's 100 greatest. A glowing emblem appears as narration names this elite group the First Order. Rain falls outside the lit Hero Diner building. Inside, Beck throws himself to the ground, apologizing profusely to the chef. The chef notes, Beck's attitude changed as soon as he realized the chef is stronger. He asks if Beck behaves like this in other restaurants. While Beck laughs nervously, annoyed, the chef wonders why he even bothers questioning him. Then inspired, he decides something based on this new information. Beck, thinking nervously, concludes the chef must be a powerful repatriate from another world. Terrified, he believes that one misstep will get him killed. Under this intimidating man, setting down his mug, the chef agrees to something he has decided. He tells Beck that he is going to help him. Beck, sweating, is confused by this offer. The chef reminds him that as a First Order member, he must protect Earth. He launches into a long lecture about education, morality, and guiding people, insisting on educating Beck. Beck uneasily asks what happens if he refuses this teaching. The chef's demeanor darkens ominously as he cracks his knuckles. Beck immediately changes tune, enthusiastically saying he looks forward to being taught. The chef begins expounding on the wisdom of humanity, empathy, and respect while Beck's ears metaphorically bleed. Overwhelmed, Beck internally curses and wonders when this endless lecture will stop. Curious, Beck asks what the chef's previous job was, and learns he used to be a middle school ethics teacher. The chef claps his hands together to begin a new lesson. With a saintly smile, he tells Beck to appreciate how fortunate they are just to have food. Beck explodes, calling the steak a biohazard rather than food. The chef sternly questions whether that is an appropriate way to speak about someone's cooking, and suggests Beck reflect on his behavior, scaring him into submission. The chef concludes his lecture by insisting food must never be wasted, leaving Beck gloomily holding the plate. Beck realizes this means he is expected to finish the entire disgusting steak, and the chef confirms it. In agony, Beck wails. Crying loudly, he insists he does not want to eat more, but the chef encourages him that he will get used to it. Beck protests that the dish is not even real food, while the chef complains about his rudeness. In a clash of wills, Beck screams no, as the chef insists yes. The chef forcibly shoves more of the steak into Beck's mouth. As he blacks out again, Beck weakly calls for his mother. The chef stands over his fallen body, casually holding the empty plate. He predicts Beck will eventually throw a fit, trying to vomit or purge his stomach when he wakes. Determined, he drags Beck away by the legs, saying he will make him fully digest the food at the basement door. The chef says he does not want Earth destroyed. He explains that for that reason, Beck and other hunters must get stronger. The scene shifts to ISSI headquarters, the organization overseeing top hunters. A pen taps impatiently on a desk. An ISSI official complains. They have had no contact with Beck for 2 days. A man sharpens a combat knife. Preparing for action, this man Minokif, leader of the Second Order support team, responds to the summons. Min notes that given Beck's power, it is unlikely he was kidnapped or restrained, and the official agrees. No one should be able to overpower a First Order hunter. Min wonders if Beck simply caused some trouble and is hiding, perhaps over a relationship issue. The official worries, because only 1 day remains before a dangerous boss monster Beck warned about may appear, calling the situation an emergency. Min groans in frustration. He decides to personally go retrieve Beck, and tells the official to prepare for the operation. That night Min walks through city alley searching, muttering that his tracking skill should not be wasted on Beck. He activates it. He crouches to focus the ability. Closing his eyes, he concentrates. A mystical water-like vision forms as his skill pinpoints a location. His eyes snap open as he senses Beck's position. He announces that he has found him. The perspective returns to the Hero Diner building under the night sky. Standing at its door, Min wonders why Beck is here. Finding the door locked, he tests the handle. He decides a simple lockpick will open it and takes out his tools. He quickly unlocks the door. Min cautiously peeks inside, slipping into the empty dining area. He thinks Beck must be down in the basement. As he looks for the way downstairs, a shadowy figure approaches behind him. Realizing someone is there, Min tenses in alarm. The chef appears on the stairs, and chides him that trespassing is a crime. Min, stunned, demands to know how this man appeared behind him so suddenly. The chef smiles eerily and claims, whatever follows will be self-defense. Meanwhile, in the basement, Beck is forced to mine the rock wall under the stairs with a pickaxe. Exhausted and gasping, Beck complains that this labor is killing him. Hearing footsteps, he looks up in surprise, seeing a silhouette on the stairs. He panics and shouts in fear. When Min descends, Beck overjoyedly recognizes him, and says he knew Min would come rescue him. Beck immediately asks Min how they are going to escape from this place. Kong Hyuk calls out to Min as Min grabs a pickaxe in the basement. Min, holding the tool, explains that the terrifying owner caught him too. Kong Hyuk trembles wordlessly, overwhelmed by the situation. The two of them swing their pickaxes together, breaking the basement wall. Exhausted, Min wonders why he is doing this. While Kong Hyuk says they are enlarging the basement, Min angrily yells that Kong Hyuk should have picked on anyone but that monster of an owner. After collapsing, Min groans, while Kong Hyuk muses that the owner's unexpected strength suggests he is a repatriate. Sitting on the ground, Kong Hyuk asks how strong the owner is, and confirms Min has seen Haken before. Min recalls rank 6 warrior Haken, the repatriate from the First Order. Min says that although Hachen is level 85, the owner is on an incomprehensibly higher level, and Kong Hyuk reacts while suggesting Min rest. Min refuses to rest and tightens his grip on the pickaxe. In a rage, Min charges at Kong Hyuk, threatening him for angering that monster. Min's swing only taps Kong Hyuk's head. Doing nothing, Kong Hyuk keeps mining and tells the trembling Min he is already doing more than Min's share of the work, prompting Min to tell him to shut up. Kong Hyuk worries that if a boss monster appears while they are stuck here, it will be bad. Min agrees it is serious, since they are the 2 strongest hunters in Sector A. Min's stomach growls loudly, surprising Kong Hyuk embarrassed. Kong Hyuk blames his hunger on working so hard, while Min silently judges him. Min sighs that Kong Hyuk is acting as usual, and suggests they apologize to the owner and leave. Kong Hyuk doubts the owner will simply let them go, while Min optimistically thinks explaining the situation will work. Min narrates that he sensed the owner's mana was unusually pure. Back upstairs, the owner calmly tells them they are free to go. Kong Hyuk exclaims in disbelief, while Min bows and thanks the owner. The owner addresses Min by his sharpshooter title and full name, startling Min, who asks how he knew. The owner casually explains he looked Min up using technology, leaving the 2 hunters speechless. As he ties his apron, the owner tells them to wait a bit longer. He says that though the restaurant is not open yet, he cannot send them away hungry and offers to treat them to a meal. Kong here corrupts that the owner's cooking is usually awful, But the owner counters by telling him to choose between something delicious and something disgusting. Kang Hyuk, confused, naturally chooses the delicious option. The owner decides to make him baked salmon, delighting Kang Hyuk and surprising Min, who did not realize they had a choice. Min hurriedly says he will have the same as Kang Hyuk. Min suddenly becomes suspicious, wondering why the owner makes them pick something so obviously better. He concludes something is off and that the situation feels fishy. Min boldly reverses his choice and asks for something disgusting instead, shocking Kang Hyuk while the owner praises his adventurousness. The owner takes a salmon fillet from the fridge. He prepares it at the counter, unwrapping it with a satisfied look. He slices the salmon into neat pieces. He picks up a bottle labeled Miriam and alcohol for cooking. He pours the Miriam over the salmon to marinate it. He chops onions, mushrooms, and crab sticks as side ingredients. Watching from the counter, Min quietly admits the owner is impressive. Kang Hyuk berates Min for requesting disgusting food. When the salmon looks amazing and Min starts to regret it, Kang Hyuk suddenly senses that something is odd about the cooking process. The owner explains. He lets the salmon sit briefly to remove the fishy smell, while seasoning it on a foil bed of vegetables. Min realizes the owner is using manna to evenly spread Miriam and salt across the fish. Min observes that the owner is removing the smell almost instantly. Through what feels like sorcery, the owner sets the wrapped salmon onto a pan on the stove. The foil-wrapped salmon begins to sizzle under the pan's lid. He finishes the cooking stage and just has to wait for it to be done. While waiting, he questions Min about any kidney or liver problems. Min admits he has mild indigestion as well. The owner notes that such issues must make fighting difficult. Kang Hyuk laughs and says the owner is right, because Min always runs out of breath quickly in combat. The owner decides Min needs recovery food, tailored to his condition. He reaches for another pot or pan from the rack. He starts cooking a separate dish, stirring a red pot over the flames. Seeing the covered pot on the stove, Kang Hyuk complains that Min is only getting simple congee. Kang Hyuk jokes that congee is hard to ruin, so Min is lucky while Min looks resigned. The owner stirs the congee while also checking on the salmon. He unveils the salmon, announcing it is finished. As it steams appetizingly, Kang Hyuk's eyes sparkle with joy at finally getting real food. As the salmon is served, steam rises from the salmon as Kang Hyuk moves in with his chopsticks. Kang Hyuk takes his first bite of the baked salmon. The flavor stuns him into wide-eyed silence. In an overjoyed trance, he feels the salmon practically melt in his mouth. Kang Hyuk slams the table, shouting that the dish is unbelievably good, and demanding to know why the owner ever served bad food when he can cook like this. While Min wonders why he is swearing, the owner casually calls his skills just a hobby, and offers Kang Hyuk a sauce to accompany the salmon. After dipping it, Kang Hyuk ecstatically decides the salmon tastes even better with the sauce, while the owner just warns him not to spill. As the owner turns to Min's dish, Min nervously asks if it is his turn next. The owner pours the finished congee from the pot into a bowl. Min steels himself, determined to learn why the owner would purposely serve disgusting food. He frames the situation as a sacrifice bunt, resolving to endure the taste for a greater purpose. Min convinces himself he must bear the flavor to uncover the owner's true intentions. The owner frankly tells him the dish will not taste good. He then cheerfully urges Min to enjoy it anyway. When the glowing blue congee is placed before him, Min is alarmed by its appearance. Kang Hyuk peers at the bowl in horror, wondering if this really counts as congee. The congee bubbles and glips ominously. The two hunters jokingly ask if the owner used uranium or an energy drink to make it glow green, and he scolds them for being rude. Kang Hyuk declares the food clearly inedible. Min ignores him and glares down at the mysterious bowl. Kang Hyuk urges Min to say something, while Min just stares at the congee. As he lifts a spoonful, Min notices the color and mana flow and becomes certain of something. He realizes the dish carries the same effect as a healing potion. Min wonders how the owner produced such a concentrated mana dish so quickly when even specialists struggle with that. They both look at the owner, who only smiles back at them. Min hesitantly asks the owner to confirm what the dish really is. The owner merely gestures for him to keep quiet, reasoning that the congee will heal him. Min decides he may as well eat it. He swallows a spoonful despite his fear. Instantly Min feels powerful healing energy flood his body. Even as he complains that the congee tastes metallic, He forces himself to keep eating for recovery, while Kang Hyuk happily devours his salmon. Shaking but resolute, Min continues eating. In order to heal faster, he psyches himself up with a life and death mantra and gulps down, the rest secretly acknowledging it tastes delicious. 30 minutes later, Min is slumped in a chair, totally drained from the ordeal. Kang Hyuk stretches contentedly and asks how Min liked his food. Seeing Min frozen and colorless, Kang Hyuk panics and asks if he is okay. Regaining his senses, Min realizes the kanji has regenerated the kidney he had lost and restored his mana to normal. He smiles, thinking it has been a long time since he felt this healthy. Kang Hyuk notices Min's odd behavior and questions him. Min bows sincerely to the owner, thanking him and vowing never to forget the favor. The owner modestly replies that it was no problem. Kang Hyuk feels strange, romantic-like vibes between Min and the owner and is confused. Trying to hide how much he enjoyed the food, Kang Hyuk grudgingly asks for another serving. A towering stack of used plates shows how much he has already eaten. Stuffed King here cleans back in satisfaction, while the owner begins to speak again. Min asks if the owner will help them if a boss monster appears the next day, but the owner hesitates. Kang Hyuk slings an arm around Min and insists they cannot ask the chef to fight for them. He explains that although the chef is a super strong repatriate, that does not obligate him to join their battles. Kang Hyuk reasons that the chef has his own reasons for staying low profile and would have volunteered if he wanted to fight. He adds with a wink that maybe the chef is staying out of it for their own good. The owner is surprised to hear this line of thinking. Kang Hyuk argues that relying on the chef would rob them of a chance to grow stronger themselves. He proclaims they must overcome the challenge on their own, earning the owner's quiet applause. Min bluntly calls Kang Hyuk full of nonsense. He gets in Kang Hyuk's face, saying he sees through him. Min explains that if the chef joined the raid, the Hunter Association would discover him and recruit him into the elite First Order. He accuses Kang Hyuk of actually worrying about being demoted in rank and possibly getting kicked out, which the owner overhears. Caught, Kang Hyuk sheepishly admits Min is right. Min tells the owner that this kind of selfish thinking is what Kang Hyuk is really like, and vows to knock sense into him. The owner admits that Kang Hyuk's reasoning is not entirely wrong. Reflecting, the owner says he has seen kingdoms that relied on a single hero, and they always ended in ruin. He sums it up as total devastation. Accepting this, Min decides not to trouble the owner further and tells Kang Hyuk they should leave. The owner warmly invites them to drop by any time and promises an extra dish on the house. He specifically asks Kang Hyuk to visit often, making Kang Hyuk nervously refuse. The front door closes behind the departing hunters walking home at night. Kang Hyuk wonders if eating 10 servings was overboard, while Min calls him shameless for ordering so much. Kang Hyuk angrily defends himself, saying Min only had that foul-smelling kanji. Min scoffs inwardly at Kang Hyuk, calling the miraculous kanji stinky. Min thinks Kang Hyuk squandered an incredible chance, but believes he might appreciate such an opportunity someday. The next day, a huge boss werewolf appears in Sector A. As the raid begins, the monstrous creature roars menacingly in the city streets. Kang Hyuk and Min stand on a rooftop preparing to engage. A helicopter arrives and Min tells Kang Hyuk their support is here. Energized by the healing food, Kang Hyuk says he feels amazing. Both hunters ready their weapons and agree they are in top form. They leap dramatically into battle, determined to steal the spotlight. Later, a news broadcast reports that a ranked danger monster appeared in Sector A. The broadcast confirms the monster was defeated by Superstar Beck, Kang Hyuk and Min Ok Hyuk of the Second Order. At home, the owner hears that the government will award Team Superstar Medals of Valor. The news adds that Kang Hyuk even declined interviews, rumored to be suffering from indigestion after overeating. Smiling over a sandwich, the owner feels relieved that the two hunters performed well. He privately acknowledges that his dimensional travel likely caused the gate to open, as monsters fled his presence into this world. Sipping his drink, he resolves to leave protecting the world to the hunters. He notes there is only a week left until his diner officially opens. Looking out the window, he gets ready to start another day of preparations. Something outside catches his attention. A small caped animal runs through puddles toward the diner. Carrying a box, the caped cat cheerfully greets him with a meowing hello. As he opens the door and welcomes it in, a cheerful cat in a cape arrives. carrying a box and announces that a package has come. Morning birds chirp. Outside the modern two-story building where the story takes place, a cute cat paw is highlighted, emphasizing its soft pads. The talking cat asks to sit by the counter, and the diner owner allows it. The narrator explains that this creature is an Ailuros, cat-like but extremely intelligent. The narration adds that Ailuros are superb cooks, thanks to superior taste, smell, and hearing. While the cat licks its paw, watching the cat, the man thinks that Ailuros also like taking care of people. Examples show Ailuros doing housework and working as medics for humans. Another scene shows an Ailuros digging up a buried chest. As the narration says, they handle many other jobs. The text calls them the best supporters a warrior can have, but hints at a downside: a lazy warrior is pampered by his Ailuros. And the narration says, such cats can make warriors complacent and are nicknamed cats that ruin warriors. Two people argue over whose Ailuros is cuter. While the protagonist recalls this, the man narrates that he desperately wanted an Ailuros back when he was still a warrior. In the past, he prayed to Gaia in a forest, begging for an Ailuros since he was the only one without a cat. Gaia, lounging in the clouds, dismissively says she has no time to deal with that request. Back in the present, the man clenches his fist, saying the memory still irritates him. He explains he only asked Renato for putting slime, yet Renato sent an Ailuros as well. While the cat meows, he tells the cat he is no longer a hero, but a diner owner, and worries about cat hair around food. The Ailuros insists it does not shed and invites him to pull its fur, surprising the man. The man tugs on the cat's fur to test whether any hair comes out. Impressed, he comments that the cat really is capable of many things. While happily petting the cat, he asks how it ended up coming to him. The cat proudly claims it defeated the cat god in order to come here. Shocked, the man yells in disbelief at the cat's statement. The cat smugly begins to recount what really happened. In the flashback, the cat god sits on a golden throne as the smaller cat approaches. Nervous and sweating, the little cat stands before the imposing cat god. The cat god bluntly refuses the cat's request, and is introduced by title. The Ailuros pleads adorably with sparkling eyes. Asking again, the cat god resists the cuteness, saying the human in question is dangerously powerful. Rejected, the cat collapses on the floor crying sadly. The cat god explains that the cat does not grasp just how dangerous that man truly is. The cat counters that this is exactly why the man is cool, likening him to a fallen angel. The cat god falls into exasperated silence. At the cat's twisted admiration, he decides to leave the stubborn Ailuros alone, expecting it will eventually serve some other hero. Time passes, signaled by a bright sky over the forest. Sitting alone among trees, the cat laments that it still has not met the hero. It notices a blue butterfly fluttering nearby and watches it curiously. The cat continues staring as the butterfly drifts away through the forest. Inspired, the cat realizes it is not yet worthy to serve the hero, declaring it is too weak. The cat resolves enthusiastically to become stronger. The narration says the cat began training from that day, illustrated by rapid punching practice. The Ailuros demonstrates its special meow punch with a flurry of blows. It also studies diligently, believing both physical and mental strength are necessary. The narration concludes that a hero's Ailuros must be as strong as it is wise, shown by the cat energetically cleaning as training. Returning to the present, the man summarizes that the cat trained hard. The flashback reveals the cat ultimately overwhelmed the cat god, who tried to stop it from coming. Proudly, the cat confirms that it beat the cat god to reach the man. The man, sweating, thinks he now understands why Renato sent this particular Ailuros, comparing the cat's airhead vibe to people he knows. The man shudders at the similarity. The cat enthusiastically poses, ready to serve as his Ailuros. The man hesitates, reminding the cat that he is already retired from hero work. The cat looks up with sparkling, pleading eyes, weakening his resolve. Blushing and flustered, the man concedes and offers to employ the cat as staff instead. The overjoyed Ailuros jumps up excitedly, thanking him. The cat lands gracefully on the floor near the counter. Bowing politely, the cat says it looks forward to working with him, and he responds in kind. The man muses about a suitable nickname based on the cat's full name. Nairobi, he suggests calling the cat Nabi, explains it is a common cat name, and warmly welcomes Nabi to the diner. An exterior shot notes that this is how the hero's diner gained its first staff member. Elsewhere, a shadowy figure peeks toward the diner. From across the street, Two neighboring restaurant owners spy on the new diner. Through binoculars, they remark that the diner suddenly appeared overnight. They declare that the restaurant business is warfare, where every new establishment is an enemy. Fired up, the two decide to unite in order to destroy this common competitor. Repeating their vow, they stride off determinedly toward the diner park. Dalsu, owner of Raison restaurant, points out the rival's coffee machine by the window. Goesiksikdang, owner of Bang Cafe, notes that the machine looks extremely expensive. Standing on the diner's lawn, they complain that the place dares to function as both cafe and diner, interpreting it as a challenge. Remembering past sabotage, they scheme to wreak havoc again, using their first fraudulent complaint. Approaching the entrance, Taesik is surprised by something he notices. They discover two large congratulatory flower stands, left for the new diner bearing the names Baekong Hyuk and Mino Keef. Stunned, the two men stare silently at the impressive flower arrangements. Trembling, they realize those powerful figures sent the stands, and wonder how the diner owner has such connections. Daesu rages that even he has to bribe gate guards just to get customers, highlighting the unfairness he feels. Their anger and rivalry crackle as they glare at each other, sparks flying. They call the diner an eyesore and decide to retreat for now. To prepare a better plan, the two beat a hasty retreat, running away from the diner entrance. Before they can escape, something tugs Dalsa's sleeve and they both look back in confusion. Nabi, now in a staff apron, cheerfully asks if they are customers. Startled, they react in shock at the sight of a talking cat. Nabi happily assumes they are customers and invites them inside the diner. Despite their confusion, Nabi energetically drags them both into the restaurant. The rivals sit awkwardly together at the counter, unsure how to act. Whispering, they speculate that Nabi might be some kind of monster, while the cat busily works. Observing Nabi serving water, they conclude it is likely a tame, anthropomorphic being rather than a wild monster. Dalsa decides this situation is perfect, and suggests they proceed with their planned complaint. He runs a finger along the counter to check for dirt or hair. Confused by what he feels, he wonders aloud what is going on, as Taesik asks if he found many hairs. To their shock, the finger dip is perfectly clean, with no hair or dust at all. Both men frantically scan the area, trying to spot some hygiene issue. The entire diner interior sparkles with cleanliness, far beyond normal standards. Daesu, who knows sanitation rules well from past violations, despairs because he cannot find any infractions or stray hairs. Nabi calmly places a glass of water in front of Taesik. As they fret, the cat explains it does not shed hair, reinforcing why the place is spotless. Amazed, the two men rub Nabi's fur, marveling that such a fluffy cat does not shed. Taesik still finds the extreme cleanliness suspicious, and wonders if a professional service is used, but Nabi says proudly that it does the cleaning itself. Taesik is left speechless, staring at the cute, diligent cat. He gloomily admits to himself that he is jealous, and wishes he had such a cat. Nabi politely presents the menu and asks them to place their orders. Dalsu concedes their first complaint failed, and suggests moving on to another angle. Taesik smirks and signals that he has the next tactic in mind. Dalsu orders that both of them will have the daily special. Nabi happily runs off to relay the order, while the two conspirators snicker to each other in the kitchen. The owner hears that today's special was ordered, and agrees to prepare it. Watching him, the rivals deduce he is a retired hunter, and are struck by how handsome he is. Taesik is startled, and demands Dalsu repeat the compliment he just muttered. In the kitchen, the man raises his heavy wok, getting ready to cook. Dalsu stares dazedly, captivated by the owner's presence. His thoughts focus on the man's impressive arm muscles. He admires how easily the owner handles the heavy wok, calling the motion a work of art. Dalsu snaps Taesik out of his trance, reminding him they came to cause trouble, while Taesik insists he was just appreciating the cooking skill. Dalsu coughs, and privately admits that it is impossible not to stare at the owner. He nervously glances over again. Despite himself, he further observes that the man cooks with calm confidence and great skill. Dalsu also notes that the owner clearly enjoys cooking, unlike anyone he has seen before. Nabi carries out 2 plates of food, the day's special, balancing them expertly. The cat sets the plates down, and announces that today's special is squid rice bowl. A close view shows the generous squid rice bowls, glistening on the counter. The rivals remark that they did not expect squid rice bowls, but recall, the menu warns the special changes with available ingredients. Dalsu thinks that with such simple ingredients, it will be hard to fake an allergy complaint, so only the taste remains as a possible attack point. Both men ready their spoons and brace themselves to evaluate the taste. Dalsu takes the first bite. Chewing critically, Taesik anxiously asks for his opinion, and Dalsu reluctantly admits the dish is very good. Taesik decides he must taste it himself. As Dalsu keeps eating eagerly, soon they are both eating heartily, completely absorbed in the meal. One of them scrapes the plate clean, leaving no food behind. Satisfied and full, they lean back and exclaim that the meal was amazing. Dalsu concludes that the owner has perfect fundamentals, and that the flavor is irresistible to Koreans. Taesik laughs, agreeing that the hearty food is completely different from the light fare served at his own cafe. The two neighboring restaurateurs happily note that the diner's menu and atmosphere are completely different from their own formal restaurants, leaving with satisfied smiles and wallets out. They agree that having this casual diner in the neighborhood is actually nice. Nabi cheerfully bids the chefs farewell, inviting them to visit the diner again. The two chefs walk away laughing together after their pleasant visit. As they stroll through the park, one says he plans to come often, and jokes about sending the diner's owner a congratulatory wreath. Later, the diner's owner sits at his counter, calmly reading a paper over a cup of coffee. Nabi hops up and asks the owner what he is looking at. The owner hands Nabi the paper, explaining it is a blacklist from Kang Hyuk that includes the two troublesome customers they dealt with. He proudly tells Nabi he drove those customers off with just a squid rice bowl, and Nabi praises him enthusiastically as a hero. The owner remarks that getting along with neighbors is important. He reflects that from the beginning, he designed his diner so its concept would not overlap with any other restaurant nearby. He thinks coexistence matters and muses that this cautious, strategic mindset must be a leftover habit from his days as a warrior. The scene shifts to a roaring coliseum filled with spectators. A younger, battle-worn version of the owner stands in the arena, panting before a crowd struggling with a heavy, bloody sword. He advances across a battlefield strewn with fallen gladiators. As the crowd screams for blood, he hesitates, sword raised over his remaining opponent. Spectators viciously chant for him to decapitate the man and end his life from the stands. We see that he has defeated nearly everyone in the arena, with the audience howling in excitement. He looms over the last surviving gladiator, who lies gasping on the sand. The beaten man, breathing hard, tells him to finish the job. The future diner owner lifts his sword high with both hands, as if to deliver the final blow. The sword swings down with a violent rush. Instead of a beheading, the strike slams into the ground close to the man's face. The owner pins the gladiator down, but clearly chooses not to kill him. Smiling wearily, he tells the man he is done with this brutal life, and wants nothing more to do with being a gladiator. The bloodthirsty crowd boos and pelts him with trash as he walks away. His stomach rumbles ominously in the midst of the chaos. Overcome with fatigue, he collapses to his knees in the arena sand. Lying there, he stares up weakly at the sky. He gazes at the open sky and wishes he could eat kimchi stew again. Back in the present, an empty bowl is set down streaked with remnants of kimchi stew. A customer compliments the owner on another excellent dish. As he wipes his mouth, the owner looks dazed, lost in memories. The customer waves a hand to snap him out of it and calls to him. The owner apologizes, explaining that the stew reminded him of his past. Nabi also sets down an empty bowl, happily declaring that the kimchi stew tasted great. The owner asked the customer if this was his first time trying kimchi stew. While Nabi scampered off with the dishes, the man says it is his first time, adding that he is originally from the US and not used to kimchi. Rain begins pouring outside the diner. Inside, the three of them sit quietly at the counter, sipping their drinks while the rain falls. The customer comments that the diner feels calm and peaceful. He finishes his drink, thanks the owner for the meal, and gets ready to leave. As he turns toward the door, he remembers something important he meant to mention. He informs the owner that City Hall will send someone this weekend to conduct an official audit of the diner. Kneeling to Nabi's level, he explains that the inspection is to check if €1 working with customers might be dangerous or harmful, and that officials are obligated to investigate. The owner recalls that officials previously visited to explain how he could register as a repatriate, though he is unsure how they discovered his background. Laughing, the man reassures Nabi that the authorities follow clear guidelines in such matters. He elaborates that repatriates are treated as victims of gate accidents, and that the system exists to support people who were suddenly sent to other worlds. Before returning as he heads out, he casts a worried glance back at the owner. He thinks to himself that the auditor is also a repatriate, and quietly hopes the inspection will proceed without problems. At sunset, the diner closes its awning, swaying in the breeze as Nabi runs outside. Nabi cheerfully sweeps and hums while cleaning the yard. A scruffy white-haired man suddenly appears behind Nabi, and politely tries to get his attention. Startled, Nabi leaps away with a scream at the sudden approach. Brandishing the broom, Nabi scolds the stranger for sneaking up, while the man apologizes, and says his stealthy arrival is part of his class abilities. He explains he was just overjoyed to see an Ileros, and did not mean to scare Nabi. Apologizing again, Nabi, curious, asks if he knows what Ileros are, and the man answers that he once trained as a warrior, aiming to become a hero. Nabi happily recognizes him as a fellow warrior, and asks if the diner is still open. Nabi anxiously glances back toward the door and the clock, thinking about the owner's rules. Nabi recalls the owner's warning not to disturb his movie time. Once the diner has closed, Nabi politely tells the man the diner is already closed for the day. Feeling bad, Nabi looks teary-eyed and flustered at turning him away. Wanting to help, Nabi offers to cook something personally if the man is hungry. The man brightens at the idea of tasting food cooked by an Ileros, and eagerly agrees when he specifically asks for kimchi stew. Nabi nervously repeats the dish's name, clearly unsure. Sitting at the counter, the man confirms that kimchi stew is exactly what he wants. Nabi panics internally, realizing it is hard to taste test hot stew with a cat's tongue, and that although he knows Terra cuisine, he has no idea what kimchi actually is. Determined, Nabi hops onto a stool in the kitchen to start cooking anyway. He carefully chops pork on the cutting board. Recalling instructions, Nabi identifies the core ingredients as kimchi and pork shoulder, and sets them out. He pours the sliced pork into a pot. Nabi simmers the meat to make a broth as the base of the stew. Watching the pot, he thinks everything is going smoothly so far. Then he frets over how to season it correctly, staring at containers of salted shrimp, salt and sugar in a flurry of overconfidence. Nabi dumps generous amounts of all three seasonings into the boiling stew. He wipes his forehead, thinking the seasoning step is done, and realizes he still needs to add vegetables. An idea suddenly strikes Nabi, mistakenly grabbing a monstrous onion creature instead of the proper leek. Nabi triumphantly declares it must be the right ingredient. Time passes and Nabi lies despondent on the floor. Realizing the result is disastrous, the customer peers over the counter at the bizarre stew, and gently says he does not think the recipe turned out right. He stares at the glibbing pot and notes that it looks quite strange. Examining it more closely, he remarks that it resembles kimchi porridge rather than proper stew. He quickly adds that Nabi's effort is what truly matters. While the dejected cat trudges away upstairs, a door creaks open. The owner pokes his head out, surprised something is happening. Seeing the unfamiliar customer in Wilton Abbey, he wonders if this is a customer or a friend, and Nabi explains the man is a visitor from Terra. The man bows and introduces himself as Park San-han, a repatriate. The owner observes that Park's gaunt face resembles Min's, concluding he must have suffered greatly on Terra. Understanding the situation, he offers to cook kimchi stew himself. When Park worries he might be intruding since the diner is closed, the owner says he runs the diner as a hobby, and will treat it as still open for him. He tells Park to let him eat Nabi's failed stew instead, so nothing goes to waste, and Park reluctantly agrees. As he walks into the kitchen, the owner reflects that this will be the first proper meal a repatriate has on Earth. Smiling with resolve, he vows to prepare Park a real meal. He ties on his apron and heads to the stove to start cooking. He precisely slices pork from the pig's front leg, known as picnic shoulder. He continues slicing and chopping the meat with practiced skill. He explains that although this cut is inexpensive, it gives stew a pleasantly firm texture and deeper flavor. He scrapes the chopped meat into a hot wok. He turns on the burner with a click. As he stir-fries the meat, he notes that a quick sauté enhances its flavor. Nabi peeks an eye sparkling as he watches the owner cook. The owner tells Nabi not to hide, and offers to teach him how to make kimchi stew properly. He shows that the pork fat collects in the center of the wok, and instructs Nabi to fry the kimchi directly in that rendered fat. He adds a spoonful of soybean paste to the pan. He explains that soybean paste is essential to mask pork's gaminess. He further explains that alcohol can also neutralize the smell, but kimchi's garlic content and soybean paste work well when alcohol is inappropriate or omitted. Nabi has an epiphany as the explanation finally makes sense. Nabi confirms that the paste is especially useful for diners who cannot have alcohol or use less garlic in their kimchi. The owner tosses in sliced vegetables and sprinkles in measured seasoning. After seasoning, he decides the flavor is balanced. Nabi eagerly takes notes, thinking all he needs to do now is emphasize and organize what he has learned. Delighted, Nabi hops around, thinking he can now make kimchi stew on his own, while the owner encourages him to cook it next time. The finished meal is served to Park with side dishes, rice and a perfectly cooked kimchi stew. Park stares at the tray in quiet awe. He says he also craved this stew in the other world, and assumes the owner must have missed it there as well. The owner agrees and shares that he too inexplicably obsessed over kimchi stew while living on Terra, despite not loving it before. Park tastes the stew, his expression softening as the flavor hits him. He recognizes the taste is exactly what he has longed for. Memories of familiar meals flood back, from school cafeterias to a homely table on Terra. He realizes through tears that this flavor is the taste of home. Crying openly, he feels for the first time that he truly has returned to Earth. After finishing every last drop, he tells them he spent 13 years on Terra. Nabi clears away the empty bowl, while Park repeats that he lived there for 13 years. He adds that only 6 years passed on Earth during that time, emphasizing the time distortion. The owner reflects that he himself spent 40 years in another world, while only 9 years elapsed on Earth, concluding there is no consistent rule to the time difference. Park states that he is a level 5-1 huntsman. The owner recognizes that as a solid mid-tier level, and asks if Park was a silver-class adventurer, which Park confirms looking out the window. Park notes that unlike Terra, Earth now has an organized system for handling gates. This contrast, he admits, makes him long for Terra even more. The owner realizes Park did not choose to return and asks about it. Park explains he was forcibly banished while exploring a cult's underground dungeon. The owner clarifies that he returned because of a banishment spell. A visual explanation shows banishment as a realm expulsion, magic that hurls the target out of that world. The owner points out that of all possible realms, Park was fortunate to be expelled back to Earth. Park agrees it is a miracle, though his weary expression suggests mixed feelings. A close-up shows his haunted face, revealing unspoken trauma. The owner concludes that Terra has effectively become Park's true home. Park quietly admits he had a wife and an Iluro's companion there. He reflects that 13 years is long enough to change where one feels they belong. A memory surfaces of his Terra family, happily greeting him outside their cottage. Overwhelmed by grief, Park collapses to his knees in the diner. Nabi rushes over and gently wipes his tears as he sobs, embarrassed by the emotional scene. The owner clears his throat awkwardly. He then asks Park straightforwardly if he would like to be sent back to Terra. Shocked, Park and Nabi both react, with Park asking if he heard correctly. The owner repeats that he is offering to return Park to Terra, and Park desperately says he would gladly go back at any time, if it is possible, with a calm smile. The owner agrees and snaps his fingers. A glowing portal opens beneath Park, who begins being transported away. As Nabi looks on in surprise, as the magic takes hold, Park exclaims in disbelief at what is happening, smiling gently in the now quiet diner. The owner says it was a pleasure to have met him. A white-haired boy screams as he is sucked up into a blinding, blue-dimensional beam. The boy reappears as a wide-eyed black blob, emerging from a swirling portal on a floor in the diner. The chef says he hates seeing people cry, while his cat assistant worries that sending people across dimensions, that will might anger the goddess. The chef shrugs that the boy wanted to go, and he does not care what the goddess thinks, while the cat accuses him of sending the boy just to avoid trouble. Closing time arrives. The chef praises Nabi's work, and the cat cheerfully agrees to finish up. Nabi offers to give a failed dish to the pudding slime in the basement, surprising the chef. The chef instead decides to eat the failed dish himself, despite Nabi's objections. Smiling, he reassures the worried cat that eating it will be fine. In a flashback, he sits dejected in a prison cell behind heavy bars. Someone bangs on the bars to get his attention. A friendly armored man greets him, noting it has been 200 days since he came to the arena. The imprisoned Yukuli replies that he would never keep count of such things. The armored man chuckles good-naturedly at Yu's response. He brings you a covered pot as a gift, announcing it as kimchi stew. Yu gratefully asks where the man obtains such familiar food. The man explains another world has sold him kimchi and even prepared this stew for a bronze coin. Yu laughs at the idea of someone carrying kimchi around. In another world, curious, he opens the pot to inspect the dish. Yu realizes the food is not actually kimchi stew, and questions John about it. Examining it more closely, Yu identifies the dish as kimchi porridge instead. John groans that he might have been swindled by the seller. Yu still thanks him sincerely, saying he had also been craving this food. Relieved, John urges him to eat heartily and survive the next arena battle. Yu hungrily devours the kimchi porridge in his cell. Back in the present, he eats kimchi porridge at his diner, musing that the onion used back then was probably onion jack. He calmly enjoys his nostalgic meal of porridge and rice. He reflects that he was fortunate in those days. Remembering the arena, he recalls that, instead of clinging to anger at the aristocrats, who made otherworldly fight, he focused on surviving. What truly remains with him is the kindness of good people like John. He scrapes the last bits from his bowl. Finishing the porridge, he thinks that without John's support, he might have turned into something far worse than a hero. He concludes the dish might upset his stomach, but still considers it delicious. The scene shifts to Sector A Market, a bustling but slightly worn traditional marketplace. Stalls buzz with activity as vendors and shoppers move about. Vegetable stands brim with produce. Amid lively chatter and clamor, Yu and Nabi stroll through the market, eating snacks surrounded by crowds. Yu notes the market has not changed, though it could use some repairs. As he munches his corn dog, he asks Nabi if there is anything else he wants to eat. While the cat happily focuses on finishing his corn dog, he looks around the food alley. With a gentle, contented expression, he narrates that the best thing about a traditional market is being able to see and touch the products directly. Comparing it to grocery stores, he tells Nabi that markets are more fun, and suggests they treat shopping like a treasure hunt. They stop near Suki's pancake stall, pondering what to buy next. Yu admits nothing has caught his eye yet and starts to move on. Nabi suddenly spots something and looks intrigued. The cat darts off excitedly while Yu watches in surprise. Nabi probably presents an enormous clam-like mass to Yu, asking what he thinks. Yu marvels at the gigantic clam, saying he has never seen one that big at the market. As he inspects it more closely, he feels the clam looks strangely familiar. Recognition strikes and he wonders if it is a harajigas. He confirms it is indeed a harajigas, a giant clam normally eaten by towering gigantes. Yu asks the fishmonger about the clam, and she casually replies that her strong husband just picked it up somewhere. Shocked that anyone simply carried it, Yu points out the clam must weigh over 200 kilograms. The vendor just laughs and describes her husband as a very beefy man. Studying the shell ridges, Yu notes their age, and decides without doubt that it is a genuine harajigas. Enthused, he tells her he will buy the clam. She warns it will not open its mouth and is only good as decoration, but he is unconcerned. Yu replies, "That is fine," and orders 10 macros along with the clam. Surprising her, he explains with a laugh that he runs a small diner, prompting her startled reaction. Outrages that 10 fish are too few for a diner, she scolds him loudly about his tiny order, muttering Yu endures, as she enthusiastically piles far more fish into his purchase, delighting Nabi demonstrating his strength. Yu easily hoists the enormous clam onto his shoulder. The vendor jokes he is stronger than her husband, as Yu thanks her and promises to return. Back at the diner kitchen, Yu and Nabi contemplate the massive clam lying on the floor. Yu calls it an exciting ingredient, and wonders what kind of dish he should make from it. He decides their first step is to pry open the shell, which Nabi praises as a good plan. Realizing a knife will not suffice, he wedges his hands into the shell's gap to force it open. Yu concentrates and exerts his strength with a determined grunt. With a thunderous crack, he tears the giant clam fully open. Sea water splashing everywhere. He and Nabi stare inside in odd surprise. They find a single massive piece of clam meat, larger than Nabi himself, and comment on its size. Yu cheerfully proposes they first try eating the clam meat raw. He slices a thin piece from the gleaming flesh. With practiced precision, he dips the raw slice into a small dish of red sauce. Tasting it, he thinks how perfectly it would pair with a glass of soju. Looking at the remaining meat and innards, he suggests making clam chowder using the rest. A narration explains clam chowder as a creamy, North American clam soup with wonderfully soft flavors. Yu happily plans his meals, deciding on raw clam with soju for dinner, and chowder the next morning as a hangover cure, then scheming about ingredients for hunters. He smirks ominously as a new idea forms. He focuses on a dark organ within the clam, identifying it as a poison gland. The narration explains this gland is packed with lethal toxins, but anyone who eats it and survives becomes immune to all poisons. Ui, stinging just from looking, is convinced the gland's effect will be extremely powerful, worrying Nabi grinning wickedly. He vows to preserve the gland, so he can one day feed it to the annoying Kang Hyuk. Elsewhere, Kang Hyuk suddenly feels a chill and shivers without knowing why. Back at the diner, Yu stretches with his knives, ready to fully butcher the massive clam. A man in a brown coat arrives and politely greets Yu. Yu and Nabi return the greeting while still handling chunks of clam. The visitor comments on the odd morning activity, and Yu casually explains he is filleting a clam, recognizing it as the famous riverbank clam. The man anxiously asks if it is really edible. Yu pauses and turns toward him, surprised by that detail. He confirms they found the clam at a riverbank, and the man replies yes. Intrigued, Yu puts down his knife and asks to hear the whole story. The man recounts that 2 days earlier, citizens complained about loud noises coming from the sewers. When hunters went to investigate the disturbance, they discovered a glowing dimensional chasm, crackling with energy underground. Yu realizes this implies something significant. He concludes that the appearance of the chasm means the gate is likely to open soon. He silently contemplates this troubling possibility. As they talk in the diner, Nabi trots over carrying a tray of neatly sliced clam sashimi. The tray is set down, and Nabi announces the dish as clam sashimi for their guests. While the man eats, Yu confirms that such a chasm signals an impending gate, and verifies that it formed in the sewers. The man explains that, because no one knows when it might escalate into a crisis, their superiors deployed a special response team. Yu comments that he had wondered why Baek Kyung-hyuk had not been visiting the diner lately. Impressed by the paper-thin clam slice he is holding, the man praises Yu's extraordinary knife skills. Yu says the clam is too tough unless sliced that thin, and offers him a choice of sauces, with a man requesting plain soy sauce. He grabs a large bottle of soy sauce. As he continues to mull over the situation, thinking about the chasm, he grows more serious and uneasy. He recalls that one man beat impossible odds to return to Earth. Now, a Heterozygus from that world has been found by the riverbank as well. He knows that only powerful level 90+ gigantes usually eat Heterozygus, so the chasm is likely related to those monstrous giants. Realizing the connection, he grips the soy sauce bottle tightly, thinking the string of events is too suspicious to be coincidence. He grimly admits to himself what this probably means. With dark humor, he concludes that the looming crisis is essentially his fault. In the sewers, water drips quietly around some strange monitoring devices. As the response team keeps watch, Kang Hyuk, bundled miserably in a sleeping bag, complains about how awful this assignment is. His stern colleague dryly suggests he resign if he dislikes the job, provoking his angry outburst. She coldly offers to even write his resignation if he is too cocooned in his sleeping bag to do it himself, making him protest. She confesses she tried to respect him over the past month, but has found it impossible. Sniffling and crying, King Harek insists he sacrificed all his days off just to camp in the sewers, and that this is not fitting work for the elite First Order. His colleague sighs and asks what exactly he thinks their prestigious First Order should be doing. Instead, he dramatically answers that they should be gloriously defeating monsters, live on broadcast for the public. She glares sharply and asks why he does not simply quit and become an entertainer. He falls silent, deflated by her biting suggestion. Pouting, he declares he will not speak to her anymore. While she wonders if he is a child, she pointedly turns away but then glances back at him. Suddenly, the dimensional chasm flares and crackles brighter in front of her. She internally admits Kang Hyuk is not completely wrong, and wonders how long they are expected to keep waiting there. Still, she acknowledges he has been pushing himself without sleep to live up to his accomplished predecessor, despite being only rank 100. Softening, she begins to suggest requesting a replacement rotation team for him. Before she can finish, the ground rumbles violently. Alarmed, she spins around. As the shaking intensifies, the chasm explodes into a swirling blue vortex. prompting her to shout a red alert. Armed operatives rush down the tunnel toward the newly formed gate. Kang Hyuk sprints forward with a handgun. Cursing the situation, his colleague looks at the gauge, measuring the gate's power, and starts to report its rank. The gauge shatters from overload. Horrified, she realizes the device has broken under the gate's immense power. She collapses, announcing in shock that the gate exceeds even rank S. Trembling, she realizes its power cannot be measured at all. Watching the roaring vortex, she fears the entire city may vanish without a trace. The surrounding soldiers murmur nervously as they grasp the magnitude of the threat. Kang Hyuk places a steadying hand on his colleague's shoulder. He states that someone has to enter the chasm before it expands. Further, he reminds her that Protocol G3 requires them to act according to the emergency manual. When a chasm appears, quoting the manual, he says they must use a chasm stabilizer to halt the gate's growth and hold out until reinforcements arrive. With a grim smile, he adds that this means someone must be willing to sacrifice themselves. She urgently grabs his arm and insists they should all go in together. Instead, he transforms his demeanor into a lighter one, pointing out that without their leader man present, she would only hinder the operation. He presses his pistol into her hands, signaling his intention. Kang Hyuk resolves to carry the stabilizer into the gate himself, to secure the chasm despite her protest. Close up in her eye's reflection, he tells her to listen carefully to what he is about to say. Kang Hyuk urgently orders his aide to go to the hero's diner, near Chongyang Palace, explain the situation and bring the owner back quickly. Ji-hyun is confused by this sudden request. Kang Hyuk tells Ji-hyun to mention his name and desperately beg the diner's owner for help, because it is their only chance to survive. He yells at Ji-hyun to move immediately, treating it as a direct order. Ji-hyun snaps to attention and agrees to carry out the order. Ji-hyun runs off while Kang Hyuk stays behind preparing himself. With shaking hands, Kang Hyuk wipes his gun and fumbles with a cigarette. Still trembling, he drops the cigarette and curses under his breath. A soldier compliments Kang Hyuk for his earlier actions, handing him a fresh pack of cigarettes. Kang Hyuk jokes that he needs to act well, since everything is being recorded on the soldiers' body cameras. The soldiers awkwardly accept this explanation, laughing it off. Kang Hyuk, now armed and smoking, orders the troops to kill every monster that emerges from the gate. He announces that he will personally enter the gate, and then leaps into the portal device. The portal erupts with intense blue energy as Kang Hyuk passes through. Spent bullet casings hit the ground. As the firefight at the gate begins, an officer orders the soldiers to keep firing and hold the monsters back, warning that they cannot allow anything to break through. Red-eyed bats and a massive red beast surge out of the gate, under a hail of gunfire. One soldier panics that the monsters are endless, and shouts that he is reloading. He crouches down behind cover to change magazines. As he reloads, a dark looming shape appears beside him, making him look up in alarm. A gigantic red monster towers over the kneeling soldier. Growling ominously, the monster swings a huge arm in a devastating blow. Bracing for death, the terrified soldier thinks of his mother. At the last moment, a blade is drawn. With a sharp sound, some wool flashes in and slices the monster apart in an instant. His shoes touch down as he calmly regains his footing after the strike. The swarm of red-eyed bats is still pouring from the portal. Someone turns holding his sword, ready to face the remaining monsters. Blood sprays around him as his earlier slash finishes off the massive beast. The nearby soldiers are left stunned and covered in blood, splatters from the quick slaughter. Sunwoo casually holds up his sword, having blocked the attack and ended the threat. The floor is littered with the corpses of the bats and the huge beast. The soldiers stare in bewilderment, wondering what just happened. Another pulse of blue energy flares from the gate, as something moves again. A powerful gust from the portal buffets the soldiers, forcing them to shield themselves. In the aftermath, the squad confirms that all visible monsters are dead, and orders a check of the recordings to ensure none escaped. While medics are called elsewhere, Kang Hyuk pants and sweats, clearly shaken, huddled behind a barrier. He thinks about how he barely managed to put up the energy shield. Hearing approaching footsteps of towering giants outside the shield, he wonders fearfully if he will die there. Several gigantic gigantes glare at the shimmering energy barrier containing them. The gigantes complain that the barrier is not expanding, and consider punching it to test it. One of the giants hurls a powerful punch toward the shield. The blow slams into the barrier with explosive force, Kang Hyuk panics as he realizes the gigantes are repeatedly pummeling his energy shield. With their bare fists, the giants furiously continue striking the barrier together. Curled up and sweating beneath the shaking shield, Kang Hyuk desperately wishes the returning repatriate would hurry. The gigantes' assault cracks the shield and the wall around Kang Hyuk. A huge chunk of debris crashes down next to where he is cowering. Kang Hyuk looks up in shock, realizing how close the hit was. The shield finally shatters, and he is flung violently across the ground screaming. The gigantes pause, and wonder aloud about the loud crash they just heard. Kang Hyuk hurriedly clamps his hands over his mouth, to avoid making another sound. One of the towering giants discovers him hiding beside a pillar. Faced with the enormous foe, Kang Hyuk laughs nervously. On the verge of hysteria, the gigantes conclude Kang Hyuk must be the one who created the shield, and casually discuss how they should crush him. Realizing the danger, Kang Hyuk curses and prepares to act. Refusing to die quietly, he springs up and fires both pistols at the approaching gigantes. The bullets ping harmlessly off one giant's skin, leaving him merely annoyed. The giant raises a colossal foot ready to stomp Kang Hyuk. Kang Hyuk watches in terror as the massive foot comes down toward him. That moment, Sung-woo silently phases through the still-standing barrier, from outside drawing the giant's attention. Seeing Sung-woo arrive, Kang Hyuk collapses in relieved excitement, stammering that the savior is finally here. Inside the barrier, Sung-woo calmly readies his sword and steps toward the gigantes. He walks forward with measured steps, sword in hand, exuding effortless confidence. A memory-like image shows someone advancing through destruction, with twin swords radiating overwhelming power. The gigantes see this in panic, realizing something terrifying has arrived and try to flee. Sung-woo unleashes a wide, blinding slash that cuts down the fleeing giants. Their bodies crash to the ground as Kang Hyuk peeks out from hiding, hearing the wet thuds of their fall. Watching the effortless massacre, Kang Hyuk mutters that Sung-woo is an absolute monster himself. He remembers foolishly trying to punch Sung-woo earlier, and now sweats in embarrassment at his own bravado. Sung-woo glances over at where Kang Hyuk is spying on him. Startled, Kang Hyuk ducks back behind the pillar in a comic panic. In his hurry, he slams his head against the pillar with a painful smack. Dazed, he collapses flat on his back, a swelling growing on his forehead. Sung-woo crouches beside the fallen Kang Hyuk, and wonders aloud why this idiot was peeking at him. Sung-woo comments that he had not intended to kill the gigantes. At first, looking over the gigantes' corpses, he reflects that these monsters had planned to invade Earth. He decides he should first store all the artifacts and resources he collected into his inventory. He also hefts the unconscious Kaneo onto his shoulder, deciding to take him along as well. Somewhere throws Kang Hyuk back through the portal, assuming other hunters will find and rescue him on the other side. Satisfied that everything is resolved, someone smiles to himself. Back at the diner, someone hears his talking cat pleading for help as customers swarm it. Excited customers crowd around the cat, fawning over how cute it is and taking photos. Sung-woo opens the door and silently watches the chaotic scene. With a sweat drop, the cat complains that the customers ignore its protests, and Sung-woo concludes this is what happens when he leaves it alone. He politely tells the customers that the cat is actually part of the staff. While someone in the diner turns in surprise, Ji-hyun rushes up, confirms he is the diner's owner and urgently grabs his arm. She introduces herself as an aide from the First Order, and says she has an emergency request for him. Sung-woo thinks to himself that he just got back from a filthy sewer, and looks uneasy. A narration explains that Kang Hyuk had sent Ji-hyun to ask Sung-woo for help. Another narration adds that Sung-woo had already sensed trouble earlier, and had gone to the gate on his own. Back in the present, Sung-woo offers Ji-hyun a seat, saying they should talk. She agrees to explain the situation, and he suggests they hear her request properly. Over coffee at the counter, Sung-woo starts summarizing what she has told him. Ji-hyun explains that King Hyuk bravely jumped into an above-rank's gate after asking her to fetch Sung-woo, and stresses how desperately they need his help. Sung-woo, trembling slightly with private amusement, thinks that of course they do. Drinking his coffee, he concedes internally that Kang Hyuk may be better than he first thought. When Ji-hyun questions his muttering, Sung-woo simply tells her she will hear good news soon and to relax. He reasons internally that she has not yet received the control room's update about the gate being resolved. Glancing over at the crowd, still abusing his cat. He thinks that situation looks like a more pressing emergency. Right now the cat yells at the kids to stop pulling its tail, while they gush over how fluffy and adorable it is. Annoyed, someone wonders if they think his place is a cat cafe, and fumes that they are not ordering any food. He forcibly escorts the complaining family out of the diner. Despite the man shouting customers' king slogans, Sung-woo slams the door shut behind the ejected customers. Turning back to Ji-hyun, he confirms that she is indeed a hunter, though she explains she mainly works an office job. Despite having awakened hearing this, Sung-woo smirks to himself, thinking this suits his plans perfectly. He pats the exhausted cat to rest and tells Ji-hyun that, since she is in a diner, she should eat something. When she objects that there is no time, he calmly replies that the crisis is already over. Narration reveals Sung-woo's concern that despite his efforts, there has been no recent increase in hunter customers at his diner. He reflects that while his food can boost abilities, tastes terrible, and hunters lack the right physique to fully benefit from it. He notes that his immediately healing dishes still work well, making them good for attracting worn-out hunters. He decides to use one such dish as bait and slams the counter, startling Ji-hyun. Sung-woo diagnoses Ji-hyun's symptoms of chills and a looming cold from overwork and camping. He further observes that her body has many cold spots, especially around her neck and shoulders, making her feel like she is at a doctor's office rather than a diner. He cheerfully says he has just the thing for someone with low body temperature, and goes to prepare it. Watching him leave, Ji-hyun wonders uneasily if he is trying to scam her. In the kitchen, Sung-woo thinks about how he brought back large quantities of meat from the Gigantes brutes. Ji-hyun, still seated, muses that he seems far too calm about the supposed crisis, and concludes he must be incredibly strong if the First Order relies on him. She reasons that since Control has not reported the gate opening, someone must have already resolved the situation. Putting the clues together, she strongly suspects Sang-woo is the one who cleared the gate. She then notices the sound of Sung-woo forcefully cracking a massive hunk of monster meat in the kitchen, and becomes more convinced. Remembering the manual on dealing with repatriates, she steels herself to treat him carefully, like a dangerous explosive, yet still as a human being. Sung-woo comments that she seems to have settled her thoughts, and she decides that eating his food counts as following the manual. In the wok, he begins the dish by sautéing garlic and other ingredients in oil. Sung-woo cooks attentively over high heat. As the ingredients sizzle, he plates up juicy bite-sized pieces of clam meat. Ji-hyun peers over the counter, remarking that the dish looks delicious, and asking if it is made with clams. Samuel explains that he is making clam chowder, a soup based on clam meat. Curious, Ji-hyun comments on how unusually large and plump the clams look. Samuel casually names them harajigas, implying they are a common type of clam, while Ji-hyun admits she knows little about seafood. From her angle, she finally sees the gigantic clam-like monster shell in the kitchen, and is alarmed realizing these are monster clams. She panics internally. She jumps up in outrage, thinking Sung-woo is about to feed monster meat to a hunter. Sung-woo, surprised by her reaction, asks if something is wrong. As she starts to declare she will not eat it, Ji-hyun remembers the manual likening repatriates to explosives, and fears that refusing his dish might trigger him. Imagining catastrophe, visualizing a comic-style city-destroying explosion, she forces herself to calm down and says it is nothing. An in-world recipe panel explains the steps of making the clam chowder, starting by sautéing garlic, potatoes, bacon and the clam meat, then adding flour, milk and broth. Another panel notes that he uses Minotaur's milk, which is nutritionally superior to normal milk. Sung-woo stirs the thickening chowder as it cooks. He finishes by simmering the manna-infused soup, coating each ingredient with manna while keeping it from burning. Sung-woo tastes the finished dish to check the flavor. He nods in approval, deeming it passable. A status window shows the completed steamy soup, clam chowder that grants warmth and enhances regeneration. Sung-woo serves the bowl to Ji-hyun, telling her to eat slowly, and she remarks on how fast he cooked it. He downplays the dish, saying that although clam chowder sounds fancy, it is basically just milk porridge with clams, offering to sprinkle dried parsley. He unintentionally scares her, as she imagines even the garnish could be from monsters. Left alone with the bowl, Ji-hyun nervously stirs the chowder. Bracing herself, she finally takes a bite. Sung-woo watches her reaction in puzzled silence. As she lowers her head, Ji-hyun surprised admits that the soup makes her feel wonderfully warm. A woman trudges through a blizzard, thinking the cold feels like walking in freezing air. She spots a warmly lit cabin in the snowy distance and is drawn to it. She imagines herself happily thawing out in front of a cozy fireplace. In reality, she sips something hot at a counter, starting to sweat, feeling overheated. She loosens her collar. She removes her suit jacket and sets it on the chair. Fanning herself, she remarks with relief at how hot she has become. The young cook cheerfully asks if the dish feels refreshing. She agrees, saying the food is indeed very refreshing. She reflects that although it is her first time eating a dish made with monster ingredients, tastes delicious elsewhere. A man tensely clasps his hands together. At the Korea Hunter Association, a hearing begins about an S+ rank gate crisis. The blonde hunter insists he is only reporting exactly what he witnessed. Director Lee Hyun summarizes that the situation involves an unidentified threat. The hunter corrects him, saying the supposed threat is actually just a diner owner. Lee incredulously restates that this diner owner supposedly wiped out dozens of over S-rank monsters in minutes. The blonde angrily clarifies that the monsters were confirmed S-rank, and that the rank detector even exploded. Lee fumes internally at the impertinent hunter. Trying again, Lee asks the testimony about repatriate number 21, and confirms the claim of the diner owner soloing the S-rank monsters. The blonde yawns, saying if they doubt him, they might as well pretend he did the killing himself. Lee asks if the hunter understands the implication of his story, and the hunter admits he does not. Lee erupts that someone with immeasurable power, living casually in the city, is anything but normal. Grinning, the blonde urges him to consider whether such a powerful person has actually been hiding their strength. He points out the repatriate registered immediately on returning, and by association policy would be left alone if he wished. Thus, the blonde argues, the man is simply someone who wants to peacefully run a diner. He slams his gloved hand on the desk for emphasis. Leaning ominously, he hints that this fact has an obvious implication. He concludes that the diner owner fears nothing, and has no reason to conceal himself. The blonde says, such a person should not automatically be treated as a dormant enemy, and notes that not everyone is just ally or foe. Lee replies that their duty is to consider every possibility, and they cannot simply trust a stranger while responsible for public safety. The blonde concedes their responsibility, noting that higher UPS like Lee will ultimately decide. He adds that he is only giving his field agent's opinion, and even tells the secretary to note that. Lee silently curses the first-order hunter for treating the complex issue so lightly. Troubled, he wonders what course of action they should take. He recalls that in another country, half a sector was destroyed when officials angered a repatriate. Time passes as a clock ticks on the wall. The blonde finally shrugs and says he will leave the decision to the higher UPS. He then asks to be dismissed, claiming he has urgent business elsewhere. Lee allows it but reminds him to keep investigating and patrolling. While the hunter says his urgent task is buying land, Lee reacts in bewilderment at this explanation. The blonde whispers that owning land around the strongest repatriate's diner will be incredibly safe and valuable, imagining huge real estate potential. Momentarily swayed, Lee laughs and says that angle had not occurred to him. He then smacks the blonde, shouting that focusing on real estate when public safety is at stake is outrageous. The blonde retorts that wallets also need protection, prompting Lee to yell at him to stop raising his blood pressure. Elsewhere, a squad of officers marvels that the diner owner actually defeated a first-order hunter and recognize his overwhelming level. They arrive at the supposedly ordinary-looking diner, and their leader warns them to remain respectful. The subordinates assure him they will not behave arrogantly, like the first-order hunters. Inside the diner, the owner stands behind the counter. As the leader opens the door, the owner greets them warmly with a welcoming smile. Outside, the squad leader tells the owner he has brought his men, and the owner praises him for doing well. The leader thanks the owner for helping them avoid the earlier crisis. The owner modestly laughs and claims he did not really do anything. The leader explains they could not repay him directly, so they chose to support his business instead. The armed men sit at the counter quietly watching, whispering among themselves. They remark that they expected a ripped, intimidating killer, but he just looks like an ordinary diner owner. One admits that in fact, the owner is surprisingly good looking. Others silently agree, wondering if he is some kind of celebrity. In the kitchen, the owner works while his bipedal cat companion carries out bowls. On a tray, bowls of steaming monster ingredient soup are set before the guests. The officers thank the owner for the meal and begin eating. After their first spoonfuls, several of them freeze in shock at the taste. They quickly break into praise, exclaiming how amazing the dish is. One officer tells his superior he never believed food could literally stun people with how good it is. Overwhelmed with joy, he describes the taste as heavenly and akin to a food paradise. The leader, watching his men devour the soup, awkwardly acknowledges their reaction. Soon their bowls are stacked empty and spotless. The owner, observing the empty dishes, thinks he has just gained 5 enthusiastic marketers. He imagines them returning to base and excitedly spreading word of his cooking. He then envisions crowds of curious people flocking to the diner. As a result, he decides his strategy should begin with changing people's aversion to monster ingredients. Smirking to himself, he plans to make them unable to enjoy ordinary food ever again. Once they are used to his dishes, his maniacal laughter echoes from the diner as the building is shown from outside. On his day off, the owner walks through a sunny shopping district. He wipes sweat off his forehead, remarking on how suddenly the weather has turned hot. After being cold the previous day, embarrassed by his long-sleeved outfit, he admits to onlookers that he dressed too warmly. Checking his phone, he notes he should have looked at the weather app beforehand. Something catches his eye and he glances to the side. He notices a storefront labeled Flower Supermarket and heads toward it. Inside, he rummages through a freezer and pulls out a wrapped ice bar. He unwraps the popsicle and takes a refreshing bite. While eating, he muses that years ago Earth had 4 clear seasons, but now the climate shifts almost monthly. He confirms to himself that what he is eating is indeed called a popsicle since the diner is closed for the day. He wonders what he should do first with his free time. He passes a movie theater building, holding a ticket. He happily declares that going to the cinema is the perfect activity. He notes with satisfaction that a showing starts in 10 minutes. As he approaches the entrance, he hears a noisy commotion and pauses. He sees that a lively flea market has sprung up nearby, with stalls calling out and even offering weapon trade-ins. Curious, he realizes the hubbub is a flea market. Looking closer, he recognizes his cat companion Nabi at a stall with a young girl. He smiles, wondering if Nabi has already made a new girlfriend. Checking the time, he remembers his movie is about to start and decides to ask Nabi about it later. He then heads into the theater, humming to himself. Back at the market, the little girl walks among stalls while people browse and vendors work. She looks up with sparkling eyes. Clearly delighted, Nabi stares at a food cart, wondering aloud what the cooking is. The girl spots the talking cat and excitedly notes how huge he is. Finding him adorable, she resolves to become friends with Mr. Cat and sneaks toward him. She hesitates, recalling her mother's advice as she tries to figure out how to approach him. In a flashback, her mother, Yunho's mom, explains that giving people things repeatedly is an easy way to become friends. Remembering this, the girl brightens as she hits upon a plan. She dashes to the food stall with Nabi watching. She orders a chicken skewer from the vendor. A glossy, appetizing skewer is handed over. She offers the skewer to Nabi, but he says he does not eat food from strangers. She immediately suggests they become friends, so he will accept it, holding out the skewer again. She asks if he wants to be friends. Overjoyed, Nabi thinks that he has just made his first friend on Earth. The girl Yunha says she is also glad to have a cat as a friend. As she passes him the food, Nabi happily chomps on the skewer. Jumping with delight, he proclaims that it tastes delicious. He then curiously asks Yunho what special effect this chicken skewer has. Shocked, it has no magical effect. Nabi panics at the revelation. Yunho uneasily suggests that deliciousness itself should be enough of an effect. Nabi grimly stares at the skewer, conflicted. He laments that this kind of junk food is not proper cooking, and worries about eating it. Imagining himself becoming a round, chubby cat, he trembles and despairs. Yuna asks why he cannot just control his portions, and he admits he is unable to. Concerned, she realizes the situation is more serious than she thought. She recalls her mother's teaching that self-control and focus are essential qualities. Yunho grips the skewer together with Nabi. She explains that any food can be bad in excess, but eating just enough is fine. She adds that her mother also says trying many tasty dishes is important experience, and even helps with studying. Flustered, Yunho blurts that Good food can also help you grow taller and become better at sports, which amazes Nabi. She finishes by insisting that being picky about food is wrong, which startles the cat shaking. Yet resolved Nabi steels himself to eat despite his worries. After tasting more, he blissfully admits the skewer is incredibly yummy. Yunho pulls him along to sample other foods at the market, and Nabi eagerly agrees. Meanwhile, at the ISAC headquarters building, a new matter unfolds. The blonde hunter fumes about the infuriating branch director. On a rooftop with other operatives, Min tells him to quiet down so no one overhears his complaints. They learn in alarm that the ISAC president is personally coming to inspect the disaster zone and sewer chasm. Mink compares the situation to top brass visiting a military base. The blonde shouts that this president leads the International Strategic Attack Council and gripes that they should have eliminated the mobsters beforehand. He curses the criminal gangs hiding in the sewers and stomps in anger. Assigning roles, he tells Min, a detection class hunter, to handle the search while he keeps watch. Left alone on duty, the blonde sadly notes that others are enjoying dates and movies, while he is stuck patrolling. He activates a stealth mode skill and begins to fade from sight. Min then leads a team of armed officers off the rooftop to begin the sewer operation. In the sewers, they walk along a dim corridor lit by hanging bulbs. Men encounter suited gunmen who immediately aim their weapons at him. He glares back at them unflinching. As the gunmen keep him covered, Min reaches toward his own gear. A blur of motion streaks through the corridor, accompanied by a swooshing sound. The gunmen scream as they are suddenly struck and wounded. Min stands composed after the brief clash. Reinforcements arrive behind him, and he remarks that these criminals seem endless, terrifying the captured men. The gunmen are handcuffed and secured. Min tells them greed has blinded them, and reminds them that many people risk their lives to keep society functioning. Concluding the sweep, he says the area appears clear, and asks how many enemies they have captured so far. The squad leader is told they have 13 enemies, and he reacts in frustration. He regains his composure, orders his team to keep their formation, and they move out. Elsewhere, a worried official scratches his neck, clearly tense, pacing his office. The director admits he has a bad premonition about the situation. He grabs a drink from his desk to calm his nerves. He downs the drink just as something is about to interrupt him. An employee bursts in, reporting a city-wide power outage, startling him so much he spits out his drink. Shocked, he yells that there should not be an outage. After deploying so many people, the subordinate explains that Minoki's support team accidentally damaged an electrical facility, but the director retorts that such accidents alone never cause blackouts. Nervously, she tries to continue explaining the situation. At the damaged facility, an ability user ecstatically absorbs massive amounts of electricity, overloaded with energy. The powered man exults that power is flooding through him. Ben receives a call explaining they misjudged things, that a lightning-type ability user is currently draining power to strengthen himself, but will probably pass out from overcurrent soon. The overcharged man collapses unconscious near the control panels, but Min's narration says the damage is already done. Meanwhile, a young man peacefully watches a movie at the cinema, munching popcorn on screen. A red-haired woman laments that she has waited 200 years for someone. She tearfully holds a man's hands, while saying she has spent 2 centuries searching for him. The man, looking pained, prepares to reveal something important to her. He suddenly declares he must kill her to avenge his parents, drawing a weapon, shocking the audience. The viewer in the theater gasps at the twist, dropping his popcorn in surprise. The cinema screen then glitches and shuts off with an electronic beep. In chubby form, the protagonist stands confused in the sudden darkness. A staff member apologizes to the murmuring audience, announcing the screening is canceled due to a power outage. One spectacled man, having waited decades to see this sequel, stands up laughing in disbelief that it ended like this. Outside, he trudges away from the theater, lamenting that his rare trip to the cinema was ruined, and wondering why such things keep happening to him. He angrily shouts at the unseen goddess he blames for his misfortunes. In the heavens, the lazy goddess complains that his prayers are making her rich. Back in chubby form, he pouts, questioning why he bothers begging her at all. The scene shifts to the exterior of his small restaurant, Hero's Diner. He checks the fridge, and sighs in relief that his ingredients are still safe. Gripping the refrigerator, he mutters that he is lucky this neighborhood escaped the outage, since spoiled food would be disastrous. Reflecting, he notes that even minor annoyances like this can build up into serious stress. The narration adds that accumulated anger becomes heavy stress. As we see him alone in the quiet kitchen, he decides that when stress builds, the best cure for him is to eat something tasty. He dramatically produces an old penguin-shaped ice shaver. From his supplies delighted, he exclaims how nostalgic this penguin ice shaver is. Noting how hot the weather is, he decides shaved ice will be the perfect snack. The narration explains, bingsu describing the classic pat bingsu with shaved ice, sweet red beans jelly and cereal. Looking thoughtful, he says that instead of the usual kind, a particular memory is coming to mind. He recalls the wine bingsu his late father used to enjoy, remembering his father saying he would only understand its taste. Once grown up, he realizes he is an adult now and ready to try it. He enthusiastically resolves to make wine bingsu. Using the penguin shaver using magic to freeze sweetened milk, he shaves it into fine ice with the penguin machine. He pours sweet condensed milk over the mound of shaved ice. He chops strawberries and other fruit to use as toppings. Smiling, he thinks about how Min gifted him these fruits, and how kind the boy is. He artfully arranges the fruit on the ice, and notes that the final crucial ingredient is wine. Reaching into a magic storage portal, he searches for special wine he once received from a king. He pulls out a treasured, 500-year-old bottle that commemorated his defeat of the Demon King. Praising how amazing it is, he pours the red wine generously over the fruit-covered ice. He takes his first bite of the wine bingsu, enjoying it. He thinks the fiery wine perfectly complements the cold ice, hot and freezing sensations mixing at once. Content. He concludes that this is exactly how the dessert is meant to taste. As his stress melts away, he feels the hot wine burn out his worries, and the ice cool his insides. Understanding at last what his father felt, he wonders aloud if finally grasping that feeling means he has truly become an adult. Just then the diner door creaks open, and a voice announces their return with a cheerful meow. A girl politely bows in greeting, while her talking cat companion energetically holds the door. The girl asks if she can stay at the diner during the blackout, and he kindly invites her to make herself at home. Thinking she seems very mature, even though the diner is officially closed, he decides that since Nabi brought this guest, he should treat her and asks if the two want something to eat. The girl and cat glance at each other, unsure what to say. They end up silently staring at him with expectant eyes, as he turns back toward the counter, so he begins shaving ice, again with the penguin machine for his young visitors. The narration notes he will leave out the wine this time, because both of them are underage. Later the exhausted men and the electric ability user slump through the diner's door, too tired to speak behind the counter. He greets them with a polite good morning, while drying a mountain of dishes. Min fumes that he wishes the director would drop dead, while his partner trudges along in mute misery. The blonde assistant collapses onto the counter, muttering that he wants to quit watching them. The cook observes that both men look utterly worn out. He summarizes their story back to them, noting they struggled to subdue a crime syndicate because an important visitor was expected, only for that person to cancel at the last moment. The two agents immediately start bickering, each claiming the other hardly work compared to them. Drawing on a military analogy, the cook says their situation is like cleaning an entire base for a commander's visit, only for it to be called off. Saying he understands why they are angry, they shout that this is exactly how they feel, ranting about being overworked, because the VIP chose another mission abroad instead. The blonde begs him to make them something truly delicious, instead of another overly spicy steak. The cook realizes they are really asking for healing comfort food, and decides internally to oblige. He tells them he will cook something good for them today, prompting an excited cheer. The scene shifts to a sign, marking the Chasm Maintenance Division office. We are introduced to Paro, an anthropomorph from another world, who was sucked through a chasm and ended up working on Earth. When a woman approaches, Paro turns in mild surprise. She introduces herself as someone temporarily assigned to support the Chasm Maintenance Division, and he gratefully welcomes her help. Paro's stomach rumbles uncomfortably. He confides that Earth's food does not agree with him, while she wonders if his discomfort might actually be work-related. Stress Paro replies that although the job is demanding, he finds it meaningful, so that is not what troubles him. She praises his sincerity and wishes their co-worker Beck were half as diligent, but Paro defends Beck, insisting the man is trying his best. She waves off the compliment, Worried Beck will overhear the praise. Paro reiterates that his issue is not fatigue from work. She reasons that it must indeed be the food, and asks if he might prefer raw meals instead of cooked ones. He says he tried eating raw food too, but it did not help, so she concludes he probably needs cuisine from his original homeworld. Paro sadly notes that he does not even know what his true homeworld is. She gently suggests that he is homesick and he tearfully agrees. She points out that after 3 continuous years on duty, he is practically a veteran, so his feelings are totally understandable. Suddenly she has an idea and stops mid-thought. She tells Paro that someone she knows might be able to help, and hands him a note hinting that this person has answers. The scene cuts to the city neighborhood where Hero's Diner is located. Outside later, Paro cheerfully lets local children climb all over him, like a playground, warning them to be careful not to fall. As he carries one child, he notices the small building that houses Hero's Diner in the distance, telling the kids he must go somewhere now. He gently sets them down despite their disappointed protests. He promises to play with them again tomorrow, making them happily confirm his promise. The children run off shouting goodbye to Paro, while he waves and tells them to get home safely. Arriving at the diner, Paro confirms to himself that he has found the right place. He faces the red door, reading the sign that identifies it as the Hero's Diner. As he steps onto the threshold, the door creaks open. The cook greets him by name, and says he had been informed Paro would be visiting. As Paro enters, the cook nervously begins to say something that might sound rude. Paro, flustered, asks what the problem is. The cook apologetically states that he cannot allow Paro inside the diner. He hurriedly clarifies that it is not personal, but because of Paro's fur understanding. Paro apologizes for having misunderstood and relaxes. Paro then sits cross-legged outside on the grass, waiting calmly from inside. 2 women watch him through the window, squealing over how cute he is and wondering what he likes to drink. They debate whether a polar bear would prefer cola or salmon. Paro's ears twitching as he overhears. Paro internally complains that he dislikes sweet sodas, and is tired of people offering them, though he does admit he loves salmon. The women squeal even louder about how adorable he is. The cook approaches Paro with a drink, saying he has heard from Miss Huang that Paro is suffering from homesickness. Paro sadly explains that he cries often now, and constantly feels sluggish. The cook recognizes these as classic symptoms of homesickness, and notes that he personally understands the feeling. Internally he fumes that Miss Huang expects him to cure homesickness, like a therapist, even as he steels himself to try. He decides that comforting food is the best treatment, but admits there is only so much he can do with earth ingredients. Paro droops further as the cook thinks hard about a solution. The cook recalls the bear, anthropomorphic warriors from his original world, and doubts Paro belongs to that same ferocious race. A flashback shows the savage Urk bear warriors, summoned from another realm and famed for their might. The narration emphasizes how violently destructive Urks are, nothing like gentle conservationists, concluding that Paro cannot be an Urk. The cook rejects that possibility. He invites Paro to keep talking while they eat together, planning to work things out over food. Nabi eagerly wheels out a cart, piled with cooking tools and pots, into the yard. The cook brings out firebird feathers as one exotic ingredient. He also readies leaves from 1,000-year-old tree spirit, using a magic portal. He gathers these in the wing of a rock-eating drake, assembling powerful otherworldly ingredients. Smiling, he thinks this array should be more than enough to help Paro. 3 hours later, however, he sits with his head in his hands, drained. He laments that despite cooking for hours straight, Paro's condition has not improved at all. The 3 of them remain outside in the now dark yard, surrounded by empty dishes and uneaten leftovers. Standing up again, the cook mutters in disbelief that none of his dishes had any effect. Paro apologizes for wasting his efforts, but the cook reassures him while still baffled. Looking at the towering stack of clean plates, the cook muses that at least one of those meals should have worked. Paro concludes that he must have lived somewhere extremely remote and unusual in his original world. Later that night, Paro stares silently up at the full moon, lost in thought. He finally says it is late and apologizes again for all the trouble, while the cook insists it was no bother. Nabi then announces it is time for exercise, striking an energetic pose under the moon. Nabi lets out a battle cry and powers up dramatically. He bursts into high-speed martial movements, unleashing a flurry of agile attacks against the air. Watching, Paro asks what Nabi is doing, and the cook explains that Nabi is deliberately burning energy, because the Ailuro's race are warriors. Pero is surprised that someone so small and cute can be a warrior, and the cook laughs in agreement. Nabi continues sprinting and leaping around the yard, training joyfully at full speed. Pero sees Nabi silhouetted against the moon, and notes to himself that the little cat seems to be having a great time. The cook tells Pero that sometimes stretching and running are what the body needs, and suggests he join Nabi for a run. Pero hesitates, saying he only ever works and reads, and is not good at physical activity. Shocked, the cook asks if Pero has really done nothing but work and read for 3 years, without any exercise. Pero sheepishly confirms this and wonders if that is a problem, leaving the cook stunned. The cook explains that anthropomorphs are still half-beast, despite acting human, and ignoring their natural instincts will make them ill. Horrified at the idea that neglecting his instincts could make him sick, Pero gasps in alarm. The man diagnoses the polar bear's problem as lethargy, and blames his swollen belly. The exhausted bear pants heavily. Struggling to move, the bear complains that his knees hurt. While the man watches, the man notes that only 30 minutes of exercise have passed. The bear collapses hard onto the ground from fatigue. Lying there, the bear doubts whether this workout method is effective. The man explains that such exercise would affect a human more, but as an anthropomorph it should not overly strain the bear, who angrily questions why he is being made to do it. Suddenly a small cat leaps onto the prone bear's body, sitting on his belly. The cat tells the bear to stay still while kneading him. Embarrassed, the bear squirms as the cat continues massaging him. The cat scolds him for being flabby from lack of exercise and weight gain while he pleads for her to stop. The man explains that the cat is using special Ailuro massage techniques that relieve fatigue and, after exercise, help burn twice as much fat, astonishing the bear. Watching the timid bear, the man thinks he lacks any wildness. Deciding to go further, the man resolves to use a particular dish. He announces he will make Franzberg baby food and readies his knife enthusiastically. Narration explains, this baby food is a warrior family recipe from Terra that embodies their value of victorious combat. The story says that if a child in such a family hates fighting, the family's warrior virtues cannot continue. Therefore the Franzberg family feeds such reluctant children this special baby food. The dish's nutrition forcefully instills fighting spirit in the child, a method the narrator as educator dislikes. However, he admits this method might be useful in the bear's case. He starts by preparing thigh meat from a fierce cow, known as the pit trident. He reaches for his knives to work on the large cut of meat. He notes that since the dish is for children, it must be prepared so kids can eat it easily. He raises his knife ready to begin serious cutting. He rapidly chops the meat to mince it. The result is a mound of finely minced meat. He seasons the mince and shapes it by hand. He finishes forming several meatballs, but comments that this alone does not make it the Franzberg signature dish. He invokes a spell called Lot Eris over the plate of meatballs. Using ice dragon magic, he imbues the meatballs with ice-based power that enhances their effect. Examining the glowing meatballs, he is satisfied that they are fully imbued. Nearby, the bear has dozed off from exhaustion. The man wakes him and offers the prepared food. He tells the bear he may add any sauce he likes, and the grateful bear thanks him, saying the food looks delicious. The bear eagerly tips the plate and drops the meatballs into his mouth. He even licks the remaining juices from the plate. Suddenly his eyes bulge as the effect hits him. Anticipating a change, the man tells Nabi the cat to get ready because the bear is coming. The bear begins to emit a low growl. The once placid bear transforms into a ferocious red-eyed form. Growling menacingly, he roars and slams his fists into the ground with tremendous force. The man lures the enraged bear toward a training dummy, calling him over. The bear charges and smashes the dummy with a powerful blow, while the man dodges aside. Pleased, the man praises him and asks Nabi to set up more targets, which he cheerfully does. The furious wild-eyed bear turns, snarling as the training continues. Under the full moon, his rampage continues with roaring and crashing impacts. The scene cuts to the next morning as birds chirp outside the building. At work, a colleague explains that Paro is on sick leave. The man reassures her that as an a famed warrior race, Paro will recover quickly. Surprising her, she thanks the man, saying Paro reported aching all over, yet feeling refreshed on waking. She adds that she does not know how to repay the man. but he says Paro should be the one to do that, insisting she is responsible for Paro. She offers to repay the favor herself. Hearing this, the man smirks and asks if that is really so. He proposes that she compensate him with something other than money, and starts rummaging in the fridge. Alarming her, he cheerfully tells her not to worry, since the worst outcome is bad-tasting food. While casually taking out a slab of meat in chibi form, she accuses him of planning to feed her something, like what he gave Mr. Beck. Panicking, she begs to repay him in some other way. Unmoved, he says it is too late because he has already begun cooking. He chops a hard vegetable so forcefully that the knife blade chips. Looking at the damaged blade, he laments the situation. Nabi asks what is wrong, and he explains he just miscontrolled his strength. He notes the kitchen knife is ordinary, and checks his magical inventory for a better tool. Inside the inventory he finds many legendary weapons, but no cooking knife, and remarks he cannot cook with a holy or demonic sword. Nabi agrees that using such weapons for cooking would be disrespectful. He thinks it over with Nabi perched on his shoulder. He decides they should buy a proper cooking knife. While walking outside with Nabi, he suggests that instead of a store knife, they visit a blacksmith. Nabi wonders if Earth even has blacksmiths. He answers that they do, though called workshops, and points out a passerby carrying a long weapon case as an example of their clientele. They arrive at a building named Crystal Valley, assuming this is the workshop. Entering with an invitation from City Hall, he explains to Nabi that he was invited recently. The interior is introduced as Workshop Crystal Valley with a formal, sparkling reception area. A receptionist named Seo Nari greets Yu Song-woo and offers to guide him. He says he is there to buy a knife. Assuming he means a sword, she asks if he wants a one- or two-handed weapon. He clarifies that he needs a cooking knife about cleaver size. Confusing her internally, she fumes that he is underestimating their high-end workshop, thinking their products are only for top-tier customers. Outwardly polite, she says they have no cooking knives in stock, and he must place a custom order, unless he wants one of the existing swords, which he agrees to do. She privately questions whether he can afford the hundreds of millions such an order costs and thinks he is clueless. She asks which blacksmith he wants for the commission. He says he knows none and asks if they have a dwarf or elf. She replies there is one elf blacksmith, which he says is perfect. She confirms and directs them to an elevator. In the elevator, she presses the button for the deep basement floor B25. Hearing they are going to an elf blacksmith, Nabi becomes worried and the guide asks if something is wrong. Nabi dejectedly says that elf weapons hate him. The man explains that while dwarves judge wielders themselves, elf-made weapons choose their own masters, so Nabi's concern is understandable. The guide announces they have arrived and bids them a good day. As they exit the elevator, walking through the icy workshop level, Nabi shivers at the cold, while the man explains that elves forge metal with frost. Instead of heat, they approach a chamber, where the elf blacksmith hammers glowing metal, amid frost and clanging noises. Wu is surprised to see that this renowned elf blacksmith is a woman. Noting most elven smithing lineages go from father to son, the female elf pauses her work and looks over curiously. Wu concludes her skills must have outweighed tradition, and smiles admiringly. She apologizes for not noticing them sooner, due to concentrating on her work, and he replies that it is his fault for not making an appointment. A heavy tool lands beside them with a clunk. As she moves away from the indle, she introduces herself as Alistair. Song-woo introduces himself, and comments that Alistair is usually a male name. She explains that Alistair is a hereditary name in her family. Realizing this makes her the family head. Song-woo is impressed that she is more important than he expected. Before accepting his commission, she says there are conditions he needs to understand. First, she says she does not judge his worthiness, but her weapon children will do so. Second, she warns that if he is not chosen by her child, there will be no refund and she will not give up the weapon. Third, she notes that in the 2 years since arriving in Korea, none of her weapons has chosen anyone. Nabi nervously points out that there is no point if Sung-woo is not chosen. Alistair agrees, urging him to understand the risks before placing the order, and he accepts. She asks what he wants, and he requests a cooking knife similar in size to a Chinese cleaver. Learning it is not a weapon, she agrees, estimating an hour of work and quoting a high price. That Sun-woo accepts while Nabi is shocked by the number of zeros. She grips her forging hammer, ready to begin. Suddenly, She suggests that while she works, he could watch over her weapon children, but he declines, fearing he will cause trouble. Laughing, she challenges the idea that he could steal them, saying no one can take them unless they choose that person, and daring him to try some who insist again that he would rather not. Ignoring him, she drags him along to show her weapons. While he wonders why blacksmiths are always like this, she opens a door to reveal her collection room, proudly displaying the shining weapons and shields. She calls them her impressive children. Watching her boast, some would think all blacksmiths act the same, and muses that this is the 6th or 7th time he has seen this. He preemptively tells her that if anything happens, he already rejected the idea and none of it is his intention, leaving her confused. One of the displayed hammers begins shaking on its mount. A shield drops and wears to life. A red sword vibrates ominously. Decorative pistols start spinning rapidly like a wheel. Seeing many weapons activate at once, Alistair panics and cries out to her children. As the room shakes, someone casually comments on how the spinning pistols resemble a toy. More than weapons, outraged, Alistair yells that they are pistols, and scolds him for treating her masterpieces like toys. As the entire display room roars with magical activity, Sungwoo reminds her that he warned this might happen. The narrative flashes back 10 years on Terra, showing an elven workshop in a lush forest. In the past, Sungwoo visits 2 elf smiths, who prepared to show him something special. One elf proudly calls the sword in his hands his greatest masterpiece, and asks if Sungwoo wants to hold it. As he wipes the blade, the weapon begins to react with a hum. The sword flies into Sungwoo's grasp. Amazing, the smith, another elf, laughs that the supposed masterpiece has immediately chosen Sungwoo, reducing its creator to tears. Sungwoo unconsciously snatches up a matching shield as well. Embarrassed, he jokes that the sword and shield must be a set. After this pattern repeats 6 times, the 2 elf smiths glower at him in frustration. Narration explains that elf blacksmiths began calling you Sungwoo, the elf item killer, back in the present showroom. All of Alistair's weapons sparkle and move eagerly around Sungho. She clings to a red sword, begging her children to reconsider, and insisting he cannot be the right person. She demands to know how her weapons could desire a playboy like Sungwoo, leaving him shocked and protesting the label. He complains that none of this is his fault, since he never wanted to come into the display room sobbing. Alistair curses him as a playboy, and laments that all 88 of her weapons have fallen for him, while he insists he did nothing to attract them. She shouts that he does not understand what it is like to be an elf, whose creations choose their own master. Sungwoo, now irritated, remarks that this is the 7th time he has heard that line. She wails, asking if he knows how it feels for a mother to send 88 children to one man, while he mutters that he could not possibly know. Realizing this pattern has happened before, she angrily asks how many elven items he already owns. He casually estimates that he likely has around 500 pieces. Stunning her horrified, she imagines her 88 beloved children going to someone who already holds 500 elven weapons. She further thinks that he does not even carry any of them with him. She concludes bitterly that it is obvious how he will treat her weapons. In her imagination, his elven equipment lies neglected in a dusty warehouse, never seeing daylight. She dwells on how those carefully crafted children are abandoned there. She laments that they will remain locked in that warehouse forever, for all eternity. Overwhelmed by this thought, she clutches her head in despair. The stress makes her collapse face first onto the floor. Someone watches her faint and awkwardly remarks that this is bad. Nonetheless, he notes that by elven custom, one must respect the weapon's choice. As he quietly begins to collect the pistols they have offered him, the protagonist eyes the collection of weapons, and reasons that he could just take them all. He inspects the burning sword, noting it is forged from fire, spirit and mana stones, encounters regeneration and ice. He tests the heavy hammer, that simply boosts his strength and striking power, deciding its straightforwardness is ideal. He admires Alistair's dual dragon pistols, her finest work that took a year to complete. Evaluating their power, he decides the pistols suit a level 80 fighter, too strong for Kankik yet still weaker than himself. He promises the gathered weapons he will care for them until he finds more suitable masters, and asks them to accept this arrangement. Using his storage ability, he rapidly stows the weapons away. A pair of blue gauntlets suddenly tremble in the air, catching his attention. Realizing the gauntlets are reacting not to him, but to something behind him. He turns in surprise. He calls Nabi the cat over, who curiously asks what is going on. He explains that the gauntlets seem to be seeking Nabi. Startling the cat, Nabi nervously tiptoes toward the shaking gauntlets. As Nabi approaches, the gauntlet flashes brightly, shocking the cat. The protagonist concludes the gauntlet has chosen Nabi as its master. While Nabi cries out in excitement, Nabi happily celebrates finally obtaining a weapon. As the protagonist fondly pats his head, Nabi proudly poses with both gauntlets, equipped like a triumphant fighter. The protagonist obsessively photographs Nabi from every angle. With his phone meanwhile, Alistair begrudgingly forges the protagonist's cooking knife, lamenting the loss of her beloved weapons and wishing she were dead. When he visits, she furiously forbids him from entering her workshop again, but he insists they are no longer strangers. He impatiently asks how long the knife will take, and she snaps that it is almost finished. Alistair presents the completed cooking knife. With a serious craftsman's pride, he praises her impressive skills, while she feels conflicted about receiving compliments for a mere, quickly made kitchen knife. He examines the knife with satisfaction. Appreciating its quality, he notes Alistair's name etched on the blade. Analyzing its balance and durability, he can already tell it will be excellent for chopping. Delighted, he vows to use this knife constantly, and Alistair angrily reminds him to respect her other creations as well. He tells her he has already promised the weapons, to find them proper wielders, which she reluctantly admits is better than leaving them unused. Alistair doubts anyone suitable will appear, saying she has failed to match her weapons with owners for 2 years. He confidently assures her there is always a way. The next day, a signboard stands outside his diner announcing a new challenge. The sign advertises an extreme cooking challenge that rewards rare equipment to hunters who finish the dish in time. The challenge details emphasize rare gear prizes, and that only hunters may participate. Many hunters gather outside the diner, while he prepares ingredients at an outdoor cooking station. Yunha and Nabi peek out, noticing the unusually large crowd there for the new menu. Yunha asks what new item was added, and Nabi explains they launched a strange food challenge. Yunho imagines gross, adult foods and complains that grown ups like nasty things, such as coffee. Nabi, afraid of balls because they usually pop, protests as Yunho cheerfully insists this special ball is safe. The ball is revealed as Beast Hammer, adorable, eco-friendly toy designed for hunters who keep monsters as pets. Yunho throws the ball and Nabi instinctively chases and pounces on it. Nabi aggressively hugs and scratches the ball with full force. The ball bursts despite being advertised as lion-proof, astonishing both Nabi and Yunho. Yunho wonders if the toy was defective while looking around, unintentionally drawing the attention of a watcher on a rooftop. The observer is identified as SEO Taiji, Yunho's level 55 bodyguard with the magnetism ability. Using his glasses to scan, Taiji is shocked to read Nabi's power as level 80, and realizes the cat surpasses him. Taiji infers that whoever owns such a pet must be an extraordinarily powerful repatriate. The protagonist looks up and smiles directly at Taiji, sensing his presence despite the distance. Taiji panics that his optical camouflage has failed against this man. Embarrassed, Taiji retreats from the rooftop, while the protagonist continues his preparations outside. Taiji decides to keep pretending he is hiding, even though he has already been spotted watching from above. Taiji wonders what strange dish the protagonist is kneading dough for. Below, dozens of hunters wait around the long dining tables. As the challenge venue is set, the protagonist takes a wireless mic and begins explaining the strange food challenge rules. He clarifies it is not an eating volume contest. Each participant gets a single adult portion that will taste unimaginably awful. He outlines 3 increasingly severe levels of strange food to be cleared within a 30-minute time limit. He announces that anyone who succeeds will receive a masterpiece weapon, officially recognized by Isaac. He then states the entry fee is 100 million, 1 per person, all of which will be donated to disaster relief. 1 hunter box at the steep 100 million fee. Despite thinking the price outrageous for 1 meal, he weighs the offer with his companions. Seeing that the level 1 reward is the powerful burning sword, the crowd's interest spikes. The same hunter decides that paying 100 million for such a masterpiece is actually a bargain. Other hunters gossip that the repatriate owner must be rich, and is probably running this challenge as a charity stunt. Confident in his durability, Kim Chansik sits down ready to participate. Chansik, a defender whose endurance ability makes his body as tough as his will, proudly declares his stamina unbeatable. He volunteers to take the first level of the strange food challenge. The protagonist wishes him luck and announces that cooking for the challenge begins. Thunder rumbles overhead as ominous weather approaches. He notices the timing and thinks it is almost monsoon season. Remembering how well Pagian and Mac Jelly suit rainy days, he decides to base the dish on them. He tells the hunters he will be making an otherworldly dish called quack. He explains that in Terra's language, the name means to look and not avert one's eyes. Jansik uneasily wonders why the dish has such a strange name. The protagonist reveals, quack cooks in only 5 seconds and burns if you glance away. Even briefly, a foreign hunter compares quack to his homeland's gosling, speculating it is like a fried pancake similar to Pigeon. The protagonist agrees it resembles Pigeon, but stresses that strange food differs because it is intentionally hard to eat. Chansey doubts anyone could make pad thai truly disgusting. The protagonist confidently insists that he absolutely can. Nabi, acting as assistant, brings sliced ingredients, while the protagonist smiles approvingly as he pours batter into the pan. Narration reflects on cooking history as a pursuit of good flavor. He contrasts this with Terra's cuisine, which historically sought bad flavors instead. Quack sizzles in the pan, appearing like a normal, appetizing pigeon. Onlookers remark that it looks tasty and ordinary. Narration says that on Terra, making food taste good is a sin, and that disgust is the core of their cooking. He cheerfully declares that turning a delicious dish into something revolting is proof of a cook's skill. The hunters stare in disbelief, thinking his philosophy sounds ridiculous. The quack finishes cooking, gleaming beautifully in the pan. He plates the quack, sliding it gracefully onto a dish. He announces the dish is complete and serves it with macchiato. Chansiak is dazzled by how appetizing the quack looks. He marvels that something labeled strange food could appear so delicious. As he tears off a piece, Chansiak eagerly prepares his first bite, pouring macchiato into a bowl. Laughing, he declares it is time to taste it. He takes a massive bite, combining quack and macchiato at once. His friends ask how it tastes and suggests pairing it with more macchiato. Chansik begins trembling uncontrollably, on the verge of throwing up from the horrific taste. Narration compares normal cooking's pursuit of good flavor to the torturous experiment he is now enduring. It explains that when a dish's proven techniques are accepted as delicious, they become recipes recorded in history. Those accumulated recipes form the canon of tasty dishes. For both Pagian and Gazlan, using pure potato starch is the traditional secret to deliciousness. The protagonist notes that Terra does the opposite of this. He reveals that quack uses lukewarm water for a squishy texture and replaces potato starch with ant starch. The crowd falls silent and uneasy as he holds up the sinister ingredients, while Chansik suffers. A hunter realizes the dish was intentionally made disgusting and asks what ant starch actually is. The protagonist explains, and starch comes from a tree-like monster covered in green buds. Laughing, he adds that those buds, like potato sprouts, are poisonous, horrifying Chansey, who clamps his mouth. Another hunter yells that feeding people such poison could kill them. The protagonist calmly insists he is a professional, and that in small doses, the ingredient safely grants poison resistance. Despite Chansiak appearing half dead, he further says he substituted normal scallions with a chilling herb called Winter Ghost, supposedly beneficial if one can withstand its cold. He remarks that this brutal reaction is expected, since quack holds 3 red star ratings in Terra's cuisine. He muses that serving this to regular customers from the start would turn his diner into a funeral home. Grinning to himself, he hints at why he needed prior test subjects. Flashback, he had earlier asked a nervous office worker to taste his food experiments. He and Nabi had cheerfully presented plates of quack to her. She groaned in dread as she confronted multiple terrifying versions of the dish. He recalls methodically testing how extreme the flavor could be, while staying barely safe for human consumption. Convinced his testing was thorough, he feels proud of his work. The quack is rated as a 1-star version that grants poison resistance. When eaten, Chansik, still trembling, struggles to continue eating. His chopsticks quiver above the remaining quack. Finally, he slams the table and surrenders, failing the level 1 challenge despite his endurance ability. His worried comrades check on him, begging him to respond. Barely conscious, Chansik reaches for soy sauce, confusing everyone with his last strength. He writes that this food is not of this world before collapsing. His friends shudder, wondering how terrible the taste must be when the dish looks so normal. Another hunter confidently steps up, declaring he will attempt the challenge next. Later the entire group of hunters lies, groaning and shivering around the table, all defeated by Kwak Young-ho marvels that the piggy bank holding the challenge fees is bulging with money. The protagonist agrees, noting that although their customers are left starving, the bank is full. Looking over the wreck participants, he comments that nobody managed to clear the challenge today. He grumbles inwardly about all the effort he invested into crafting a poison resistance dish. Narration explains how essential poison resistance is for warriors. It shows that even strong fighters easily fall to toxins. It describes deadly areas like the demonic realm, where the air itself is poison, motivating adventurers to prioritize poison immunity skills. Back in the yard, the protagonist drags unconscious hunters away, lamenting that poison resistance abilities are rare on Earth. He notes that on modern Earth, one can usually rely on gas masks instead. He argues that gas masks can fail or be down too late, and jokes that in his adventuring days, they would dive into poison pools to build resistance. Yunho tilts her head trying to process this explanation. She innocently asks why he does not simply make the dish taste good. He crouches and says it is more complicated than that. He explains that the more disgusting the dish, the stronger its beneficial effect on the body. He decides it is too complex to explain fully now, and leads her back into the diner. Excited, Yunha insists that it sounds fun and begs him to explain anyway. He instead says it is late and sends her home privately, thinking she mainly wants to stay to play with Nabi. Yunha pouts and protests. The diner door opens with a creak. Seo Taiji appears and tells Yunha it is time to leave. She pleads to stay a bit longer. While Taiji asks her reason, Yunha frantically explains she is waiting for freshly bathed Nabi to come out, dreaming of petting Nabi's warm, soft paws. She declares she absolutely cannot go yet. Taiji contemplates the time as he checks his watch. Relenting, Taiji allows them to stay 30 more minutes. Delighting Yunha, Taiji sits beside the cheerful girl at the diner table. The waiter thinks that with a repatriate present, it is safe to relax for half an hour. A poster explains the strange food challenge for hunters, promising Isaac-approved gear. Taiji asks the waiter if he can attempt the challenge, even though the day is nearly over. The waiter smiles and gladly accepts, saying challengers are always welcome. The scene shifts to the outside of the diner, where they prepare for the challenge at a long table. Taiji pays a 100 million won cashier's check as the challenge fee. The waiter notes Taiji seems early 20s and offers to speak casually, which Taiji prefers. The waiter reads Taiji's name and contact information on the check. In surprise, Taiji explains that despite his name, he is unrelated to the famous singer. He admits people confuse him with the singer all his life, and he is sick of it. The waiter is shocked that Taiji has never heard the singer's songs, and wonders about the generation gap. The waiter serves Taiji a plate of the challenge dish. Taiji stares at the seemingly ordinary dish, doubting it could cause such trouble. The waiter asks why Taiji wants to taste such a notorious dish, and Taiji says he has to. Taiji steels himself internally. He explains he has been ingesting small doses of poison to build resistance, which the waiter praises. Taiji says his mentor insists he increase his poison resistance as fast as possible. He adds that despite a year of effort, his resistance has not improved much, and the waiter suggests perhaps the doses are too weak. The narration points out the poison might simply not be strong enough. Over an image of the pigeon, Taiji worries strong poison could hinder his bodyguard work, but thinks this dish appears both very poisonous and safe to try. Determined not to waste a chance, he grips his chopsticks with resolve. The waiter watches with interest as Taiji prepares to eat. Taiji thanks for the meal and takes his first bite. The waiter silently observes while Taiji chews. Taiji swallows the bite with difficulty. He briefly looks composed after swallowing. Then the overwhelming taste and toxicity hit him, making him sweat and tremble. He internally complains that the food tastes aggressively awful, and feels like it is attacking him. Remembering advice to stay calm and analyze, he decides to strategize rather than panic. He reasons that the portion is small, tempting people to gulp it down at once. He instead decides to treat it like multiple attacks in combat, not a single blow, and to resist each one. In his mind, he models the pigeon as an attack with power 100 against his defense. Power 3, he calculates whether it is better to take one big hit or divide it into 10 smaller ones, concluding multiple smaller hits are safer. He continues the mental math, determining 10 weaker hits cause less total damage than one strong hit. He resolves not to eat it in one go, but to chew each bite carefully and use the full time limit. Despite the agony and shaking, he forces himself to keep eating bite after bite. Watching, the waiter thinks Taeji's approach is correct, and that he is quite capable. The waiter mentally outlines that with a 30-minute limit, the dish must be eaten slowly to build poison resistance. He admits he kept this information secret, because revealing it would spoil the fun. Nearby, Yunho assumes Taeyong must be very grown up, because he can eat such nasty food. Taeji persists in nibbling the poisonous pancake. Sweating but continuing exhausted, he finishes the plate, and confirms aloud that he has completed the challenge. The waiter Yunha and the cat applaud and congratulate him. Taeji thanks the waiter instead, showing his phone, where a poison resistance skill has just been acquired. Delighted, he clutches his stomach and thinks how great this outcome is. He marvels that food could make him feel so good, and wonders if his mentor would be pleased. The waiter prepares to give the promised reward, guessing Taeji does not use swords, producing a red demonic sword. The waiter prompts Taeji to recognize it as Miss Zero's, or more accurately Alistair's work. Taeji recalls these weapons are never chosen, and remembers previously failing to take one. The waiter tells him not to worry, because he has an arrangement with Miss Zero. He explains that like a fairy tale warrior courting a princess, Taeji must overcome trials to impress the equipment. The story of a princess demanding a dragon's head from a suitor is shown as an analogy. The princess in the story demands the dragon's head as proof of love. The waiter says the pattern is to ask for marriage, receive a challenge, clear it, and win the princess's heart. Taeji confirms he should treat equipment as princesses, and himself as the warrior, which the waiter affirms. The waiter adds that simply eating his cooking is itself a quest. Taeji complains the quest is too hard and never wants to repeat it, while the waiter reminds him this was only level 1, and that all equipment promised to go to whoever survives. All his dishes. Taeji asks if there is a belt among the items, revealing he was once rejected by one. The waiter pulls out a belt with a golden egg buckle, and shows it to him. Taeji happily confirms that this is the belt he wanted. The narration explains the belt releases a magic suit of armor when the wearer chants a spell, saving him from having to carry armor around. Taeji notes, this portable armor is perfect for protecting Yunha in emergencies, and the waiter is glad he likes it. Taeji imagines transforming with the belt and shouts in joy. He stands with the waiter overjoyed about his new gear while Yunho pets a sleeping cat nearby. Yunho realizes more than 30 minutes have passed, and hopes she might get to sleep over at the diner. She curls up to sleep with the cat, wishing everyone good night. Taeji notices something and looks over toward Yunho. He approaches the sleeping child and cat with the waiter beside him. Seeing her asleep outside, he predicts she will probably be scolded. Rain pours over the diner. On another day, the narration states, it is the second day of the strange food challenge. As the waiter considers things inside, a large group of hunters psych themselves up to raid the diner. Challenge together, their leader dramatically announces that 15 of them will take on the strange food challenge, brandishing hot packs for warmth. The waiter notes their special outfits. The leader declares they will clear at this time, and asks if their tricks disqualify them. The waiter says it is fine unless they use buff potions. The leader reveals the red bottle is not a buff potion. He orders everyone to drink it to numb their taste buds, and the group chugs the liquid. It turns out to be extremely spicy hot sauce, causing the group to scream about the heat, while the waiter comments that at least it is not a potion. Fired up, the hunters sit before the challenge dishes, vowing to conquer them. The waiter serving them remarks that their desire to get stronger seems a bit excessive. As they eat, their faces twist and stomachs rumble, showing that even with numb tongues, the dish is brutal. Some rush and shove each other for the bathroom. Desperate to escape, others freeze and shiver, because the dish has a magical cold effect their hot packs cannot counter. Watching the chaos, the waiter cheerfully counts the participation money, thinking business is good in the pouring rain. Yunho arrives in a yellow raincoat and greets the diner. Inside, the waiter greets Yunho while the cat dressed up happily approaches her. He tells Yunho to play nearby while he cleans up, and the cat excitedly hops toward her, as unconscious challengers lie at the counter. In a nearby cafe during the rain, two owners discuss Mr. Yu's diner. Outside, a long line of hunters gathers in front of the diner. Despite the rain, the cafe owners greedily note that each challenger is paying 100 million won. Then they claim, "Mr. You must be wicked to charge so much for terrible food." Expressing disappointment, one rants that it is outrageous to serve such awful food for a 100 million fee. His partner cannot understand why hunters would pay that much for a single chance at winning equipment. They compare it to coffee and restaurant margins, complaining that normal businesses barely break even. A barista sighs that the two chefs are bickering again. The shorter chef angrily adds that Mr. Yu says he will donate all profits, and calculates that 35 challengers mean 3.5 billion won to donate. The taller chef doubts this, insisting Yu is likely pocketing the money and wonders if they can report him. They whisper about getting him instead under food sanitation laws. One of them mentions knowing a lawyer and a sanitation worker who could arrange an emergency inspection, while a hooded customer quietly listens. The angry chef gleefully agrees they should shut Yu's business down for good. The other proposes they copy the idea. By making disgusting food from waste, they plot to raise money for a flashy reward item, and charge 100 million per attempt under the guise of charity. Laughing maniacally, they dream about becoming filthy rich. They call it legal gambling and easy money, planning to scam hunters the same way. A hooded figure steps up to their table. The hooded man grabs both chefs by the heads and says he will correct their stupidity. He explains the diner is officially registered as a hunter training ground, and that its food counts as survival training, so sanitation laws do not apply. He adds that hunters can eat far worse in emergencies, so even garbage like food does not legally trouble them. The chefs nervously claim there must be a misunderstanding. The hooded man slams the table with power. Terrifying them, he warns them not to judge Mr. Yu, stating that Yu is not blinded by greed like they are. He continues that if they keep scheming, they may be the ones meeting lawyers and inspectors. Shaking the chefs listen as he tells them to stop plotting, or face legal trouble themselves. After he leaves, the two chefs tremble in fear. Panicking, they run out of the cafe. Their employee calls after them while wondering where they are going. The hooded man calmly orders another iced coffee from the cafe window. The employee and hooded man watch the two chefs flee through the rain. Smiling, the barista asks what size coffee he would like. Days later, the sun shines again over Yu's diner. Back at the diner, a bespectacled office worker and the cat sit at the counter. As the waiter serves her, she immediately refuses any strange food challenge participation. The waiter laughs and accepts, handing her the regular menu. As she collapses in exaggerated dread, she internally groans that she did not want to return after her last suffering, but the normal food here tastes too good. She also admits to herself that seeing the handsome waiter is another reason she came back. Delighted that today's special is carbonara, she orders it and the waiter promises to prepare it quickly. She suddenly notices something off and reacts. Standing, she hesitantly calls out to Mr. Yu. She blurts out that he seems to have gained weight. Shocking him, he grabs his chin and feels the new double chin. In horror, he screams in panic at the realization. Thinking frantically, he wonders how he could have gained weight. He recalls that even as an adventurer, he never gained weight, and cannot believe it happened after surpassing human limits. She points out he looked normal a week ago, and asks what he has been eating lately. He answers pizza and cola during every movie. She says that alone should not add that much weight. Expecting him to agree, he absent-mindedly mutters that he only eats 8 pizzas a day. Alarmed, she leaps up and calls him back. As he tries to brush it off, she asks how many movies he watches daily. He cheerfully answers 8 to 10, saying there are so many good ones. She suddenly realizes the problem and shouts when he asks what. She demands to know how much cola he drinks with all those movies. He estimates around 1.5 liters per session. Picturing the huge amounts of pizza and soda, she yells that anyone would gain weight on that diet. Sternly, she asks if he eats anything besides that. He sheepishly says Nabi's food and a little dessert as well, which horrifies her further. She inwardly thinks it is amazing he is not in the hospital yet. He wonders aloud if coming to Earth has made him lose control of his appetite. She watches him trudge away, and mutters that this is why he cannot indulge in tasty things. He then presents her with a towering portion of carbonara pasta. Seeing the mountain of pasta and dessert, she nervously asks if it is not excessive. She accuses him of trying to make her gain weight as well. Pointing at the ice cream, she asks about it and he replies that the dessert is on the house. A woman in glasses steals herself while facing an enormous meal. The restaurant is shown closed for the night. Back home, the hero despairs that enjoying food and movies made him gain weight. He slams the counter insisting he is unworthy of being called a hero, since he could not control his appetite. His cat points out its new belly fat, and the hero blames Yuna for overfeeding it. The cat wails that it is a failure as an Iluros, while the hero insists it is not actually that fat. The hero laments that unlike always cute cats, he has become almost unrecognizable from weight gain. The cat tells him he is cute too, but he snaps that cuteness is not the issue. Resolving himself, the hero grips his apron. He declares he will punish himself with a special regimen, and the cat eagerly imitates him. He prepares rare meat and seasonings on the counter stretching. He says he usually serves 3-star dishes, but will now cook something stronger for himself. He decides this time to create a 4-star dish. He reveals the main ingredient is ultra-rare meat from the overseer, rarer than dragon meat for seasoning. He sprinkles the meat with crystals from the Flame Spirit King. As the cat cheers him on, the narration explains these crystals replace salt, explode if mana control fails, and each grain has grenade-level power. He adds sweet and powder from the Allswear region, which the cat finds sweet-smelling. The powder is described as a forbidden sweetener, called the taste of sin, that removes saltiness and greatly boosts effects. He grates a spicy calypso fruit, which the cat notes is extremely hot. The narration explains calypso is so spicy it is used as a weapon, but when consumed it powerfully stimulates the heart and fat burning. Seasoning finished, he has the cat apply finishing touches to the meat. The cat lifts the seasoned meat while the hero prepares magic. He presses his glowing hand onto the meat, activating his ability using mana. He dehydrates the meat, squeezing out water and fat while forcing the seasoning deep inside. The cat flips the meat mid-process, helping the magic work evenly. The hero remarks that doing it together makes the task easier. They continue the glowing procedure in the kitchen. The result is a dense log-like piece of meat. He admits it looks rough externally, but proceeds anyway. He slices into the transformed meat. He tastes a piece. The flavor shocks him so intensely it feels like an attack. In his mind he relives being struck down by a powerful enemy. He imagines being hurled through the air. He imagines crashing hard to the ground. Recovering, he realizes this overwhelming impact is exactly what he wanted. From the dish he proudly proclaims his ultimate diet dish completed. As the cat celebrates, he and the cat resolve to eat it and burn off their fat. The next day the officewoman from before walks back to the restaurant. She greets Mr. Yu as she enters. He welcomes Miss Huang with a bright, noticeably slimmer appearance. She is stunned that he lost all his extra weight in a single day. While other customers eat, she urgently asks how he managed it. He explains he lost weight by eating, which leaves her baffled later. Several hungry overweight office workers ominously surround him. Narration reflects on obesity as a modern enemy. While one man drinks alone, another narration frame shows a woman overeating, and notes obesity causes many illnesses. We see the same man running. The narration says most people are troubled by gaining weight. The woman also runs with narration asking, who does not care about their health? The 3 office workers' stomachs growl as they are the chef. They beg him for the miraculous diet food. Crowding him menacingly, they shout that they cannot calm down, and demand he sell the dish immediately. 2 of them fight over who will buy all of his stock first. The hero laughs awkwardly. Overwhelmed, he clarifies that the diet food is only safe for hunters, and dangerous for ordinary people. The office workers slump, complaining that busy office life leaves no time for anything but eating and sleeping. He apologizes, saying for them he can only recommend exercise and diet control. While Miss Huang perks up because she is a hunter, he still refuses her warning that even for her, the dish is too dangerous. She angrily reminds him that his previous food for her was dangerous. Too, he insists this one is even harsher and would heavily tax her body, but she downplays the risk. He points out that any food, capable of making someone lose weight overnight, must inherently be dangerous. He explains the slimming effect is actually a side effect, that destroys and regenerates muscles and nerves, potentially fatal if one cannot endure it. Miss Huang argues that magic should solve such problems. He replies that while the cooking is magical, her body is still real and must obey its limits. Resolute, she interprets his warning as needing to build a stronger body that can handle the dish. He confirms her understanding. Fired up, she decides to take on his restaurant's strange food challenge, and trained by eating pigeon, he agrees she may attempt it once she conditions her body enough. He privately thinks she already looks fine, wondering why she is so driven. She answers that it is something he, as he is, could never understand. She rants about how hard she works to maintain her figure, exercising even when exhausted, and jogging at night after overeating. He admits he has never done such things. She explodes that everyone would want effortless weight loss, and that repatriated heroes like him do not grasp normal struggles. He weakly notes she is also a hunter. She yells that an office worker. Hunter is basically an ordinary person who rarely gets to move around. He yields, saying he understands, while the other two clap hopefully. Miss Huang declares she will attempt the challenge, without asking for any prize beyond the meal itself. The hero internally decides to make her challenge dish even more disgusting. On purpose, he tells the regular office customers they will get their own portion after they finish eating. The two lament that exercise seems to be the only real solution, and that burning calories logically requires effort. The woman sadly stirs her pasta, thinking all of it will just become fat and wondering, what is the point of tasty food? Both office workers sigh in shared frustration watching them. The hero understands their feelings but feels conflicted. He reflects that on Terra, there was not even a word for obesity, and realizes he should have been more considerate. He wonders if there is anything he can do to help. His Nubby pads around beside him. He suddenly remembers the abilities of Iluros like Nabi. He calls Nabi over and the cat approaches curiously. He asks if Nabi knows the traditional warrior exercise, and Nabi boasts that every Iluros does. Delighted, the hero snaps his fingers. Seeing a solution, he and Nabi head out while the customers look on in confusion. Facing everyone, he offers to teach them a weight loss exercise. A flashback explains that Iluros are hard-working house, that beings who love chores, because Iluros handle all labor. Their warriors tend to become lazy and sluggish. Even with special massage techniques, warriors gain weight unless they exercise. An Iluro scolds a slacking warrior, warning he will sink into the bed if he does not get up. The cat tells the warrior to copy its moves, introducing the god's secret exercise. Past Iluros back in the present, Nabi demonstrates the warrior exercise, counting out meowing reps. Miss Huang, the two office workers, and Yunha follow Nabi's lead. Bending side to side, Nabi praises them and shows the next movement. Nabi criticizes their form, insisting they copy it more accurately. Miss Huang and the man struggle with a difficult leg twist pose, while Nabi urges them to try harder. Yuna successfully copies the pose and Nabi happily praises her. Watching, the hero notes Yuna now routinely joins these sessions. Nabi leads more stretches, having them meow loudly in unison as they bend. Nabi urges Miss Huang to shout louder and repeat the move once more. Embarrassed, Miss Huang forces out a meek meow. Nabi yells that she is doing it wrong, and orders her to lower her back and cry, meow more dramatically. The hero teasingly demonstrates the loud meow he thinks Nabi wants. Blushing and annoyed, Miss Huang complains that he is really irritating. Nabi impatiently orders her to hurry, and she reluctantly agrees to keep going. She finally belts out a full power meow. Nabi moves them to the next posture, and the hero muses that occasional exercise seems beneficial. Elsewhere, a suited man with sunglasses watches the scene from a rooftop. Feeling secondhand embarrassment from watching them meow and stretch, he turns away. Time passes and the restaurant exterior is shown again. Inside, another hunter customer says he is considering taking the strange food challenge soon. The hero replies that it is about time. The man graduated from playing kanji, and the man thanks him for his care so far. A before and after frame shows how much healthier the hunter looks now, and he resolves to move to the next level. The hero warmly agrees that this is a good idea. He asks about Kong Hyuk's condition, and the hunter answers that Kong Hyuk has taken an extended break. The hunter adds that Kong Hyuk showed signs of burnout. The hero worries aloud, noting that endless overtime without rest created Kong Hyuk's biggest problem. He asks what kind of situation Kong Hyuk is in. The hunter explains Kong Hyuk is exactly rank 100 in the first order, and fears being pushed out of that elite group. He says the anxiety has ruined Kang Hyuk's focus on missions, and has not improved even with time off. He adds that Kang Hyuk is still unchanged, spending his leave drinking alone at home. The hero contemplates this news seriously. He then serves the hunter a level 1 strange food pigeon. The hunter gulps nervously as he prepares to eat the intimidating dish. He calms himself, putting a hand to his chest. He resolves to stay composed and follow his strategy, while picking up the first bite. Just as he begins, the hero takes out his phone and announces he will photograph everyone who finishes the challenge. The hunter panics that he has not even tasted the food yet. Smiling, the hero encourages him by comparing him to a hunter, confident enough to reload a rifle only when sure of success, saying he must be certain he can finish. The reassurance makes the hunter smile slightly. He begins eating the pigeon in earnest. 30 minutes later, his plate is completely clean. His photo joins the Strange Food Challenge Level 1 winners board. Alongside the suited man, he receives the completion prize, a magical dagger called Stunner that can electrically stun targets. The hero suggests he test it on an old cutting board, and assures him he will not be hurt. The hunter hurls the dagger with force. It slams into the board with a burst of crackling electricity. As the hero holds it, the hero explains that the dagger actually has an additional function. He demonstrates by spinning the board, so the dagger arcs away in a glowing spiral. The dagger then flies back into the hunter's hand. The hero explains that it automatically returns after being thrown, making it easy to retrieve. Delighted, the hunter admires the weapon. The hero snaps another photo of his pleased expression and teases about using that shot instead. Flustered, the hunter protests that he prefers the earlier photo, while the hero insists his big smile looks nice. The hero mischievously decides to keep the smiling photo for himself. The dark-haired man, flustered, admits he never expected the other guy to be such a prankster. In the kitchen, the cook explains that, of course, he held the bizarre food challenge because he likes pranks. Night falls over the house under a bright full moon. Amid scattered bottles, someone recalls the doctrine that the First Order protects the world. The blonde man, drunk on his bed, doubts that lofty guardian title ever truly suited him. Staring at the ceiling, he laments having neither girlfriend nor friends, then hesitantly thinks he at least has Min. He adds that he is not even sure Min considers him a friend. Depressed, he chugs more alcohol straight from the bottle. Hiccuping, he comforts himself that once Min's health improves, he will surely done the coat meant for him. He tosses another empty bottle to the floor of his already littered room. Lying sideways and dazed, he watches a faint streak of light descend through the room. Numbing himself, he thinks that nothing, including his situation, really matters anymore. Half asleep, he visualizes Min heroically facing a colossal foe, which jolts him awake. He mutters that the unbeatable repatriate will somehow fix everything, and slumps off the bed still drunk. He accidentally rolls off the mattress and tumbles to the floor. He lies face down on the carpet in a silent, miserable heap, slamming his fist. He bursts out wishing things were different. Crying into his hands, he wishes he were a repatriate too, so he could be as strong as men. He covets another world and an overpowered skill, believing he could have outdone men if given such an advantage. Overcome with jealousy, he hurls a bottle toward the moon, while shouting that he could have been far stronger too. The outburst spent, he collapses on the floor again amid the bottles. Looking at a dripping bottle near his face, he begins to say something. Tears forming, he finishes the thought that he too could have been a hero. Exhausted, he dozes on the floor, breathing heavily. Later, Min finds him passed out drunk on the balcony. Exactly as he expected, Min tiptoes among the bottles, sits nearby and notes to himself that Beck is kinder than he appears. Picking up a blue bottle, Min says it is time to move on to the next step. Smirking in the chair, Min finds Beck's drunken wish for power. Quite an entertaining statement. A narration recalls that 9 years ago, when gates opened and monsters appeared, many people mysteriously vanished. 3 years later, those missing people suddenly started reappearing in the world. The returnees claimed they had lived in another world and come back with incredible powers. Ordinary citizens watching them on TV could only imagine what that must be like. Some viewers openly shout their envy of those empowered repatriates. The narration clarifies that those admired repatriates had all been regular people before being sent away. Min, who has been to that other world himself, comments that he would not really recommend the experience. Nonetheless, he hoists the unconscious Beck over his shoulder. deciding to send him since Beck said he wanted to go. Beck slowly blinks awake from his drunken sleep. He springs up into a white void, wondering if he is still drunk or dreaming. A disembodied message greets him and welcomes him to the world of Terra. The message continues, ceremoniously calling him a great warrior from another world. As Min calmly reads from a huge book while Beck anxiously calls to him, Min drones on that Beck will go to Terra to rescue those in danger. Closing the book, Min tells Beck to listen carefully as he begins his explanation. Beck flails in panic about the weird speech and demands to know where they are. But Min insists it is a formal greeting for summoned warriors. And Min recalls how a glamorous goddess once gave him the same welcome. He remarks that such speeches are usually delivered by a beautiful goddess, but he did not think Beck needed anything that extravagant. Still dazed, Beck asks what kind of situation this is supposed to be. He turns around in the empty white space, trying to process what is happening while Min observes him. Suddenly realizing the implication, Beck trembles and screams, if this really means what he thinks it means. Min casually confirms, and Beck shrieks that he is being sent to another world, and regrets drinking so much. Min explains that in the usual pattern, one must die first, often by overwork or being hit by a truck before getting transported. He adds that Beck is not dead yet, and will probably die later if he keeps drinking, prompting Beck to urgently ask why he was brought here. Min smiles and answers that Beck himself said he wanted to go. Shocked, Beck yells back that he never said such a thing. Min coolly repeats Beck's drunken boast about doing better than a repatriate hero in another world. Remembering his Florent, Beck can only stare blankly. He then roars that he was drunk, and asks why Min would take those words seriously. Beck keeps yelling about trespassing into his home, while Min smirks and apologizes, without sounding sorry. Beck inwardly fumes that Min is really planning to dump him into another world. Like this, then he realizes that if Min can send him there, Min can also bring him back. Reasoning this out, Beck concludes that Min effectively has his back, and can always return him home. Beck grins wickedly as a new plan forms. Thinking this is his chance, he leans in close to Min and grabs his pants to stop him from leaving. Beck abruptly decides to accept the situation, saying there is nowhere to run anyway, which Min praises as quick surrender. With stars in his eyes, Beck eagerly asks what overpowered cheat skill Min will grant him. He imagines the kind of broken abilities and powers travelers between worlds usually receive. Swinging an imaginary weapon, Beck wonders if he will instead be given some divine item, and complains he does not want anything lame, like a shield. Min thinks to himself that Beck knows more genre tropes than expected. Clearing his throat, Min informs Beck that he will receive no such cheat abilities. Min warns that over-reliance on a single skill can be fatal. Against enemies it does not affect, and insists fundamentals are more important. Beck angrily argues that a cheat that fails is not a cheat, but Min patiently explains that cheats have ranks, and can be outclassed. Min recounts that no cheat skill worked on the Demon King, so warriors who relied on them were all defeated. He concludes that a slow, steady approach is superior. Irritating Beck, laughing, Min admits he might sound bitter, only because he himself never received any cheat skills. He then reassures Beck that, as an existing hunter with combat experience, Beck will be starting in a better position than he did. A magic circle engulfs Beck, and he notices in confusion that he is being transported. The teleportation drops him above a vast forest as he starts to panic, falling toward the trees. Beck screams while Min idly flips through the summoning book. Min smiles at the book, and formally asks warrior Beck Kong Hyuk to save Terra. As he keeps plummeting, Beck howls a curse back at Min. A narration explains that 3 days on Earth equate to several months on Terra, and Min notes Beck has already been given a cheat. Reading the manual, Min lists Beck's granted abilities, including understanding Terra's languages, viewing his own status, and emergency summoning back to Min. Min concludes that Beck will learn plenty in Terra. He adds ominously that if Beck does not learn enough, he will simply send him away for additional days. Magic letter swirl. As Min writes back King Hyuk's name into the glowing book, the story jumps ahead to 1 month later in Terra's bustling town. Look like a veteran adventurer, Beck studies the job postings on a quest board. He complains that today's available adventure quests are all terrible. A kobold named Kyuj nudges him, asking if he is coming to eat. Beck agrees to leave, muttering that there is nothing worth doing today anyway. They head to a local eatery marked by a sign with crossed utensils. Inside a platter of lamb chops and fruit is served. While his companion eats, Beck criticizes the dish as barely fit for animals. He further describes the rancid smell of the meat and fruit. Aghast at how anyone can eat it, Juke protests that Beck has eaten the same food for a month already, and Beck yells he had no choice. Huge insists that despite the taste, the lamb chops have excellent effects, like restoring stamina and strengthening muscles. Beck's thoughts reduce the entire discussion to one word: exploding. He shouts that food should be judged by taste, not just its effects. George quietly warns him that criticizing the nation's staple food in public is dangerous. While surrounding patrons glare under their stares, Beck grudgingly takes another bite anyway. Grimacing, he mentally acknowledges how amazing Min's cooking was, now that he has tried this world's fare. While forcing the meat down, he mutters that even eating just to stay alive is hard here. A blue system window suddenly appears in front of his surprised face. The screen announces an emergency quest. His nutrition is critically imbalanced, and he must eat a red four-star dish within a week to gain inventory access. Beck stares at the notification in shock, recognizing it as something significant. He rereads the emergency quest, realizing its condition and reward. Bewildered, he asks aloud what kind of nonsense quest this is, while Kyujo perks up at the odd term he used. When Kyujo starts explaining Minotaur, Beck cuts him off and tells him to let him think first. Beck recalls hearing that emergency quests are special missions, given to chosen warriors. A narration contrasts adventurers blessed by gods with those who are not, defining the chosen by whether they receive divine quests. Beck wonders if he has secretly been selected by a god. Overwhelmed, he rubs his temple. He asks Kyujo a serious question, and offers a dog chew as payment for the information. Intimidated by Beck's glare, Kyujo nervously downgrades his price to 3 bronze coins instead. Beck asks for the difference between chosen adventurers and ordinary ones. Kyujo answers that chosen ones can level up and gain rewards easily through quests, which is a massive advantage. Beck presses further, wanting to know what determines if someone is chosen. Kyujo explains that anyone personally summoned by a god, or on a god's direct orders, is definitely a chosen one. Beck pictures Min, and realizes this implies the diner owner might be a god, or at least a divine agent. He rejects the idea of Min being an actual god as ridiculous, but concedes Min could possibly be a representative. Feeling cheated, Beck grabs back some of his coins and says, Kyujo's first answer was barely worth anything. Panicking, Huge blurted out that another path to being chosen is discovering a hidden piece. Curious, Beck repeats the term and listens. Huge elaborates that exploring hidden dungeons, finding treasures, or doing something that catches a god's attention can retroactively make one chosen. He calls this phenomenon a hidden piece, a phrase borrowed from Earth's games. Beck boasts that he found many hidden pieces in a virtual reality game he played as a kid, though it might only have been 2. Impressed, Huge says that experience means Beck might really have been chosen here as well. Beck confidently agrees that this is likely. He deduces that forcing himself to eat the same awful dish for a month must have been the trigger condition for his hidden piece. As Cooch tries to reclaim his coins, Beck tightens his grip on them. Grinning, Beck demands even more information, asking if there is a way to identify which god gave him the quest. Huge explains that Beck can check the crest on the quest window and consult a priest to learn which god it belongs to, which Beck deems worth the 3 coins. Pleased with the deal, Beck heads out, while Huge happily plans to spend his payment on dog shoes. The scene shifts to a gleaming white temple building under a blue sky. Inside the sanctuary, a priest tells Beck he did not recognize the crest and had to ask the gods directly. The priest reveals that the symbol belongs to the god of swords, victory and strange food. Stunning Beck, overjoyed by the sword and victory aspects, Beck celebrates having such a powerful patron. He imagines this victory god will help him win against any opponent. Then his expression darkens, as he remembers there is also the title concerning strange food. He demands to know what exactly that god of strange food part means. The priest admits confusion, saying he has never heard of a deity with 3 such titles, and finds the strange food aspect baffling. Beck clutches his head and mutters the word inventory to himself. He pictures how gaining an inventory would free him from hauling heavy luggage and hiding his money in his clothes. Fired up, he vows to complete the emergency quest. Deciding on a plan, he says he will travel north to the Winter Ghost Festival region to pursue it. With burning eyes, He calls an inventory ability the stuff of his dreams. Cloak billowing, Baek charges out of the temple, shouting that he is on his way. The narrative cuts to a grand structure perched atop a towering, cloud-wrapped cliff. This place is introduced as the Temple of 10,000 Gods. In front of a massive stone monument, there Min reads the inscription describing the god of swords, victory and strange food smiling. Min explains that level 98 is the human limit, and that surpassing it elevates a person to godhood, implying how he gained his new status. The narration explains that when someone becomes a god, an appropriate title for their life is engraved at the Temple of 10,000 Gods. Yusong-woo's first divine title is introduced as the sword, showing he reached the peak of swordsmanship. The narration states that gods can gain another title at higher levels, and after many battles, Yusong will reach level 200 and slew the Demon King. As a result of defeating the Demon King, here in the second divine title Victory, it is explained that a divine title both proves a god's existence and restricts them, requiring the god of swords to be unrivaled in swordsmanship and the god of victory never to lose. The narration adds that if a god fails to meet their title's conditions, they lose their divine powers. Some who casually thinks that no one can beat him with a sword, and that he has no intention of ever losing, walking by the monument. Some who muses that he never expected his latest title to be strange food sitting down. He wonders if he passed another limit after arriving on Earth. Remembering forcing others to eat, he laughs that he thought he was done growing, but actually leveled up by feeding people stretching. He notes that his title is specifically God of Strange Food, and wonders if that is because the goddess Hestia still exists. He falls silent and broods, lying on the ground. He decides he does not understand it, but is glad he can still become stronger. He reflects that another Demon King-like monster could appear anytime, so he should continue to train his powers. Amused, he concludes that as long as he keeps feeding people strange dishes, he will grow stronger, so opening a diner was the right choice. A system book appears, announcing that intermediary Baek Kong-hyuk has completed a quest. The book explains that Baek gains inventory access, and Sumwoo receives experience, and a powerful sword called Wrath of Winter from him. Sumwoo pleased remarks that Baek is doing well, and recalls learning from Gaia that gods gain experience through such offerings. Then he realizes he is effectively stealing Baek's items, and questions what he is doing. Horrified, he remembers he forgot to disable the item offering function. Cut to Terra, where Baek, enraged that his new sword vanished, curses his god. He furiously complains that receiving his first A-class sword, only to have it taken away, is heartless. As he sobs and insults the god, the A-class sword is hurled back down toward him. The sword smashes into Baek's face. Narration notes that people of Terra refer to such events as divine punishment. As Baek groans in the snow, the scene shifts to a bright sunlit sky over the snowy landscape. Baek dashes desperately across the snow, panting. He thinks that if his pursuers catch him now, they might actually kill him. A mob of angry adventurers chases him, threatening him for his actions. The Winter Ghost Festival is described, where people hunt winter ghosts and harvest spring onions from them for a feast. It is explained that whoever defeats the ghost chief wins a rare S-class ingredient. That S-class reward is revealed to be the Winter Ghost Trail, a special edible ingredient. In the battle, Baek hides behind the front lines while others keep fighting, and commanders tell the party to hold formation. Baek smirks, clearly scheming something amidst the chaos. Narration clarifies, he had no party and lacked the strength to beat the chief, so only luck seemed available as he sneaks through the melee. Crawling between fighters, Baek smugly thinks he will rely on his skills instead of luck. He accidentally bumps straight into a winter ghost barefoot. The ghost looms over him and roars, ready to attack. Baek clicks his tongue, annoyed but not panicked. A massive vertical strike of ice energy slams down near the ghost. Interrupting narration, notes that Baek had been a first-order guardian of humanity on Earth. On Terra, however, he acquired the new class of thief, shown as he steps toward the Winter Ghost Trail. Plant-dropping stealth. Baek reveals himself and shows that his class is thief. He grabs the trail, thinking that if the world made him a thief, he might as well act like one. Laughing wildly, he yanks the ingredient free, embracing his role as a stealer. Sprinting away with the loot, he feels everything about his plan had gone perfectly. He recalls eating the Winter Ghost Trail and receiving the A-class sword as his prize. He then remembers bitterly that his god took that sword away and hurled it back as punishment. Because of this incident he laments. Every adventurer saw him and is now hunting him down. The mob vows to kill him as painfully as possible. As they chase him, Beck refuses to be caught. Determined to escape, he declares that he is still a member of Earth's First Order, and shows off with acrobatic moves. He dramatically tumbles away from his pursuers, boasting of being superstar Beck Kong Hyuk. The story returns to the floating temple of the gods. Sungwoo, embarrassed, reads the summoning manual again. The book records Beck's completed quest, and mentions that a mysterious thief has appeared on Terra. It describes this thief as possessing warrior strength, stealth, and the ability to steal many items via inventory. Because of this mysterious thief, Terra has fallen into turmoil. Sungwoo nervously sweats, while another god glares at him over the report. The other god, Renato, asks if strange food is Sungwoo's third divine title. Renato challenges him, saying Sumu is not the god of thievery, and demands an explanation. Sumu apologizes, admitting he underestimated Beck's abilities. He explains that Beck is clever, originally specialized in stealth, and that the real problem is Beck's ability called Superstar. Sungwoo elaborates that Superstar makes Beck stronger, the more attention and infamy he gains as a thief. He also regrets granting Beck inventory access, saying it effectively gave him wings. A cutaway shows Beck reveling in his notoriety as the king of thieves. Now past level 80, Renato, surprised, notes that Sumu has the eye of observation, and wonders how he made such a misjudgment. Sumu says that very eye misled him, and his eye of observation skill is shown as one that reveals people's talent or heart. He insists Beck is not a bad person, and actually has a sense of justice, though Renato protests that his actions seem the opposite. Sungwoo reasons that Beck simply does not care much about terrorist people, since he is from Earth. Renato concludes that Beck feels justice only for his own group, and Sungwoo agrees using his own demonic eye of observation. Renato confirms even he can tell Beck is not truly evil. They agree Beck is not stealing out of malice. They instead conclude he is mostly venting his stress through stealing. Sungwoo laughs that Beck probably got stressed acting as leader, when he just wanted to play around. Renato darkly asks why Beck must relieve that stress on Terra rather than Earth, pressing Sungwoo again, flustered. Sungwoo hurriedly turns the pages of the book. New notifications show Sungwoo receiving a huge amount of experience, and rare ingredients like perennial herb, unicorn horn, and golden goblin spoon from Beck. He realizes Beck is now voluntarily sending offerings, even with the function disabled, and is more loyal than expected. Amused at how Beck will react once he learns Sungwoo is his god. Reading the log, Sungwoo fumes that the stolen items all belong to aristocrats, who never supported him in the Demon King War, despite hoarding such treasures. Grinning wickedly, he praises Beck's work, and contemplates giving him a quest to rob the king's wealth. Renato startles him by calling his name with glowing eye. Renato says he senses a hint of evil in Sungwoo's heart. Sungwoo awkwardly apologizes again, saying Beck's rampage is his fault, and offering to let Renato handle it. Renato accepts and decides to send his own intermediary to Terra. Narration reveals Renato's divine title is Resurrection, and hints at another power he possesses on Terra. Beck prowls rooftops at night, preparing for another heist. Renato's angelic intermediary descends in battle form, as Beck wonders if he should go for another stealing round. Feeling a sudden ominous presence labeled punishment, Beck looks back in alarm. He suddenly bolts awake at some loose diner on Earth, screaming in fear, confused. He asks where he is as Nabi the talking cat checks if he is okay. Nabi tells him he is at the diner and advises him to go rest, while Beck mutters that the judge of punishment nearly cut off his head. Checking his phone, he is shocked to learn only a single day has passed. He trembles, wondering if his entire adventure was just a dream. Panicking, he shouts for his status window. He insists that he really spent half a year on Terra, and decides to verify it through the game system. His phone screen shows that his current level is now 43, seeing he jumped from level 28 to 43 in a day. He is stunned, realizing the implications. He begins to grin overjoyed. He shouts his love and devotion to the god of strange food. He prostrates himself on the floor, repeatedly declaring his love. Beck vows that when he returns to Terra, he will erect a statue in honor of the god of strange food, using his first order authority. While Sungwoo hides nearby, blushing in embarrassment, Beck escalates his promise, saying he will even build a temple, as Sungwoo's chubby form begs him to stop. Another hunter appears and smacks Beck, telling him to knock it off. The scene shifts to the ISA organization building sector, a branch inside the stern. Hunter is handed a piece of paper. Beck, now in uniform, proudly presents an application for a ranking match, surprising his colleague since he has never done this before. The colleague asks seriously, what prompted this sudden challenge? Beck jokes about having visited the other world, prompting the other to scoff at the idea of becoming a repatriate. So quickly Beck confidently asks to be registered for ranking matches, against everyone from rank 99 to 90. The colleague explains challengers must offer enticing rewards to draw top rankers into matches. Beck reveals he will stake his A-class magic sword as the reward. The colleague deduces the sword must be stored in an inventory, and therefore Beck really did go to the other world. Beck confirms he has inventory access, and asks his colleague to keep that secret. Resigned, the colleague agrees to help register him. He pulls out cash, remarking that the gambling rumors about Beck must not have been true. Other teammates joke about why Beck went on break, while the colleague laughs and explains, Beck actually left on an adventure after drawing a legendary holy sword. Enraged by their gossip, Beck internally vows revenge, and considers blowing the team budget at a casino. The story cuts back to Sungwoo's diner building. Exterior TV narration reports that the Korean hunter superstar, Beck Kong-hyuk, has climbed rapidly to rank 92. Someone smiles thinking Beck had aimed for rank 90, but seems to have stalled at 91. Stretching on his couch, someone is glad Beck gained confidence, and plans eventually to reclaim his divine protection, while letting him keep inventory access. Bored now that chores are done, he wonders what to do next. A TV commercial for your fishing, advertising free entrance during maintenance, catches his attention. He ponders the idea and mutters about going fishing. Suddenly excited, he enthusiastically decides that fishing is exactly what he wants to do. He quickly dashes out of the apartment, coattail flying outside the diner. He announces he will close early since the diner is just a hobby, as Nabi and Yunha play nearby. He tells Nabi he is closing for the day, and encourages the cat to keep playing with Yunha. Nabi promises to guard the house, and Yunha politely wishes him a safe trip. Smiling warmly, Sunwoo looks back at them. He pats both their heads, telling them he will return. The scene transitions to the picturesque old fishing reservoir, full of lotus flowers and wooden pavilions. Upon arrival, Sunwoo finds the place trashed and the main sign broken. Looking around the litter grounds, he laughs awkwardly that the situation is pretty bad. Noticing there are no clear signs, he walks toward a small office building. An old man appears at a window explaining that entry is free, but visitors must rent fishing gear. Sungwoo says he brought his own gear but needs bait. The man then asks if Sungwoo has a hunter license, and Sungwoo says he has a similar repatriate license card. In a sudden ominous tone, the man says, "It will appear." Sungwoo, unsettled, asks, "What will appear?" The man answers that a monster from a tiny chasm at the reservoir's bottom may emerge. Sungwoo assumes it must be a minor threat, and figures ice axe in action means it is nothing more than a small fry. The old man clarifies that, because a monster might surface during fishing, only hunters are allowed entry, prompting Sungwoo to question operating despite the danger. But the owner explains, the TV commercial is from better days under a long-term contract, and Sungwoo accepts that explanation. The man then seriously confirms whether Sungwoo still wants to go in. Sungwoo cheerfully replies that of course he does, and thinks the place is worth cleaning up. He begins picking up trash with tongs, starting with a discarded can. Soon he has filled a large garbage bag, and decides that is enough cleanup for the trash. Looking toward the reservoir, Samuel thinks that once he tidies the area, he will have a pleasant fishing spot close to his diner. Samuel recalls that his father used to go fishing constantly. He heads out with his gear, seemingly inspired by that memory. Narration explains that his father, a firefighter, had fishing as his only hobby as a child. He would go with his father to the reservoir whenever his dad had time off. Watching him clean the place, while they fished, they would catch many kinds of fish together, such as carp and catfish. His father would then cook an excellent, spicy fish stew from their catch. Young Sung-ho remembers that eating that stew felt like the best thing in the world. He concludes that it is natural. He also loves fishing. After cleaning the area, he decides it is time to start fishing at the reservoir. The water is shown murky and dirty despite being filled with lotuses. Someone wonders why the water is so muddy, and guesses it might be due to the chasm. He thinks polluted water reduces fish numbers, leaving mostly smaller fish. Realizing that means only small fish remain here, he smiles mischievously. His fishing rod tip begins to tremble with a bite. He excitedly thinks these small fish are ideal for making strange, experimental food. The rod bends violently as something strong pulls on the line. Someone notes the fish is fighting hard as he reels it in. He hauls a large fish from the water with a splash, holding the wriggling fish. He remarks that this species can be found everywhere. Narration identifies it as the lake skygazer, a fish most anglers despise for biting strongly, and appearing everywhere. He drops one into a bucket, while narration leads into a comment about its taste. Flashback shows people vomiting as narration says, "Lake skygazers taste horribly like muddy water." Another flashback shows a man nearly gagging from the fish's lingering stench. Yet another shows someone choking on bones, explaining the fish is full of sharp, dangerous bones. The conclusion is that lake skygazers are the worst fish to eat. Back in the present, Samuel grins and says this kind of fish is exactly to his liking. He considers catching this skygazer a good start to his plan. Elsewhere, a man in a fishing vest walks toward the reservoir. The newcomer Lee Young-hoon notes it has been a long time since he last went fishing. He observes that Yule Fishing Reservoir, once beautiful, has clearly deteriorated and now stinks. Yoo-hoon notices the elderly caretaker nearby and reacts with curiosity. The caretaker hurries past him toward a building. Avoiding conversation, the caretaker slips into a small room, shutting the door behind him. Yoo-hoon reflects that it has been about 9 years since he last visited this place. Flashback shows him at his desk, explaining the reservoir repeatedly requested removal of the chasm. He recalls having to reject those requests because the situation was assessed as too minor for a formal dispatch now. He feels regret thinking he had no choice then, but still finds it unfortunate. Walking along, he reminds himself that reports say fishing is still possible here. He also recalls that a low-risk slime monster lives in the reservoir and was deemed safe enough to ignore. Approaching a floating platform, he spots someone already fishing there. They greet each other politely. Yoo-hoon slightly flustered. Yoo-hoon recognizes Sung-woo internally as the famous repatriate Yoo Sung-woo and thinks it odd to meet him here. He then notices Sung-woo's bucket overflowing with skygazers, covering his nose from the stench. Yoo-hoon is shocked by the large number of smelly skygazers. Sung-woo explains he caught them deliberately to use in cooking, which confuses Yoo-hoon. Sung-woo clarifies he wants to use the fish as ingredients for weaponized dishes, whose food effects function like weapons. Yoon-hoon is horrified, thinking Sung-woo intends to poison hunters by feeding them these revolting skygazers. He admonishes Sung-woo that he should not serve weapons in a diner, and that this seems unfair to customers. Sung-woo just laughs cheerfully at the misunderstanding, realizing the man somehow knows he owns a diner. Sung-woo deduces Yoon-hoon likely works in gate suppression. Woo apologizes for not being clear, and says he is not planning to sell these fish in his restaurant. Instead, he states he will turn the skygazers into a weapon, aimed at the slime monster in the reservoir. Yoo-hoon privately doubts that disgusting fish could defeat such a tricky monster. Sung-woo confidently claims the dish he has in mind is powerful enough to kill a dragon, so a slime should be easy. A brief explanation illustrates that dragons are among the mightiest monsters across many universes. Another panel comically shows a dragon collapsing from such a dish, highlighting how absurdly strong it is. Yoo-hoon wonders if this repatriate is joking with him. Then he remembers Sung-woo destroyed an SS rank gate, and starts thinking that maybe the claim is plausible. He asks if a slime can truly be killed with food, and Sung-woo answers that it is actually quite simple. Yoo-hoon feels Sung-woo talks about killing slimes with food as casually as spraying bugs, and is shocked by his nonchalance. Samu explains that while dragons can use magic and are huge, they are gluttonous and reckless, which makes them exploitable. He adds that this makes dragons easy to lure with bait, likening catching one to catching carp. With a dark grin, he says dragons can instantly be fooled by food, since he has personally done it before, though different breeds vary slightly. Flashback shows him sneaking around, explaining that his victory over an elder red dragon named Kalius began with such food. He is seen placing a glowing cube-shaped dish in a tray as bait. He states that Kilios could not resist this new smell and taste, making it the perfect trap. He remembers eagerly urging the red dragon from hiding to hurry up and eat the bait. Back in the present, Johan notes dragons usually stomach almost anything. Seeking clarification, he then asks what exactly Sung Woo had fed that dragon to make it deadly. Sung Woo answers that it was a fatal dish, meaning food guaranteed to kill whoever eats it. He adds that he did swing his sword for the final hit, mainly because a party member complained he should at least pretend to fight. Yoo-hoon protests that a fatal dish cannot really count as cooking, but Samuel insists it is both cuisine and weapon. Samuel vows to kill the current slime, using that same deadly cooking method. Johan reacts with stunned disbelief. He stares uneasily at his fishing rod, pondering what he has gotten himself into. Wanting to help, he asks Sung Woo if there is anything he can do, and Sung Woo replies he needs about 60 more sky gazers. Young Hoon immediately begins casting his line with resolve. Fired up, he declares that they should finish the task today. Narration introduces the mythical food nectar and ambrosia, said to symbolize eternal youth and immortality. It goes on to say that eating such a divine dish can elevate mortals to the status of gods. Among all bizarre foods, there exists one special divine dish beyond even that. That dish, called Twilight of the Gods Ragnarok, is a fatal food reputed to be able to kill gods. Songwoo reflects that the Ragnarok he once made was only a poor imitation, because the recipe is extremely complex and the ingredients rare. Even that imitation, however, was enough to send the red dragon Kalis to its death. He then wonders what would happen if he applied the Ragnarok recipe, using these otherwise tasteless skygazer fish. He pictures cooking an ordinary, flavorless fish using that deadly recipe. A sinister smirk shows he has decided to proceed with this experiment. He names his new concept Ranrock's Fresh Fish version, and considers calling it Ruin of the Lake Sky Gazer. Looking at his buckets, he thinks that by repeatedly experimenting, he might refine the dish further. He dreams that one day he might create a genuine 6-star dish. Night falls over the reservoir as preparations complete. Buckets of captured sky gazers sit nearby, the fish occasionally splashing. Sung Woo and Yoon Hoon chat. Yoon Hoon explains he used to come here often, but has not visited in 9 years. He reminisces that the reservoir used to be completely different from its current, polluted state. Flashback shows him catching healthy catfish and carp back then, when the water was clean. He fondly recalls the caretaker occasionally cooking him delicious, spicy fish stew from his catches in chibi form. Sung Woo asks if the caretaker can cook, and Yoon Hoon answers, the man was once a renowned chef. Yoon Hoon says proudly that the caretaker's stew is the best in the country, and no other place matches it somewhere. Assures him he will get to taste that stew again someday. He then announces that he is going to start cooking now, and Yoon Hoon agrees enthusiastically. Outside, Sung Woo begins filling a huge cauldron with water. As Young Hoon watches, Sung Woo snaps his fingers to ignite a fire magically beneath the pot. Young Hoon marvels that he lit the fire without wood. He compares what he just saw to magic or alchemy. Watching Sung Woo pour ingredients, he wonders if calling food a weapon means Sung Woo's cooking itself is a kind of magic. Woo formally starts the Ruin of the Lake Skygazer recipe by adding many clean skygazers into the pot. Step 2 is shown as adding salt, pepper and soy sauce to season the fish. Step 3 instructs to keep stirring the pot as it boils, which Sung Woo does while Young Hoon frets. In chibi view, Young Hoon anxiously asks if Sung Woo is really just cooking. Sung Woo affirms that he is, but says he must concentrate and asks Young Hoon to be quiet. Focusing intently, he chants the name Ragnarok over the simmering pot. Magical blue light surrounds his stirring hands. As narration calls it, a dish that kills gods and empowers those who can surpass them. The pot boils with mixed blue and red energies, while narration lists the core spells imbued into it, including fire, eternal life, and death. It explains that anyone who eats Ragnarok experiences the cycles of death and rebirth. During that process, their original body is destroyed and replaced with a new one. The resulting body can even surpass the power of gods. Some who notes mentally that this only works if the eater can actually endure the transformation. He admits, even he cannot be sure he would survive consuming Ragnarok himself, especially in a version made from non-buff skygazers. The fish in the cauldron are shown consumed in roaring flames. As this concern is raised, Yu-hoon is rendered speechless by the terrifying implications of this so-called dish. Looking at the moonlit reservoir, Yohun concedes to himself that what he just saw really was magic. Under the water, a massive green slime dubbed Anti-Dimensional Interceptor Weapon, Specimen Zero, is introduced as a bioweapon, made by scientists from planet Journia. Narration explains, these slimes were originally created to block monsters from slipping through dimensional gates. A flashback shows one specimen being handled in a lab. Before things go wrong, the slime suddenly attacks and engulfs the researcher's helmet. After escaping containment, Specimen Zero begins absorbing everything nearby to grow larger. It eventually devours its entire home planet, and with nothing left to consume, one day discovers a small chasm. Having passed through that chasm to Earth, it resumes increasing its mass by devouring local creatures. Now bloated, it thinks there is no more food left in the reservoir. It decides to move toward the surface in search of new sustenance. As it rises, it notices a strange cube-shaped object sinking toward it. Curious, the slime opens wide and swallows the cube in one gulp. It immediately delights that this is a completely new and delicious flavor. Moments later, its body begins reacting violently to the taste. The slime screams and thrashes as agony tears through it. It realizes its cells are burning, deduces this is not nerve gas, but a chemical that destroys cells, and curses its enemies for trapping it. Despite the pain, it resolves to endure the reaction, believing that fully absorbing the substance could make it an even stronger weapon. As the burning intensifies, however, the slime panics and wonders if this is how it dies. Half dissolved, it notes that this chemical truly lives up to its name. As an anti-dimensional weapon, its body continues to disintegrate, reinforcing that judgment. From above, Samu sees a strange glow spreading on the water surface. He and Yuhuan wonder aloud if the monster has really been killed. Acknowledging they cannot yet confirm complete disintegration, Samu shrugs that they will see what happens. He decides he needs to personally inspect the chasm to be sure. The underwater chasm still glows ominously red. Sunwoo is then shocked by the sheer scale of the slime's remains. He sees that the monster is vastly larger than ordinary slimes, and could rival a demon king in threat level. Noting that even its remains are melting away, he concludes the problem seems resolved. Suddenly he feels a jolt, sensing that something unusual is happening to his body. Bathed in radiant light, he realizes with surprise that he has leveled up from level 256 to 257. In the ruined world of Journia, something moves across a devastated landscape. A young man explains he defeated the Demon King slime that destroyed this world using his cooking, which unexpectedly leveled him up. He notes that despite the slime's immense power, it was surprisingly vulnerable to unusual food. Looking up at the massive corpse, he reflects that this creature had strength enough to wipe out an entire planet. He muses that if the slime had absorbed his cooking, even Earth might have been threatened. Sensing something, he reacts with curiosity. Kneeling, he analyzes the ground, realizing the planet lacks mana, but has very fertile soil, which may explain the slime's mana weakness. Examining a handful, he judges the soil to be excellent and starts forming an idea. He decides this soil would be perfect for growing crops, since no one owns the ruined land and he defeated the slime. He declares it his by right. He decides to formally claim the place by engraving a magical mark. A glowing magic circle flares as he activates his spell. He then creates a gate, linking this world directly to his home basement. Planning ahead, he resolves to tend this land with Nabi whenever he has spare time. At Isaac's sector, a branch laughter erupts inside the building. A branch director celebrates that the monster was slain, and the chasm has been sealed. Someone calls out to Mr. Lee to get his attention. An excited researcher asks to study the poison that killed the slime, so it can be weaponized, calling it a major discovery. The researcher insists they can recreate it, if given the ingredients and a meeting with the creator. While Mr. Lee frowns in silence, Mr. Lee doubts the researcher's optimism. Confusing him, Mr. Lee coolly lists the dishes, simple ingredients like they were a recipe. Shocking the scientist, he even explains the easy cooking method, leaving the other man completely baffled. Mr. Lee clarifies that the so-called poison is just food, with a grandiose name, Ruin of the Lake Sky Gazer. The researcher mentally asks if food can truly kill a slime monster. His inner system throws an error, leaving him sweating and speechless. Exhausted, he says he will simply report that he does not know how it worked, which Mr. Lee accepts. The day's scientist bumps into a brown-haired hunter, who reacts with surprise. That hunter jokes about how amazing Mr. Yu is, and asks if all detection-type hunters have such good intuition. While Mr. Lee wonders how he guessed this was about the repatriate, the hunter explains it was not his power, but that Mr. Lee's thoughts are easy to read. Mr. Lee panics, accusing him of reading his mind and asking if he is psychic, while the hunter says he can just easily guess his thoughts. Regaining composure, the hunter says he now understands everything Mr. Lee told him about you, Sung Woo, and Mr. Lee grumbles that it was about time. Mr. Lee admits even as a man, he finds Sung Woo somewhat charming, recalling how impressive his arms looked while fishing. The hunter praises Sang Woo as a great leader, in contrast to someone else, provoking Mr. Lee's glare. Mr. Lee angrily argues there is no proof Sang Woo is a better leader, and that leadership and problem-solving are different skills. The hunter hurriedly clarifies he meant Baek Kong-hyuk, not Mr. Lee, who begrudgingly agrees that compared to that brat, anyone looks like a good leader. The hunter reassures Mr. Lee that he ranks among the top 3 most trustworthy people he knows, alongside Isaac's president. Mr. Lee nervously agrees the president is very trustworthy and reliable, despite their different leadership styles. He compares their leadership styles as different, as a feel-good movie versus a horror film, or a heroic savior versus an anti-hero. Narration introduces Ju Hyuk-jin, ICE ex-president, as a ruthless but sharp leader with unmatched judgment and reflexes. Mr. Lee imagines the world might not withstand it if the president and Yu Sung-woo ever meet. His imagination depicts their meeting as a catastrophic explosion that could doom the world. Gripping the hunter's shoulders, Mr. Lee urgently prepares to give him special instructions. He grants the hunter special authority as branch director, prompting the man to ask what that means. Mr. Lee orders him not to report anything about repatriate Yu Sung-woo to him from now on. The hunter erupts, protesting that this so-called authority is basically forcing him to keep secrets and die alone, but Mr. Lee insists that ignorance will keep the president uninformed, and thus safer. Mr. Lee ends the discussion, telling him to remember this and still give today's report. While the hunter grits his teeth, the hunter starts reporting that he passed by Sung Woo's diner that morning, which alarms Mr. Lee. He describes detecting a strange object in the basement, and wants to report it before that information leaks. While Mr. Lee covers his ears to avoid hearing, Mr. Lee literally drowns him out with humming, while the increasingly frustrated hunter trembles, storming out. The hunter mutters that the director is acting as childish as Baek Han-hyuk walking through the building. He ponders what the basement presence was, noting that despite being faint, felt like a raid boss. Meanwhile, narration reveals that a pudding-producing slime provided by Renato now lives in Sung Woo's basement. The pudding slime digests food scraps to create pudding. Another slime, a small trembling green one, is also present in the basement. The green slime, actually former weapon specimen 0, nervously wonders what to do now that it has made it into this place. Flashback narration explains that once a ruin of the lake, Skygazer had its entire body oxidized, and survived only by constant division and endurance. It escaped through the gate. Sung-woo opened and sneaks toward the pudding slime, judging that this creature resembles its old self. Specimen 0 decides that if it absorbs the pudding slime, it can regain its original power and launches itself in attack. It vows internally to devour the other slime completely. After the clash, Specimen 0 ends up a small two-tone slime, clearly having failed to power up as expected. Enraged that it is not growing despite its color change, it screams in frustration. It despairs that the pudding slime seems to lack any useful ability for it to copy. Suddenly it realizes it has gained a division-type power, shooting out a tiny pudding blob. Hinting from the effort of producing that blob, it assumes division must be a very powerful ability. Someone comes downstairs, calmly telling the startled slime that what it produced is pudding, meant to be eaten. The terrified slime trembles as he approaches. Some who deduces the newcomer travel through his gate, notes its survival and appraises it with interest. He then accuses it of eating his pudding slime. Observing it has not grown in size, he concludes it must have lost the ability to get larger, and casually notes it probably cannot even speak. Annoyed about losing the pudding slime, he starts powering up magic and admits he is less forgiving than usual. In this case he raises his weapon, stating the slime does not deserve mercy, and that he will end it with one strike. As the creature screams in panic, the slime finally speaks, begging loudly for mercy. Realizing it can talk, the slime pauses in confusion. Who stops mid-swing as a pleasant scent catches his attention. He wonders aloud what the smell is. Following the aroma, he traces it back to the small pudding piece the slime created. He picks it up, intrigued by the fragrance. Examining and squeezing it, he asks if the smell is really coming from this pudding. Curious, he decides to taste it. The flavor shocks him. He tries to place the taste, noting it is unlike any fruit or herb from Earth or Terra, and considering that the slime might be special, as a species from another world. He debates what to do, thinking, the pudding from this slime tastes far better than the original pudding slime's product, but also recalling that this creature was once a demon king slime, and is too dangerous to leave alive. The trembling slime correctly guesses. He is deciding whether or not to kill it. Sungwoo finally resolves to act and picks up his weapon again, alarming the slime instead of striking. He says he will first examine the slime's memories. He channels power into his artifact, preparing it, holding the glowing ring of time above the slime. He states he will decide its fate after seeing its past. Narration explains, the ring of time is a divine item that traces a target's timeline and lets the user view their memories. The slime nervously realizes its memories are about to be read. Sungwoo activates the artifact. With a bright flash, a magic field envelopes them as he peers into its history. After viewing everything, Sungwoo sits in silence. Deep in thought, the slime anxiously watches. As he lifts the ring away, Sungwoo stares at it, still undecided. The slime quivers, wondering why Sungwoo keeps hesitating and dragging out this terrifying situation. Several days later, two hunters approach the diner, chatting about how the food here is like globally famous stinky dishes that smell foul, yet become addictive. The blonde hunter argues he comes here for the unique texture and smell, rather than taste. As they enter inside, Specimen Zero, now blue, gets accidentally stepped on. The blonde hunter hears the squish and looks down in confusion. He and the other hunter are startled to see the blue slime bouncing around their feet. They ask someone what the creature is, and he cheerfully calls it a new employee that also functions as an air freshener. Smelling it, the blonde hunter agrees. It has a pleasant floral fragrance, like being at a tropical resort. Suddenly recognizing it as a slime monster, he lunges to attack, while Sungwoo casually says that is just another way to name it. The blonde hunter insists the creature is dangerous if it multiplies, and as a member of the First Order, he cannot ignore it. Sungwoo's calm smile unsettles him, making him rethink confronting the repatriate directly. He remembers how troublesome Sungwoo can be, and decides threatening the slime might provoke him. Imagining the worst, he falters. Visibly conflicted still, he draws his gun with a clack, trying to steel himself. He thinks he must speak his mind and that his patron god supports him. He then loudly objects to keeping a monster in the diner, and demands Sungwoo reconsider, while Sungwoo asks if there might be another solution. When Sungwoo expects them to propose an answer, the blonde hunter admits he has none. The brown-haired hunter steps forward, saying he does know of one solution. Picking up the slime, he says he must ask a few questions first. Examining it, he notes that normal slimes are acidic, but this one seems harmless and even pleasant to the senses. While the slime silently protests being handled like a pet, someone explains he spent an entire day purging all harmful traits from its body, and he agrees this allows a workable solution. The brown-haired hunter suggests Sungwoo officially register one of his abilities as monster taming, pointing out he already has an anthropomorphic cat in chibi form. He asks if the slime has a name, and Sungwoo replies that it is called Spec Zero. The slime is shocked to learn this odd name is now its own. The hunter explains that as a slime monster, Spec Zero will be registered as a combat creature, which can earn training subsidies, but might also lead to conscription during gate incidents. Sungwoo in chibi form mutters he would rather avoid being conscripted. The hunter cheerfully proposes forging paperwork to classify Spec Zero as a harmless F-rank slime. When Sungwoo nervously asks if that is allowed, the hunter says the director entrusted him with handling everything related to Sungwoo. Sungwoo realizes the hunter understands more about Spec 0 then he is letting on but is purposely choosing not to pry. Spec 0 quietly laments the silly name, and is identified in a status box as level 30, and formerly a Demon King slime. The hunter confirms he will register it as F rank, so it will not cause issues for the business. Someone thanks him for the favor, while the bewildered, blonde hunter watches them act like co-conspirators. The blonde hunter internally panics that they are teaming up, and distracts himself by thinking about accepting pudding. When offered Nabi, the cat waitress cheerfully serves him coffee. Resigning himself, he decides he already tried to stop them, and turns to studying the hunter menu instead. He spots lamb steak as today's special and is intrigued. He enthusiastically orders 3 servings of lamb steak, impressing Nabi, boasting. He says that after half a year on Terra, strange food no longer phases him. Nabi praises his courage and promises a free bonus item, delighting him. Spec 0, now acting as a waiter, complains internally that the lamb steak smells disgusting, and that these otherworlders are weird. The blonde hunter excitedly welcomes the arrival of his plate. He takes a big bite of the lamb steak. Ecstatic, he declares this is the taste of getting stronger, and that compared to Terra's cuisine, it actually tastes good. Watching him eat, Spec 0 remembers nearly dying from just one bite of the same dish, and is amazed he can enjoy it later. A group of ordinary customers cheerfully arrive at the diner, and are welcomed by Sung-woo and Nabi. The place bustles, as customers call to place orders from all around the counter. Overworked Spec 0 dashes about delivering plates, grumbling that there is no end to customer orders, and that people should cook at home. Still running trays, Spec 0 vows revenge once it recovers, but narration notes that because Sun was sealed its power, it has no hope of regaining its Demon King form. Elsewhere, 2 men clink glasses in a toast, relaxing by a scenic riverside restaurant. They enjoy their drinks, and thank each other for enduring through recent hardships. An older man remarks with relief that life finally feels like it is returning to normal. Peaceful water and koi fish emphasize the tranquil atmosphere. The restaurant owner approaches the older man with a gentle smile. He informs the fisherman that he will receive a gate disaster recovery fund. The owner explains it is compensation for business losses and reduced profits, modest but still helpful. He adds that the payment is not a personal favor, but official support, easing the older man's worries. Someone serves an impressive meal, saying the recipient has earned it. An older man tearfully blames Isaac for failing to help when it mattered most. Comforted by Mr. Lee, the old man thanks him and laments how hard the past decade has been. While Lee says he understands, Mr. Lee reassures him that things will improve from now on. The scene shifts to Isaac's Korean headquarters building. Inside, ICC Director Lee Yoon-hoon receives a document from a subordinate, and reacts tensely shocked. He learns an official transfer order has been issued, and his aide confirms it. The document is shown to be an ISAC-stamped order. Reading it, Lee realizes a mobile armored unit is officially being dispatched, and is stunned that it was approved. His aide explains she requested reinforcements, because many staff took sick leave after the strange food challenge, and she did not expect approval. She nervously rationalizes that more personnel is good, and daydreams about finally taking a real vacation. Lee rejects that optimistic view, insisting their president is not that type of person. He explains that the president hates defeat and inefficiency, so there must be another motive for sending such personnel. He asks which mobile armored unit is coming, and the aide hesitantly answers. She reveals it is the elite Full Metal Heroes from ISI headquarters. Lee panics, wondering why such an overwhelmingly powerful unit is being sent. He suddenly suspects a specific reason. Lee fears the president may have learned about Yuzangwar. He recalls that Yuzangwar is an abnormally powerful repatriate, whose combat strength surpasses first-order hunters, likening him to a walking nuclear bomb that might require this unit to suppress. Laughing bitterly, Lee calls the situation absurd. While his aide looks on uneasily, he decides he must prevent this deployment, believing that even this elite unit could not handle Yu Sung-woo, and that sending them is a mistake. Groaning at his desk, he considers going over his superior's head. Since he sees no other option, he wonders if the president knows something he does not. Then he dismisses that idea as impossible, unless the president has a spy in the diner. Back at the diner, a sneeze from inside accompanies a breezy exterior shot. Yusango's burly bodyguard customer grumbles about the weather. As he starts eating his low-calorie pork cutlet and mushroom soup, he spears the pork cutlet with his fork. He takes a large bite of the cutlet. He chews contentedly, finishing with astonishing speed. He is applauded by those watching. Song-woo and his companions praise the customer's quick eating, attributing it to his athletic past. While he modestly protests, the customer asks for another serving of the same dish, and Song-woo agrees, promising a larger portion. The customer thanks him as his empty tray is taken away. A small blue slime carries the tray, startling the customer, who wonders why a slime monster is in the diner. Observing the slime, he realizes it is helping and notices it gives off a pleasant scent. The slime jiggles innocently. The bodyguard thinks that no matter how odd it seems, a slime is still a slime and glances toward Yuna playing nearby. Resolving to protect Yuna, he decides he cannot allow the slime to injure her even slightly. His intense protective glare alarms the slime, which wonders what is wrong with this human. The slime recalls someone promised to protect it, as long as it worked hard and did not cause trouble, motivating its diligent behavior. It remembers learning about humans and diner work so it could fit in. Despite its efforts, it is confused and upset by the bodyguard's hostility. The slime insists to itself that it has done nothing wrong, and glares back. Tension crackles as the two stare each other down. Sung-woo suddenly grabs the slime, scolding it for glaring at customers, while it protests that the human glared first. Sung-woo reprimands the slime as the embarrassed bodyguard sweats. Sung-woo asks if the slime bothers the bodyguard, and explains the creature is harmless, while the bodyguard admits he is simply wary because of his job, and someone notes everyone is cautious of slimes, jokingly bouncing the slime like a ball. Someone alarms the bodyguard, who begs him not to do that around Yunha because she will imitate him. Someone laughs that the slime is totally safe, while the battered slime looks anything but, and the bodyguard still feels uneasy. The bodyguard sighs, resigned. He then seriously asks Sung-woo to hide the slime for now, prompting Sung-woo to ask why. The bodyguard reveals that a mobile, armored unit is on its way to the area. Sung-woo, unfamiliar with the term, wonders if it refers to something like a tank division. The bodyguard offers to explain, and at Sung-woo's request for the long version, begins with the unit's structure and origins. He describes awakened individuals, hunters and superhumans battling monsters. He says these hunters fight creatures emerging from dimensional gates and chasms, serving as humanity's shield. However, he notes that such powerful fighters are rare. As a result, ordinary people began questioning whether they could fight without awakening, or if they were doomed to rely only on protection. From that frustration came the determination of non-awakened people, who also wanted to fight to enable them. Humanity needed weapons capable of killing monsters, and armor that could keep ordinary bodies safe. A leading tech corporation, Cyberdyne, answered this need and developed a new type of personal combat weapon. This weapon, a human-operated robotic suit called Wargear, was created. The bodyguard explains that, although Wargear began as an unmanned robot, electromagnetic interference in battlefields forced its redesign into a piloted machine somewhere. Imagining heroic robots, reacts with enthusiastic admiration. He then asks what this has to do with his slime. The bodyguard admits Wargear has weaknesses. Sung-woo realizes that if a slime manages to infiltrate the machinery, the pilots would be helpless. The bodyguard confirms that many pilots have died this way, causing the mobile armored units to despise slimes. Looking at his nervous slime, Sung-woo concedes that this hatred is understandable. The narrative shifts back to ISI headquarters, where preparations for the mobile unit continue. Members of Isaac's staff stand in formation. As someone in military gear approaches, the soldier halts, boots echoing. She introduces herself as Woo Haina, leader of the 6th Mobile Armored Unit, and Lee Young-hoon welcomes her. Rows of war gear match stand ready in their hangar. Haina salutes in front of the machines. The scene zooms out to show the mobile armored units. Deployment formation in front of Isaac's Korean branch. Haina formally reports in again. As Lee Yoon-hoon and his team return her salute, Haina is portrayed as a cool, confident, one-eyed commander. A blonde member of Lee's group grins mischievously, while another looks uneasy. The blonde remarks that he likes strong women. Eyeing Haina leaning in flirtatiously, he comments that it is a pity she is a married soldier. Internally he smirks, believing his higher rank as First Order gives him authority, and expecting her to yield. Haina only chuckles slightly. She flicks his forehead and warns that he has earned strike one. She coolly adds that he will not be laughing if he reaches strike 3, calling him a superstar kid. The blonde flushes with flustered anger, while the others stifle their amusement. Lee thanks the unit for coming, and informs them that accommodations have been prepared, so they can rest as they walk. They ask if they are dismissed for the day, and Lee encourages them to enjoy some free time and explore the city. Haina declines sightseeing, saying she has a specific place she wants to visit. She explains she has heard about a local diner that cooks with monster ingredients, and wants to go there. Lee nervously insists he never mentioned it. The blonde and the other subordinate also hurriedly deny saying anything. The brown-haired subordinate likewise claims innocence. Haina cheerfully says she has long wanted to try monster dishes, despite their terrible reputation. The brown-haired man anxiously agrees that such food is disgusting and not recommendable. Haina, who enjoys unusual foods and has eaten extreme delicacies before, impresses him while he clarifies that monster cuisine is on a different level from merely smelly food. She muses that if the diner serves meals made from slime monsters, she would love to try them, horrifying her subordinate. He panics internally, realizing they must somehow stop her from going to the diner. But Lee, oblivious to his concern, confirms that the diner probably has such dishes, and Haina happily excuses herself to head there. Haina strides away decisively toward town, while the shocked men are left behind. A tired-looking officer is told the hero's diner has a slime, and he replies that he already knows about their edible slime. The subordinate nervously adds that the diner also employs a mutated slime as staff, leaving the superior stunned. The officer yells that such a thing should have been reported. The subordinate argues he was told not to report anything, and they loudly bicker about whether to keep reporting on the hero's diner, while a blonde man yawns. The blonde man dryly comments that their communication is pathetic, and suggests they talk more. Both men furiously shout at the blonde man to be quiet. A woman in military gear arrives, and stands at the entrance of the hero's diner. Inside, the suited customer and the diner's owner turn toward the sound of the door opening. The owner internally notes that he expected this woman to come. The one-eyed soldier calmly walks into the diner. A cat waiter cheerfully greets her and she warmly responds. Calling the cat cute, the owner praises Nabi, the cat, in his thoughts, and then wonders about Spec Zero. Nearby, a blue humanoid slime strains and trembles, thinking about how difficult the task is. Narration explains that slimes can alter their appearance with enough effort, and the blue slime says it changed form. As instructed, the slime pushes its transformation to the limit, shaking violently. It thinks that it cannot keep this altered form any longer. The tray in front of the soldier suddenly turns liquidy, with a glip sound startling her. She asks if something just made a glip sound, making the cat waiter jolt in fright. Nabi hurriedly explains that the slime dish is only served as a dessert, like ice cream or pudding, and says he must warn her. While she wonders if the warning concerns the taste, the slime, now back in blob form on a chair, urgently warns that the dessert is delicious, but extremely high in calories. Inwardly relieved at not being discovered hiding, the slime grumbles that it is strange to have to conceal itself from this customer, and wonders why it cannot just stay in the basement, instead of working while hiding. It notes it can only hold its humanoid form for 20 seconds, and decides to finish the job quickly and then hide. The slime repeatedly dashes out in humanoid form to deliver dessert, sneaks and tiptoes around the soldier while reverting back and forth, lamenting how hard this is. As the soldier eats, she suddenly reacts in surprise to something. A small blue hand quickly grabs her dessert cup. She addresses the slime server, making the disguised slime flinch in fear. In a dark and close-up, she seriously states that she can tell the server is a slime. The slime trembles in terror at being seen through. Tension spreads through the diner as the soldier's trauma triggers. The slime shakes and Nabi panics. The soldier reaches for her utensils while calling out to the slime. Nabi lunges, flinging off the slime's apron and revealing the blob. As he tries to intervene, the memory of a desperate scream from the past overlays the present, as the soldier menacingly raises a knife, terrifying the cat and slime. Her eye flashes as she remembers shouting about slime. In the darkness, a flashback shows a devastated battlefield, where her mech crashes amid explosions. Injured inside her machine, she curses the situation overcome. She checks if her team is okay, and they reply that they are more or less fine. Over crackling communications, she identifies herself as Bishop, preparing to report a teammate in another cockpit. Screams that a slime has infiltrated his neck and is trying to melt him. She yells back for Bishop to hang on and orders everyone to go full power to locate him and break open the armor. Narration explains that their war gear is assembled and disassembled, externally, meaning the pilot cannot exit alone once inside. Further narration states that war gear pilots are just ordinary people, with no defense against slimes entering their cockpits, so most of them can only die. While she cries and grits her teeth over Bishop's fate, returning to the present, she shakes and mutters about slimes. Clearly traumatized, driven by that trauma, she resolves to kill and swings the knife down. Someone calls out to her, making her freeze mid-strike. The owner calmly reminds her that the knife is meant for cutting pork cutlets. He adds that the knife is not provided as a weapon. Still tense and gripping the knife, she faces Nabi and the cowering slime, while the owner watches from behind the counter. The owner reflects that Taiji had already told him about this soldier's background. He thinks that he understands her perspective. He continues that everyone, including the frightened cat and trembling slime, has their own story. Narration reveals that Spec Zero, the slime in question, was not originally a slime at all. After rifts opened on Journia and monsters began attacking civilians, a child is devoured by a slime. Narration notes that this particular slime is unusual. The slime is revealed to gain both knowledge and traits from anything it eats. Journian scientists capture the slime and experiment on it to turn it into a chasm-destroying weapon. During the experiments, the slime gains self-awareness. Its consciousness becomes that of the first child it had consumed. The child's mind, trapped in the slime and tormented by experiments, knows only the order to consume, so the entity called Spec Zero ends up devouring everything. After viewing Spec Zero's memories, the male lead feels he cannot wholly blame it for its actions. He concludes, Spec Zero is just a child needing an adult who can teach it morality, instead of scientists who taught only killing. He confronts the eye patch soldier, demanding to know what she is doing to his slime child. The soldier reacts in disbelief at him calling the slime his child. The cat waitress confirms the slime is a registered tame monster belonging to him and asks if that is a problem. The soldier clicks her tongue, thinking she cannot fight in this place. She judges that her knife skills are useless against someone awakened. Like the diner owner, she sighs tensely, preparing herself. She glares at the slime and wonders how she can kill it. While the frightened slime tries to back away, she reconsiders, realizing she cannot find any weakness in the owner. She internally despairs that he has no openings, making attacking him impossible. The owner reminds her that attacking a tame slime in front of a tamer and a mobile armored unit member has serious implications. When she offers compensation in exchange for killing the slime, he laughs and refuses, outright furious. She warns she will overlook things only twice, and implies dire consequences on a third offense, to which he casually asks what she would even do. Then he challengingly tells her to try. If she wants to find out what would happen, she grits her teeth, clearly frustrated. Another man watches, flustered by the escalating confrontation. The soldier boasts that she leads a mobile armored unit and threatens his business, but he coolly replies that he is the one she will regret crossing. The owner starts to dismiss the dispute and looks toward the other customers. Nearby diners, unnerved, ask them to stop arguing. Nabi the cat hisses at the soldier in defense of the diner. The suited man panics internally, begging the soldier in his mind to stop escalating. Realizing she went too far, the soldier clutches her head, thinking she got overly worked up. She regrets brandishing a knife at a civilian restaurant just to fight a tainted slime. She sighs in resignation. She formally bows to the owner and apologizes for acting out of line, which he accepts with mild surprise. As additional apology, she offers to pay for every customer's meal. The owner agrees to her proposal. He cheerfully adds that her offer also covers any extra food the customers order, leaving her sweating but accepting. But the suited man breathes a sigh of relief, thinking the situation could have become disastrous. He wonders why Wu Haina did not get briefed on repatriate matters, suspecting her recent mission and his own busy schedule as bodyguard kept him from warning her. Haina perks up, hearing something, as a sound draws her attention. Spec Zero happily glides toward a plate of food that has been served. Hina slumps over the table in silent frustration. Night falls over the closed diner building. Later the owner and Nabi return home exhausted, remarking that it has been a long day. Nabi asks why, knowing Hina hates slimes. The owner did not simply hide Spec Zero. He answers that while the slime has done wrong elsewhere, it has not misbehaved in his diner, which is his domain. So Hina is free not to come instead of forcing Spec Zero to hide. Nami then asks why he still made Spec Zero work in human form and hide, and he explains it is part of its training. He recalls that fear of hyena pushed Spec Zero to hold its human form over a minute, instead of only 10 seconds, proving that danger fuels its progress. Nabi yawns, calling his methods hardcore, but accepting the explanation. As Nabi quickly falls asleep, the owner notes he must be exhausted from all the tension. The owner yawns and decides he should go to sleep as well. The room darkens as they settle in. Outside the room, Spec Zero shyly remembers that the owner called it his child. It blushes happily while repeating that phrase to itself. The slime peeks quietly into the room where the others sleep. It struggles onto the couch beside the sleeping owner and cat. Settling against his leg, the slime contentedly smiles. The owner opens one eye, noticing Spec Zero beside him. He relaxes with a faint smile as all three rest together. Morning comes over the diner building. The owner wakes, groaning a bit. A jolt of pain shoots through him, making his back hurt sharply. He sits up, complaining about how much his back aches. Looking down, he sees Nabi and Spec Zero curled on his legs cuddling. He comments that it is probably time to buy a new bed. He glances over thoughtfully, watching the slime snuggled at his side. He wonders if it has started to open up to him. Stretching, he notes that pork cutlets are on today's menu, and that few hunters will visit, so preparation should be simple. He expects a quiet day, as the peaceful exterior of the building is shown. Deciding to make breakfast for Nabi and Spec Zero, he heads to the kitchen, opening the rice cooker. He discovers they are out of rice. He also realizes there is no soup ready either. Checking the fridge, he sees stacks of pork cutlets, and recalls he has been serving only them for days, due to an ordering mistake. He muses about creating a different, simple breakfast dish using pork cutlets. Inspiration strikes and he decides on pork cutlet sandwiches. He reflects on how versatile sandwiches are, with countless combinations and methods of preparation. In a humorous image, even a statue holds a sandwich aloft, as he declares it a symbol of culinary freedom. Pulling out a loaf of bread, he remembers the first time he made sandwiches. For Theo, the story flashes back to more than 10 years ago in Terra, where his party camps around a fire elf archer. Theodore examines the sandwich and asks about the dish's origin. The young owner explains that every dish has a history. Theodore assumes such an amazing food must have an epic background, while the owner insists it is simply filling between two slices of bread. Theodore dramatically proclaims the sandwich a free-thinking idea, embodying a rebellious spirit. He demands to know if the dish was invented by a freedom fighter. The owner bluntly says it was created by the Earl of Sandwich, enraging Theodore against aristocrats. He further explains that the Earl was actually a hard-working official, who devised it so he could eat one-handed while busy. Theodore chooses to ignore that it was made for work. The owner is left confused by what Theodore means. As the elf grabs the sandwich again, Theodore grandly renames the sandwich to Theodore, claiming such a free-spirited dish should carry his name. The owner asks him if he understands the idea of copyright, which Theodore obviously does not. The owner resigns himself to fantasy world ignorance. When Theodore says he has never heard of it, narration notes that Theodore indeed starts calling all sandwiches Theodore's. The story shows the Theodore sandwich spreading rapidly throughout Terra. In the present of that world, Theo has become a god of rebellion and revolution, and sandwiches are now sacred offerings to him. Back in the diner kitchen, the owner remarks on Theo's initiative, and notes Nabi and Spec Zero will wake up soon. As he readies breakfast, he decides to make hot sandwiches. He explains the difference between hot sandwiches, made with cooked ingredients, and cold ones made without heating. He begins by frying the pork cutlets. Next, he places shredded cabbage on slices of bread. He sets a sauce-coated pork cutlet on top of the cabbage. To complete the filling while searching cupboards, he realizes he misplaced something important. He suddenly spots what he was looking for. He uncovers a jar wrapped in paw-pattern cloth, identifying it as Mio Bryant, a rare sauce brewed once a year by the Aluros for a hero. A flashback explains that heroes from other worlds often dislike Terra's cuisine. The cats, therefore, created this forbidden delicacy specifically for those heroes. The narration elaborates that mee O'Brien is a secret, generations-old Aluro's recipe, incredibly delicious and improves with grilling and aging. The owner marvels that it is a special sauce even he cannot reproduce, and notes it was sent by Nabby's grandmother. He pours the decades-old mee O'Brien over the pork cutlet, emphasizing how rare such a long-aged batch is. However, he warns that the sauce is dangerously fattening. He observes that high-calorie food tends to taste best. Remembering, he still bears the calorie-burning effects of a pancetta dish. He decides to risk using the sauce. He finishes assembling the rich pork cutlet sandwiches. As the aroma wafts through the diner, he hears Nobby stirring. Nobby inspects Zero stumbling, drowsy and groggy from overeating the sauce, while he worries whether they will be okay. Outside, two men approach the diner as the day begins. One of them stops, intrigued by the enticing smell in the air. Both suddenly react strongly, realizing how amazing the aroma is. Overcome with desire, the blonde man bursts into the diner, demanding to know where the smell is coming from inside. The owner awkwardly stands holding the unconscious. Nobby inspects Zero and starts to explain. The blonde man, drooling, begs frantically to have whatever produced that aroma. The owner hesitates. He presents them with ordinary pork cutlet sandwiches. After tasting, both men admit the sandwiches are good, but not nearly as incredible as they expected from the smell. The owner sheepishly explains that they were served regular sandwiches. He clarifies that the amazing scent came from mee O'Brien, which he only used on Nabby and Spexer's sandwiches. He notes the sauce was so good it knocked them out, so he dared not give it to anyone else, and resolves to be more careful with the quantity next time. One of the men laughs slyly, prompting the owner to wonder what he is planning. A chibi version of the owner asks what he wants to say. The blonde man nervously hints that he has something to tell him. The owner listens intently. The scene shifts to ICC headquarters, where someone comments that an interesting event occurred at the council the previous day. The building is identified as Isaac's Korean branch. A man downs a bottle of pills. His subordinate asks if he is all right as he gulps water. Agitated, the director shouts that he is far from okay, and complains about dealing with another loose cannon like Kong Hyuk. He rants that Woo Hyun showed no common sense by brandishing a knife in a repatriate's shop, just because she hates slimes. His subordinate timidly points out that Haina is a unit leader, directly under the president, so there must be a reason she was sent. The director replies that of course there is a reason. He explains that Hyena's behavior was meant as a test, ordered by the president. He elaborates that the president has surveillance everywhere, and likely already knew a slime was at the diner. The subordinate wonders what kind of test it was supposed to be. The director reasons that the president was simultaneously testing both himself and Woo Haina. He interprets the incident as a warning for his delayed report on the slime, and a promotion test for Haina, though he doubts the president could have learned about the slime so quickly. He concludes that this omniscience is what makes the president frightening, and notes that Hyena's rivalry with Maxim Vizhansky for a team leader seat has been jeopardized by this incident. The subordinate anxiously asks if Hyena's chances of promotion are ruined, and the director silently nods. She sighs that the punishment sounds harsh, but insists Hina's anger was understandable, assuming the director knows the story. He confirms he knows about Hina's husband being disfigured by a slime attack, though he says that description understates it. He continues that even trauma like her husband's injuries and watching multiple teammates die cannot excuse her reckless conduct. As a commander, he stresses that a leader must separate personal feelings from duty, especially when many lives depend on their decisions. He outlines Hein's penalty as a month-long pay cut for ignoring repatriate protocols, plus a week of remote duty, which his subordinate agrees to process after she leaves the office. The director slumps in his chair, clearly weighed down by the situation. A stressed man laments that President Ju's harsh, inefficient decisions are driving everyone away. Another man recalls that the president would never act inefficiently, and grows suspicious. Someone explains that Haina will be punished with a 1-month pay cut and a week of remote work. At the diner, one man teases that he enjoys seeing others suffer, while another glares and the chef watches. The chef says the story reminds him of Haina's husband, whom the blonde jokingly calls Fry Face. The chef scolds the blonde for the nickname, and asks them to mind their words. The chef wonders why Hina's husband's injuries cannot be fixed with modern prosthetics and regenerative medicine. The brown-haired man says he is unsure whether Hina's husband is lucky or unlucky. He explains that war gear pilots usually die when attacked by slimes. He adds that Hina's husband miraculously survived. The chef asks if Hyena's husband awakened to an ability. The brown-haired man confirms he gained powerful regeneration that even restored his severed limbs. The chef realizes the implication of that regeneration. He calls the situation very unlucky, and the brown-haired man begins to explain the concept of a save point. Narration explains that people with regeneration reawaken at specific save points, and their bodies keep trying to return to that save state. The chef infers that Hyena's husband's save point was set after his face had melted, making surgery and implants useless. The chef thinks silently considering this. He then declares that he wants to meet Hyena's husband someday. Shocking the others, they ask if he can really treat the man, and he replies that it is possible if the husband agrees. The blonde questions why they should even help the man. The brown-haired man slaps the blonde, asking why he would refuse help to someone who caused trouble in their house. The blonde rants that Hina acted arrogant, and he would not help her if it were up to him. The brown-haired man punches him, telling him to grow up. The two start brawling and yelling at each other. The chef watches as they continue fighting in a cartoonish dust cloud. He stops them by saying he understands Hina. The chef states that he believes revenge can be good, and that he wants to help Hina take hers. The brown-haired man is surprised, because revenge does not sound like the chef's usual attitude. The chef argues that revenge is not entirely pointless, and can help heal. He asks them to imagine if his cat, Nabby, were maimed by a slime, saying he too would not forgive the culprit. Smiling, he adds that hunters like Hina protected his homeland, so helping them is the least he can do. The two men shudder at how intense the usually mild chef suddenly seems in chibi form. They nervously ask if he is having evil thoughts, while he cheerfully insists he just plans to treat Hyena's husband with a monster dish. Narration says he will cook a dish called a fresh start. As the others watch curiously, he introduces the first ingredient, a Cusco fruit that is extremely bitter, but sharpens the mind and is used as a stimulant in Terra. Next he presents calamansi, a lightning sour carrot. He explains that calamansi actually grows by being struck by lightning, and stores a powerful electric charge. While chopping it, narration warns that eating it unprepared could knock out even a decent-sized monster in one bite. He explains that a fresh start is made by grinding those two ingredients and boiling them together. The blonde, terrified, hesitantly calls out to the chef. The chef confirms the dish is what they think, and asks if the blonde has tried it. The blonde remembers living in Terra, saying he has tried it and that although it can heal, it is dreadful as the chef vigorously crushes the mixture. The blonde admits its effects are good, but the taste is horrible. Narration compares the dish to a potion that restores health. It is noted that normal potions are fragile, often breaking during rough adventures. Examples show how without a potion, being poisoned by traps or cursed by the Demon King's army is deadly. Without potions in those situations, a rookie's HP hits 0 and it is game over. Once such adventurer dies, a narration says, sturdy flasks are expensive and rookies do not have inventories. The blonde gripes that healers with recovery spells are arrogant too. The brown-haired man comments how awful it is that there is basically no way to recover health in Terra, while the blonde rants about how messed up that world is. The brown-haired man assumes the blonde survived, thanks to some workaround. The blonde sulkily confirms he did find a solution. The chef says that solution, a fresh start, is the answer as he stirs the pot. Flashback narration explains that Terra's pilgrims discovered a fresh start as a simple, natural remedy that slightly recovers health and removes debuffs. Its simplicity and effectiveness saved many people of Terra. Though the blonde loudly insists Terra's food tastes disgusting, he then shouts that the worst part is the dish literally blows you up. He elaborates that a fresh start blasts the eater into the sky, along with any buffs and debuffs. Flashback shows him being rocketed upward by the dish's physical force. Another voice jokes he should have just died. The brown-haired man concludes the dish removes both beneficial and harmful effects typical of a fantasy world. The chef explains that because regeneration is a passive skill, the dish's effect is temporary, giving a window to treat the patient with surgery or recovery magic. Narration says that during that window, the person can truly have a fresh start. The brown-haired man believes Haina will be delighted, but worries about the trauma from eating the dish. The chef innocently wonders why he should worry about that. He says, the troublemaker should pay a price for causing a scene in his diner. Otherwise he would have just given Haina an elixir. The blonde remarks that it is hard to tell whether the chef is stingy or generous, laughing. The chef calls himself simply thorough. The two men nervously vow never to get on his bad side. The scene shifts to Isaac's sector, a branch building underground. In the war gear maintenance room, an engineer stands before a large mech. A subordinate tells Chief Kyle that everything is ready. Narration introduces Scar Chief Engineer Kyle, whose real name is Kim Jae-nam, but he prefers his alias. Kyle notes there are 23 hours left until the war gear demonstration, and orders extra caution in these final stages. A worker awkwardly brings up Kyle's wife, and apologizes for what happened. Kyle says it is unfortunate her promotion is on hold, and jokes that his wife really can hold a grudge. He mentions it has been ages since he was splattered by that slime, yet she still has not let it go. The worker groans guiltily. Kyle cheerfully tells him not to worry about his already ugly face. While the worker protests that they cannot ignore such an injury, Kyle sends him off to recheck the high-output generator and movement controls. The worker walks away to carry out the orders alone. Kyle worries that if his wife does not pull herself together, she will endanger the whole team. He wishes he could revert and help her personally, but feels powerless. He looks at the mech as lights flash around it. Thinking about their situation, Kyle sighs and decides to focus on work. Over the comms, a staff member announces that the crucial first step of the maintenance test is beginning. The test is framed as a demonstration, meant to prove war gear is safe. To Sector A's citizens and workers vow to avoid accidents. A close-up shows a wrench tightening a bolt on the war gear. Kyle wipes his brow after finishing some of the manual checks. The brown-haired man from the diner approaches Kyle and politely asks him something. He bluntly asks whether Kyle is Kim Jae-nam, Woo Hyun's husband, startling Kyle. Kyle angrily insists he is Kyle, not Kim Jae-nam, while the visitor raises his hands and says he came bearing something. Kyle realizes this visitor is an important figure in Sector A. Kyle asks if the visit is because of his wife's incident, and the man says it is related. As he reaches into his coat, Kyle looks confused but curious. The man reveals the bottle of a fresh start, and says he has business with Kyle. Time jumps to the sector. A war gear demonstration where match march before a crowd. Families excitedly watch the parade. Children cheering. Kyle stands among onlookers, relieved that everyone's hard preparation for the event paid off. He scratches his cheek and moves on. From those thoughts, Kyle reflects that he has been through a lot, and repeats the instructions he was given about drinking the potion. Only when a surgical team and safety net were ready, he asks the brown-haired man if the potion will truly heal his face, and the man confirms it will. The man points out Kyle has nothing to lose and should try it. Kyle, deciding he really has nothing to lose, steals himself during the demonstration. With the medical team ready, he drinks the potion in front of his colleagues. The taste shocks him horribly. As he gulps it down, he thinks it tastes like a century-old brew of mugwort and garlic, then suddenly feels his body rumble. The dish rockets him skyward in an explosive blast, earning him the later nickname Explosive Kim Fartman. Despite the humiliation and surgery afterward, he finds that his face and eyes are completely healed. A tearful close-up shows his restored eye blinking. He notes that his wife is now happy again, watching him through the hospital window, so the nickname no longer matters. Later, a coworker timidly addresses him as Chief Kyle, grumpily reminds him of the embarrassing explosive nickname. While the coworker apologizes, the coworker asks if Kyle plans to become a hunter now. He points out that Kyle's regeneration ability is strong, and wonders if it is wasted in maintenance. Kyle angrily explains that with regeneration, he would be forced to play the tank role, constantly getting beaten up, which he has no intention of doing. In chibi banter, they discuss that hunter pay is high, but Kyle values work-life balance, and says his family is financially fine. Kyle calls out his coworker for secretly hoping to replace him as chief engineer, laughing it off. Kyle changes the subject. He wonders what thank you gift to send the man who saved him, briefly suggesting something mundane like toilet paper. Annoyed by his coworker's useless ideas, he decides to ask his wife instead and dials her number. Speaking sweetly on the phone, he asks his wife for gift advice and adoringly praises her suggestion, embarrassing the onlooker. A few days later, the scene returns to the hero's diner. The staff unveil a new wood-fired oven that has been installed. The chef admires the oven, guessing Hyena remembered his kitchen layout, and thinking he can now serve bread. Hwang Ji-hyun, the inspector, asks why the diner never had an oven before. The chef awkwardly admits that in truth, the diner could function without one, and he was embarrassed to say why. Narration explains that normal ovens heat air and waste a lot of energy, which bothered him. He bluntly says they raise the electricity bill too much. A gag flashback shows him traumatized by bills in a tiny old apartment, making him fearful of high utilities. He reiterates that this cost fear is why he never bought an oven. He explains that the new oven is special because it uses mana stones as fuel, meaning he just has to hunt monsters for infinite energy. Nabi the cat happily says they can now make even nastier food using mana stone heat. The chef remembers that Hyena also sent additional gifts for Nabi, and a slime speck zero. Nabi and a fairy-like girl race joyfully on a ride on lawn mower that doubles as a high-speed cart. Narration says Hyena's apology letter came with extra items. One of them is a shock-absorbing vinyl suit made especially for Spec Zero. Wearing it, the slime bounces around joyfully and declares its love and forgiveness. Watching the kids and familiars play on the lawn, the chef thinks the weather is nice and everyone is having fun. He casually muses that maybe he should just close the diner for the day. Ji-hyun fumes that he treats the restaurant like a hobby, opening and closing whenever he likes. She reflects that because Hire UPS ordered hunters to eat there, she has been working overtime promoting the place with a review app. Exhausted at her desk, she complains that this repatriate chef is driving her crazy. Outside, she overhears him, wondering if he should close and make pizza for dinner. Tempted by the idea of pizza from the new oven, she wavers and starts to agree. The thought of pizza overwhelms her and she shouts excitedly about it. When he invites her to join them, she instantly flips the sign to close, excepting she rationalizes that if the owner wants to close, she cannot argue, revealing that her greatest weakness is her appetite. The story cuts to Cyberdyne headquarters, underground nuclear bunker. There someone replays the footage of Kyle choking down the potion. A blue-haired person in a command chair watches and grudgingly respects Fartman's guts, recalling how timid he used to be when they gamed together. When this observer worries aloud that Kyle drank the potion without any guarantee it would work, and wonders what would have happened if it had been poisoned. A subordinate reports that Yu Song-woo's surgery went well. The superior confirms the success, learns he refuses to return to battle or be a hunter, now has a family and a 2-year-old son. After pondering, the superior accepts this information. He orders Yu Song-woo's threat level downgraded from SSS to C. The subordinate is shocked, calling the downgrade an extreme decision. The report continues that Yu endured Hyena's insults without violence, and instead healed her husband. The official notes that Baek Kung-hyuk, Minokif, Hwang Ji-hyun and overall combat power have all risen by 10. They praise you for raising elite forces just through cooking, and joke he deserves a major medal, while agreeing the situation is delicate. The call ends after confirming a new armored team leader, testing the local director, and laying plans to strengthen hunters in Sector A. As they sign off, the subordinate remembers one more question. He asks when the superior can visit Korea, saying his daughter really wants to see him. The man apologizes that he cannot come back for some time, because work will become busy. He adds that the subordinate should tell Yunha he loves her, identifying himself as Ju Hyuk Jin, head of Cyberdyne and Isaac president. Time shifts to Yu rapidly chopping tomatoes while Yu cooks. Miss Hwang asks if the pizza will be Earth style or terrorist style, and he answers it will be the Earth version believed. She says she only understands the difference between those two kinds. She glares and complains she cannot trust his cooking, because past repayment dishes for helping Paro were so disgusting. They made her gag. She accuses him of always promising tasty food, but repeatedly serving progressively worse, revolting dishes while smiling though. He insists he is serious this time and laments her lack of faith. Yu finishes prepping tomatoes, onions, garlic and mushrooms and decides to sauté them. He pours olive oil to start cooking the minced vegetables. Hit the pan sizzling, smelling the soda copyright in mix. Hwang says she could eat it just like that, and Yu notes people actually do put it on rice or bread. He prepares to add only 2 drops of 33-year-old Mi O'Brien, now stored carefully after a previous mishap. The fragrant liquid wafts out. As he opens the container, Huang is stunned by the aroma, and Yu explains it is a secret sauce from Nabi's grandmother, that normally should not be added here. She demands to know why not, and Yu answers that it is simply too delicious. Confusing her, he clarifies the sauce is extremely addictive, so he uses only a tiny amount. With the sauteing done, Yu says the tomato sauce prep is finished and only needs stirring. Yu silently hands one a cloth. Making her curious, he asks her to stir the sauce for about 20 minutes, and she protests that a customer should not have to work. Unless he is paying her, she grumbles that if she had to pay, the meal would cost half her salary, while Yu silently thinks it would be more. Nevertheless, she eagerly dons an apron and begins stirring the sauce with gusto. Mid-stir, she notices Yu's amused reaction. She accuses him of thinking the apron does not suit her, and he bluntly replies, she is the first person he has seen who fails to look good in one. He muses that Huang seems better suited to office or consultant work than kitchen duty. After the long stirring, she proudly asks how she did. Yu praises her even though she only stirred. Yu then asks what she thinks is the most important part of a pizza. She enthusiastically answers that the dough is key. Yu agrees she knows her stuff. She says she may not cook well, but is an expert eater. Yu is reminded of his gluttonous comrade Cry. As he needs dough of perfect consistency, he carefully kneads in olive oil, noting he must balance between greasy and dry. Yu admits Nabi is better at kneading dough, but is on break, prompting Huang to wonder how a cat with paws could outperform him. He explains that in cooking, hands are critical, and claims a cat's paw pads can make dough taste better, even citing dubious research. Huang skeptically asks if that research is real, and he admits it is only his personal theory. She exclaims she can never tell if he is joking or serious. Outside, the children, Yunha and the cat Nabi, happily race around the cafe yard. Inside, Yu finish shaping the dough balls. He explains the dough should normally rise for about 2 hours, shocking Huang feeling lazy. He shortcuts the process by casting a fermentation spell on the dough. Seeing the magically plump dough, Huang marvels at his abilities, while he says, it now just needs a mist of water and another hour's rest. Huang sighs that making pizza is harder than she thought, and vows to stick to ordering out, which Yu calls a wise choice. A timer shows the waiting period has passed. They spread the finished sauce on the dough bases, and prepare to add toppings. Yu asks what toppings she prefers. While reaching into a dimensional storage, Huang deadly serious answers that she wants meat. Yu again thinks how much she resembles his meat-obsessed comrade Cry. Yu offers a huge cut of meat as a topping, drawing delighted praise from Long. He then considers what topping he personally wants. His eyes light up as he finds something appealing. Yu chooses pineapple, praising the sweetness of baked pineapple. Huang reacts with disgust at the idea of pineapple on pizza, and Yu laughs that he expected this reaction, even accidentally calling her Cry. She is confused by the unfamiliar name and asks who Cry is. Yu gasps, realizing he spoke aloud, and tries to brush it off by saying the two are just very similar. He explains that Cry is a former party member, whose name slipped out by habit. Wang internally wonders if that means he trusts or feels close to her. Like one of his comrades, curious, she asks what kind of person Cry is. He recalls Cry as a mighty orc warrior, with huge lower tusks and powerful hand-chop techniques, capable of splitting stone golems. He thinks to himself he would never tell her this, but aloud describes Cry vaguely as a really cool guy, which excites her. He starts to say more, reflecting that Cry truly is impressive. He remembers how Cry's roar, after defeating one of the Demon King's 4 generals, and an entire legion, even gave him chills. Then, hurriedly changes the topic back to finishing the seafood toppings. Yu lights the magical pizza oven. Huang asks if they simply wait now, and he confirms. Yu turns back to the group saying okay. Moving to the next step, evening falls over the cafe building. Yu sets a table outside with plates and cutlery, preparing for an outdoor meal. Huang ties up her hair ready to eat. She sits in front of a finished meat, heavy pizza burning with anticipation. Yu silently watches her intense focus. Embarrassed by his stare, she blurts that she has not had a cheat day in ages, prompting him to ask what that is. She explains that dieting is tough, and a cheat day is when you freely eat whatever you want, without restraint. Yu points out she already ate 3 pork cutlets the previous night, and questions calling today a cheat day, while also checking if she keeps up her warrior exercises. She insists she trains daily, but complains she is not getting stronger. Yu teases that she must be eating all the calories she burns, which frustrates her. Yu claps his hands and moves to start the meal. He invites everyone to enjoy, and the group cheers and prepares to dig in. Around 3 pizzas. The hot pizzas are sliced cheese and toppings stretching enticingly. Yunha bites into a slice loaded with meat and vegetables. Yunha and Nabi exclaim how delicious it is. The slime speck Zero happily devours a cheesy crust. Seo Taiji savors his seafood slice, especially the shrimp and squid. He jolts as something catches his eye. He notices Huang devouring her slice with almost no chewing. Shocked at her eating speed, he mentions the kids are drinking cola, and asks what the adults would like to drink. Huang immediately calls for beer, while Seo declines, leading her to excitedly grab some cans. She opens a can with a snap. Yu finally sits down with his own slice and beer, saying it is his turn to eat now that the cafe shutters are closed. While eating, he muses that if he had more time, he would even make cheese from scratch, and considers raising cows at the villa for future pizzas. Seeing everyone enjoying themselves, he decides the pizza is already good enough. Later, the sky darkens again over the cafe. The table is left with only empty plates and drink cans, evidence that everything was eaten. Stuffed and drowsy Yuna and Nabi lean back in their chairs, saying they are completely full. Huang squishes the sleepy slime, remarking that slimes are usually gross, but this one looks like a cute comic character, and Yu agrees he is adorable. Blushing, she admits that is true, but hesitates, her thoughts turned disturbingly to wondering what flavor the slime might taste like, given his refreshing smell. Yu yanks Spec Zero away and asks if she is already drunk, as she begs to at least smell him and promises not to lick. Huang's phone vibrates with a call from the bald director. Overjoyed, she declares it is an emergency call and dances excitedly. Her excitement shatters when she realizes what emergency duty actually means. The scene shifts to Isaac Sector, a branch. At night, Director Lee Young-hoon sits at his desk with a report. He reads a line stating simply that the pizza was very delicious. Deadpan, he sips lavender tea meant to relieve stress and calm himself. He sighs and prepares to address the situation. Confronting Huang, he asks if the pizza was really so good it warranted mention in her report. She boldly says yes, and that it was worth a 10-page apology letter. Groaning, he begins to scold her. He reminds her that until recently, her nickname in the organization was the Cold-Blooded Empress, a title she now finds embarrassing. He slams the desk, shouting that she has changed, acknowledging she is promoting a restaurant as ordered, but furious that she got drunk. He yells that her job still does not allow drinking, pointing at her swaying tipsy state, while she insists pizza and beer are a perfect combination. She argues that it was outside work hours, and asks why she cannot drink in her own free time. She further complains that she is expected to file reports, even after clocking out, while he angrily insists the real problem is that she is getting too close to the surveillance target. He says she seems closer to the repatriate Usango than to her direct superior, Baekhyuk. She scoffs at the idea of being close to that annoying superior, while another colleague warns they might end up literally fighting. Huang declares she is ready to fight him if that is what he wants, striking a martial pose as she continues shadowboxing. She retorts that meddling in her off hours is unreasonable, and that she only took a small break, leaving the director thinking there is no use scolding her more. Finally, he admits he called her late because something urgent has come up. Rubbing his aching head, he steels himself. He informs her that Team B will return tomorrow. Hearing this, she slams the desk and repeats in shock that Team B, including Yoon Hyang, is coming back, and he notes she suddenly seems sober. She mutters that Baekhyuk will be thrilled about this news. Another narrator jokes that those two will soon be clashing again, recalling they are often at each other's throats, and that he had secretly been relieved when one was hospitalized. The director instructs her to prepare for their return, and to brief everyone on full evacuation protocols, and she wearily agrees. The office door closes behind her. In the hallway, she trudges along, complaining she has to work overtime again. She pauses, deep in thought, expression troubled, looking at the Isaac building at night. She tells herself she will have one more drink before starting the extra work. Morning comes over the Isaac headquarters. Birds chirp outside the bright building entrance. Someone steps firmly toward the doors. The newcomer is revealed as Yoon Hyang, a high school junior hunter, ranked 65th in the First Order and known as Black Hawk. Arriving with his sword on his shoulder, he strides confidently down the lobby corridor. His sneakers tap across the floor. Another pair of dress shoes approaches from the opposite direction. The two nearly collide as they pass each other. Yoon Hyung ends up pressing his shield, sword across Baek Hyuk's chest, creating immediate tension. Yoon coldly tells Baek to move. Baek glares back, asking if that is how a junior should speak to an elder. They argue fiercely, both radiating hostility as Baek says, "The kid needs a lesson in respect." Nearby at a vending machine, Hwang hears their shouting and taunts them to show what they have, while Baek yells back that he is ready to fight the runt. Hungover Hwang clutches her aching head and grumbles that it is too early in the morning for this nonsense. A narration explains that Baek Hyuk and Yoon Hyung are teammates who despise each other, a rivalry that began after the association president launched the Hunter entertainment business that promotes hunters like celebrities and created popular rankings beyond battle strength. A popularity ranking shows Yoon Hyung and Baek Hyuk placed 10th and 11th, described as neck and neck in domestic popularity. Narration explains that with Yoon on break and Baek gaining attention, the gap between their rankings has shrunk. Yoon draws his sword and coldly tells an older opponent he will teach him manners. Baek powers up his own sword, accepting Yoon's challenge and rejecting being called old. Their exasperated manager yells at them to stop acting like children. Yoon launches a lethal slash at Baek, who struggles to block the attack. Baek angrily counterattacks, shouting that Yoon should be the one to die. Their clashing powers tear up the building interior. As debris falls, staff trigger a red alert and order everyone to grab valuables and evacuate. Explosions erupt from the Isaac building. The ISAC headquarters is left with shattered windows and heavy damage. Later, Baek brags to a comrade that he predicted Yoon's horizontal slash, parried it and tackled him. While boasting about Yoon's shocked expression, Baek winces from lingering pain. His friend reminds him, Yoon flipped him and punched him repeatedly afterward, which Baek dismisses. The friend scolds them for being top First Order members, who still fight each other like nobodies. He continues scolding Baek about acting his rank, while Baek whimpers that Yoon fought too. So why is he the only one punished? The friend notes Yoon is still legally a high school student and curses the minor protection law that keeps Yoon from being disciplined. He jokes that given Baek's mental age, that law probably protects Baek as well. Baek misinterprets this as support, claiming he needs protection too, while the friend clarifies he was insulting him. The friend thinks to himself about the situation. He observes the wrecked corridor, thinking Yoon is lucky to escape punishment, and, noting that only the mobile armored unit kept Sector A under control, he wonders if higher UPS want to use this incident to settle who is stronger once and for all, and considers his response, deciding that even if Baek is an idiot, he is still First Order. The friend resolves to ensure Baek wins any future clash. He then tells Baek to stop sulking, and invites him out for beer at the diner, cheering Baek up when Baek hints he expects the friend to pay. The friend menacingly licks a knife, prompting Baek to hastily say they can split the bill. The night closes over the diner, indicating time has passed. At the diner, Baek asks what he needs to do to beat Yoon, wondering if he should revert to using guns. The friend advises Baek to combine both gun and sword, and Baek admits he lacks coordination and needs someone to teach him. A slime waiter brings another beer. Startling the friend, Baek notices the friend's distraction, and asks why he suddenly stopped talking. The friend sees Yu the cook, chopping food while the slime waddles near him with a tray, whispering. Baek is surprised that the friend wants Yu to teach him, while the friend says Yu is a master swordsman, and Baek already shoots well. Baek agrees in principle but worries about how to persuade Yu, debating whether to use money, honor or threats. The friend dryly suggests even suicidal threats might work, leaving Baek dejected. Baek suddenly gets an idea. He proposes offering Yu gun handling lessons, in exchange for swordsmanship training. The friend finds the barter interesting, but doubts whether Yu cares about guns. Baek reassures him, recalling Yu happily playing with two ornate guns earlier. They conclude the exchange might work despite the gap in skill levels. Yu, overhearing, considers their offer with a thoughtful hum. Yu agrees to teach Baek basic swordsmanship, while Baek exclaims he will use it to defeat Yu in one blow. Yu comments that the developing situation is amusing. The friend silently reacts in confusion. The story flashes back to 4 hours earlier at a nearby park. A trash can lid clatters as something lands nearby. A frustrated Yoon stomps through the park, fuming that Baek keeps picking fights with him. He imagines Baek nagging and belittling him like an old man. which infuriates him more. Yoon grudgingly admits Baek has become much stronger. He reflects that while he was not trying to kill Baek earlier, he still attacked with significant force. Yet Baek managed to deflect the blow with his sword. Baek then used the opening to tackle Yoon. Lying on the grass, Yoon concedes Baek beat him in close combat, and worries that if Baek's swordsmanship improves, he might not win without using his special ability. Yoon clenches his fist, deciding he cannot justify using his ability just to handle someone like Baek. He hears a strange sound nearby. Sitting up, Yoon wonders where the sound is coming from. He sees an armored fighter, sparring at high speed with a small gauntlet cat. Surprised, he tries to confirm what he is seeing. He realizes it is indeed a person and a cat engaged in serious sparring. More importantly, Yoon recognizes that both the man and the cat display exceptional skill. He analyzes the armored man's build and speed, noting his agile movement despite heavy armor. Yoon further observes that the man can accurately track the fast cat, identifying him as a high-level grappler. Yoon concludes this kind of grappler, adept at closing distance, is the type he struggles with most. He then focuses on the cat's leap, sensing something even more impressive. The cat easily evades and criticizes the man's straightforward attacks. While darting around him, the cat lands a powerful blow that blasts the armored man backward. The man recovers with a frustrated click of the tongue. Watching, Yoon realizes this close-quarter style is exactly what he needs. He thinks that if he masters such skills, handling Baek Kong Hyuk will become trivial. After the spar, the armored man, now in casual clothes, is about to leave when Yoon approaches. Yoon and the cat stand stunned as Yoon steps toward them. Yoon faces the cat with sparkling eyes, clearly eager about something, while the cat sweats nervously. The scene returns to the diner exterior the next day. Inside, Baek, now a waiter, is shocked by something he hears. Yoon, likewise in waiter uniform, is equally shocked. They angrily demand to know why the others working there, and accuse each other of acting like the owner. Yoon intervenes, saying he will explain why Yoon and Baek are both there. A comparison is drawn between Yoon's top-tier sword style and the relatively modest gun skills Baek is offering, making the trade seem unfair. To compensate, Baek has been sentenced to work at the diner for a week, shown chained to a ball and should be form. Yoon is revealed to be in the same situation, having agreed to help at the diner for a while as well. Baek panics, asking if Yoon will teach Yoon swordsmanship too, but Yoon says he is not Yoon's teacher. Instead, the skilled cat calmly claims to be the one who will train Yoon. Baek and Yoon stare blankly at the cat, asking what it is looking at. They start bickering, with the cat calling it a brat and threatening a fight. Off to the side, Yoon rolls a practice sword, while Baek and Yoon trade insults about minors and elder abuse, promising not to hold back. A comedic smash cut indicates Yoon has just thrashed them, standing over their steaming heads. Yoon warns that since it is only their first day, they should work properly. Smiling ominously, Yoon adds that from now on, any fighting during business hours will incur fines, though he will overlook this first offense. Baek explodes at the idea of fines, demanding to know who authorized it. Yoon cheerfully explains he will deduct a full month's salary for each offense. Provoking Baek's outrage, their manager arrives, showing that Director Lee has already approved this rule. She clarifies that every time they fight at the diner, their pay will automatically be donated to charity. Baek rages that the director must be insane for approving such measures, while the manager offers to let him complain to him directly. Baek immediately backpedals, flustered, insisting that is not what he meant. The manager laughs, revealing she already hung up on the director. Yoon grumbles that helping at the diner is fine, but working alongside Baek is unbearable. The cat pointedly asks if Yoon is giving up on improving. Just because of that, Yoon thinks that if Baek learns from you, Baek will definitely become stronger, and he cannot accept losing for doing nothing. Determined, Yoon decides he will endure the job and learn tactics from the cat as well. He resolves to learn while also provoking Baek at every opportunity. Baek likewise schemes to provoke Yoon into throwing the first punch, so Yoon will be fined and lose money. Their shared inner monologue reveals both plan to make the other broke, while Yoon senses growing hostility in the air. The next day, the diner attracts a crowd of excited schoolgirls. The girls squeal outside, calling for the first order idol and waving Baek's poster inside. Baek assumes the fans are there for him, and wonders how they learned he works at the diner. He pretends to be modest about photos, slightly suggesting an ordinary guy like Yoon could handle them. Instead, Yoon realizes Baek is trying to provoke him. The fangirls enter the diner. Yoon greets them at the door and asks what they want, only to hear they came specifically to see Baek, whom they call Soups. Yoon is appalled by the nickname and vows to outshine Baek. Beginning to act cool and remove his bow tie, Yoon strikes a charming pose, and politely asks if the girls would like to order. Overwhelmed, the girls order 5 specials at once. Squealing in delight, Baek gasps in horror as he sees his fangirls fawning over Yoon instead. Trembling with rage, Baek calls Yoon shameless. Yoon smugly asks Baek if he is too ugly to pull off that kind of fan service. Baek responds by ripping open his own shirt. Yoon likewise exposes his chiseled torso. The two continue their shirt-ripping showdown, both showing off their abs. Outside, both waiters pose half-naked, while the girls scream for Black Hawk and Superstar. Snapping photos, a fan narrates that the two are having a charisma battle right in front of her, and the crowd goes wild watching from the kitchen. Yu decides that as long as the customers are happy, their antics are acceptable. Later, Baek meets Yu in a forest training ground ready for sword practice. Yu silently studies Baek while gripping a wooden sword. He lifts the sword to begin demonstrating. Yu performs a smooth basic swing with the wooden blade. The simple motion and focused aura intimidate Baek, who gulps despite it being only a wooden sword. Yu explains that many clans have complex sword techniques, and asks Baek if he knows why. A visual diagram shows that sword styles branch out, according to purpose and experimentation. Since Baek still does not fully understand, Yu offers to demonstrate, starting with a knight's sword style. Yu raises his sword into the knightly stance. He executes a flowing combination of movements with a whooshing slash. Yu explains that the knight style was made to protect comrades, so it is stable with a moderate stance. He adds that knights layered additional ideology onto the style, beyond its basic purpose. Yu then shows a more elaborate sequence of slashes and twists, emphasizing the style's flourish. He ends with a dramatic swing. Baek applauds, admitting he does not understand the theory, but finds it flashy and cool. Yu comments that this flashiness is both the strength and weakness of knightly swordsmanship. An illustration of a noble knight appears, as Yu explains that when a protective style loses its purpose, it turns into a showy pursuit of honor and status. Yu summarizes that a swordsman's nature and circumstances shape their style, then asks Baek what kind of swordsmanship he wants to learn. Baek frankly says he just wants to beat Yoon Hyung, caring little for philosophy. Yu sees no issue, saying his own best style is also focused purely on defeating others. He reveals that before becoming a warrior, he was a gladiator slave, making him an expert in victory-focused combat. Yu suggests showing Baek what a gladiator sword is like. He tells Baek to try dodging his next attack and counter if he can, which horrifies Baek. Yu drops into a low, dangerous stance. Baek analyzes that this must be a quick draw technique, and expects an attack aimed at his middle. Yu suddenly darts forward with explosive speed. His strike slams Baek in the chin before Baek can react. The blow launches Baek into the air, sending him spinning away. Yu states that though it is not flashy, this is how a gladiator wins fights, and Baek groans that the lesson is painfully clear. Yu explains that the gladiator style is efficient, catches opponents off guard, and is designed solely to bring down the foe. If the skill gap is not too great, he guarantees Baek will win using it. Despite trembling and defeat, Kang Hyuk recalls being told to keep fighting, even when at a disadvantage. Frustrated and humiliated, he erupts internally, thinking the situation is totally uncool. Imagining an axe-wielding barbarian style is practical but tasteless. He debates whether to learn it just to beat Yoon Hyung. Kang Hyuk glances aside and firmly rejects that idea, reasoning that if Mr. Yu teaches him, he can win using a knight's sword style. He places his trust in his instructor. Mr. Yu tells him it is time to choose what kind of sword style he wants to learn. Bowing deeply, Kang Hyuk requests the knight's sword style, which Mr. Yu says he expected. Time passes peacefully at the diner as birds chirp outside. Elsewhere, Yoon Hyung wobbles through an intense balancing pose, straining his flexibility training, complaining that the stretching feels like yoga rather than martial arts. He is told by the cat master that flexibility is a weapon for smaller fighters. The cat explains that those lacking natural strength or size must at least make their bodies flexible. Yoon Hyung protests he cannot gain weight no matter how much he eats, while the cat warns him not to say that around certain people. A tall man doubts whether humans can really use cat martial arts. Even if they become flexible, the cat replies that what they have done so far was only warm up, and now he will teach the Aluro's tribe's secret technique. He asks if they have heard the saying, that drinking vinegar makes the body flexible, which sounds familiar to the man. A narration recalls tales of circus acrobats. Those stories say acrobats always kept vinegar to maintain flexibility. A pseudoscientific explanation claims, vinegar improves flexibility by breaking down lactic acid and boosting circulation and metabolism. Yin Yang pants from training in objects. That the vinegar myth has long been disproved. The cat agrees vinegar does not help, and hints that something else does, prompting Yun Yang to ask what. The cat rummages in his clothes, saying Tara has a food that grants flexibility just by eating it. He proudly reveals a skewer of grilled, glossy meat as that special food. The others inspect the skewered meat, comparing it to grilled eel. While the cat prepares to explain the cuisine, Yun Yang wonders if this is the infamous, strange food he has heard about, but thinks it does not look that odd. Remembering a warning about monster food, he dismisses it thinking it actually looks fine. Annoyed at aides who nag too much, he confidently takes a big bite of the meat. His companions react in shock as he chews, realizing what he has eaten. Suddenly, his body snaps and cracks unnaturally as the food's effect kicks in. His agonized scream echoes outside, followed by more cracking noises. The scream continues from inside the building. Yun Hyung's limbs twist and crack further as the transformation proceeds. Writhing in pain, he demands to know what is happening to his body. The cat scolds him for being impatient and not listening first. While Yun Hyung screams about the unnatural stretching, the cat explains that on Earth, flightless dragons are considered worms, hinting what he fed Yun Hyung. Realizing the meat came from worms, Yun Hyung freaks out horrified that he eaten. The cat lectures him about edible worms, used as medicine in various countries to improve blood circulation, leaving Yun Hyung humiliated at being schooled by an otherworldly cat. The cat describes massive worm-like monsters called earthworms that live in terraced deserts. He explains that earthworm meat has different effects by color, with red improving cold resistance, and yellow relieving fatigue and loosening joints for flexibility. While Yun Hyung passes out from pain, instead of feeling relieved, the cat comments that he probably did not warm up enough. The cat adds that once Yun Hyung wakes up, he must warm up properly and eat more worm meat before real training starts. A week later, time has passed at the diner. Inside, the group cleans the restaurant, with Kong Hyuk and Yong Hyung now working as servers. The cat grumbles that learning proper martial arts takes at least a year, and considers a rematch after only a week ridiculous, making the two trainees flinch. Sensing their glare, Mr. Yu calmly sips his drink while they stew behind him. Kong Hyuk admits to himself that Mr. Yu is not wrong, but he still feels he has improved in the past week. Yong Hyung also believes that with a full year of proper training, he could become incredibly strong. Both resent that their progress is constrained by their troublesome opponent. They realize their 8 fights this week have already cost them 8 months of wages, and fear being stuck working for Isaac. Forever determined to settle things, Kong Hyuk declares that their showdown will happen today after work. Yun Hyung agrees to fight right outside, and vows that their feud ends today. The scene shifts to outside the diner where people gather. A crowd forms a ring, while Kong Hyuk and Yong Hyung face each other for their rematch. Kong Hyuk smugly enjoys fighting before an audience, and starts boasting about demonstrating his newly polished sword technique. Before he can finish bragging, Yun Hyung suddenly smacks him, and orders him to shut up and draw his sword. Watching Mr. Yu comments on Yun Hyung's showy entrance, while another hero praises the hit. Enraged, Kong Hyuk draws his sword and charges, calling Yun Hyung a coward for attacking first. He activates his special ability, Superstar Radiating Power, as the crowd cheers. Seeing this, Mr. Yu acknowledges that Kong Hyuk might actually stand a chance. Now Kong Hyuk unleashes a powerful downward swing at Yun Hyung. Yun Hyung barely evades as the blade whooshes past him. Kong Hyuk tightens his grip, adjusting his hold on the sword. Mid-fight, he continues slashing aggressively, forcing Yun Hyung onto the defensive. The duel intensifies with ringing clashes of their blades, drawing excited cheers from the audience. Kong Hyuk laughs triumphantly, asking Yun Hyung how it feels to face the knight sword style he mastered through sweat and tears. But Mr. Yu notes wryly that Kong Hyuk is bragging despite only a week of training internally. Mr. Yu concedes that Kang Hyuk's form has improved a lot, compared to a week ago. He also assumes the cat Nabi trained Yoonhyung just as hard. At the same time, Yoonhyung clashes blades with Kang Hyuk, and realizes the loudmouth actually has real sword talent, though he credits the teacher more than the student. Yoonhyung thinks about his own effort, and resolves that he has worked hard too. As their swords grind against each other, he suddenly shifts his grip on his own blade, preparing a new move. Kang Hyuk's attack knocks Yoonhyung's sword flying. Surprising him, Yoonhyung immediately dashes in close. Instead of retreating, he wraps an arm around Kang Hyuk's neck from behind, catching him in a choke, applying a cat joint lock technique. Yoonhyung clamps on harder as Kang Hyuk struggles. The narration parallels this move with an Iluro's tribe sleep technique that puts warriors into deep slumber. Yoonhyung cheerfully wishes Kang Hyuk good night, while tightening the chokehold. Realizing he might actually die, Kang Hyuk panics and thinks he will lose at this rate. Desperate, he decides he has only one option left, and prepares something with his leg. Yoonhyung is startled as Kang Hyuk suddenly shifts beneath him. Kang Hyuk slams them both to the ground in a messy counter. Still locked together, Yoonhyung grabs onto Kang Hyuk's hair in the scuffle, making him scream. The two roll around, choking and hair pulling, each yelling at the other to let go first. Onlookers watch in disbelief. As the supposed duel devolves into childish grappling and bickering, the crowd murmurs that the spectacle is pathetic, and worries about the bleak future of the First Order in Korea. Mr. Yu and another hero lament that the First Order's reputation is ruined by this farce. Narration explains their pitiful duel drag on for another half hour, ending with no victor and an empty field. All that remained was a viral video of their ridiculous fight, spreading online later. A battered Kanehira and Yanhang stand awkwardly before their superiors. Their branch director broods over the video, feeling like he has utterly failed. In the director's office, they stand at attention while he stews in despair. The video of their scuffle plays again, emphasizing their disgrace. The director dryly congratulates them. While both can only respond with embarrassed silence, he reveals that his doctor says he is suffering stress induced hair loss. The two protest that he has always been balding, and insist his condition is not their fault. The director seizes with anger, speechless. Finally he explodes, yelling that their antics have accelerated his baldness. He quotes hyperbolic headlines about their duel, and interrogates them about the newspaper coverage. While they admit they now fear newspapers, his aide says she anticipated that attitude, and has already prepared summarized articles for him. She explains that public trust in the First Order is crumbling, and that popularity rankings for both Kang Hyuk and Yoonhyung have plummeted. She concludes that, given the damage to Isaac's reputation, and their unauthorized violence, a severe penalty is warranted. Factoring in lost revenue from their declining popularity, she completes the calculations. The verdict is a 10-month pay cut, effectively forcing them to go without income for that period. When they hope they can at least eat at the company cafeteria, the director bans them from that too. He reminds them they were already on an 8-month pay cut, and scolds them for thinking their latest disaster would only add 2 months. He says they should be grateful, since higher UPS ordered him to be lenient, because it was them surprised. Kang Hyuk asks if it is because the leadership likes him, and the director confirms that in a way it is indeed because of him. The director explains that Kang Hyuk's public image is that of a loud, goofy clown, so people are more forgiving of his behavior, and Yoonhyung is now lumped in with him. He adds that Yoonhyung's previous image as a cool, genius swordsman is gone, and that he is now seen as clown number 2, shocking Yoonhyung furious. The director declares it wasteful to keep feeding such troublemakers. Issuing an official directive, he orders them to figure out how to feed themselves for the next 10 months, assigning them back to work at the hero's diner for that duration. Later Mr. Yu relaxes in the now quieter diner, remarking that with them gone, there are fewer customers, and joking that he has gained 2 free slaves. Meanwhile at Isaac's underground war gear maintenance room, heavy machinery clangs as repairs continue. Chief Engineer Kyle and Team Leader Woo Haina walk exhausted, discussing how Seoul's constant crises justify its disaster recovery designation. Haina notes that the frequency of chasms opening in the area is abnormally high. Kyle agrees, saying deployments have been non-stop, ammunition is already depleted, and their machines are suffering serious metal fatigue. Compared to calmer regions like Switzerland, he looks at Haina with concern. Kyle suggests it's time for her to get her injured eye treated. He proposes at least getting a prosthetic eye, asking if fighting with one eye is uncomfortable, but she insists she is used to it and does not want him worrying. Haina reflects that after losing many comrades, it would feel wrong for the team leader to be the only one unscathed, calling her injury a mark of honor. As her husband Kao says, it pains him but acknowledges that attitude fits her character. He muses that the First Order hero stationed here previously must have been impressive to hold the area with so few teams. Haina clarifies that at one point, only a single team, LED by hero number 92, defended the place while others were injured. Kyle realizes this means Baek Kong Hyuk, whom Haina once rejected romantically, is actually that strong. Haina admits that Kong Hyuk runs a highly organized, efficient team. A tactical explanation details how their strategy relied on a support leader's detection abilities, concentrating long-range fire, while Kong Hyuk served as a taunting tank, who grows stronger as enemies focus on him. Kyle concludes they really were efficient, while Hannah laments that her own team with reduced mobility keeps taking accumulating damage. Kyle reasons that to reduce damage, their war gear must become more agile, but every option, lightning armor or reducing payload, carries serious trade-offs. They joke bleakly that without a breakthrough material, they are stuck and might not last long, so prayer may be their only option. Haina comments that the branch director is likely searching for a solution. As well, the narrative cuts to Isaac headquarters, where market economy revitalization plan is under discussion. The aide notes this is the 5th time the director has raised the idea. While he insists it is a serious proposal, not a whim, he points to piles of petitions from guilds and says that they must consider them, even if the aide resents catering to guild interests. She snaps that she cannot stand guild people. A narration explains that guilds are groups of ability users who reject Isaac's control. It recounts how gates and monsters suddenly appeared worldwide one day. In response, Isaac gained public support as a protector, managing monsters, while also seeking to regulate powerful ability users. Guilds argue this control is oppressive and scattered globally, claim to defend self-defense rights through their activities. The aide furiously dismisses their rhetoric as nonsense, calling them hyenas obsessed with gate byproducts. The director responds that he already understands her concerns. She demands to know why he talks about revitalizing the economy if he recognizes the problem, accusing him of empowering those who treat gate clearing as a business. He explains that subcontracting some work to guild hunters would let Isaac gather data on unregistered fighters and ease the burden on exhausted war gear teams. Additional policy notes describe setting penalties for mission failures and tightening gate time limits, while ensuring the First Order deploys immediately. If a gate risks breaking, the aide warns that if anything goes wrong, the consequences will be severe. The director admits that not only his own position, but far more would be on the line. The scene shifts to an I-rank gate on Seoul's outskirts, glowing ominously inside that gate. The Red Tigers Guild LED by Guildmaster Jang Yoon advances nervously through the forest. One member calls out to the anxious guild master. Teammates tease that if she is so scared, she should head back, since she has not been very helpful while her level is shown, and she yells at them to shut up. Yoon excitedly talks about how much she paid to win this gate elimination job, and insists on personally checking for valuable loot, because the boss monster's rewards are too good to miss. Another member comments that their guild master is starting to sound like a petty villain who is obsessed with money. A guild member warns Jang Yoon to be careful instead of stopping her. Since fighting the dungeon boss is already hard, Yoon arrogantly notes the earlier monsters were weak, and assumes the boss cannot be that bad. While someone ominously remarks such words precede disaster, a gigantic creature stomps into view. Yoon and her team flinch in terror as the heavy footsteps approach. The monster's colossal foot slams into the ground. The hunters stare upward in horror at the towering figure, casting a shadow over them. Yoon trembles, barely able to speak in fear. She realizes in disbelief that an enormous, glowing-eyed ogre is standing before her. The scene shifts to the Red Tigers Hunter Guild headquarters building. Later at the guild, Yoon slumps exhausted at a table, while an office worker types on a laptop, introducing herself as Guildmaster Jang Yoon. She sighs that the guild is doomed. Tearful, she recalls how unbelievable the recent dungeon incident was. Remembering the encounter, she wonders why such a powerful ogre appeared as the boss there. General Affairs Manager Park Si-ho explains that their advance team was badly injured, and medical costs will be huge, devastating the guild finances. He adds that hiring a rescue team through insurance further increased expenses, while Yoon darkly jokes they could have used the insurance payout if the team had died, and is scolded for saying that. Frustrated, Yoon asks what they should do now and if the failed assault means bankruptcy. Si-ho replies that there is always a way to survive, and hints he has an idea, prompting Yoon to ask if he knows more hunters. He says he does not know additional hunters, but does know someone who can solve their problem. Si-ho explains that a restaurant called Hero's Diner, owned by a repatriate, has food that can grant effects like poison resistance, suggesting they ask that person for help. Yoon silently grimaces in disbelief at this idea. She slams the table angrily, rejecting relying solely on a repatriate, and doubting one would help them. She then panics, because her outburst cracks their expensive ebony office table, trying to brush past the damage. Yoon argues that repatriates are far too expensive to hire. Si-ho agrees but notes their strength justifies the cost. Yoon says that even if they miraculously hired one, the powerful ISA organization would likely try to steal that repatriate from them. Si-ho concedes that point and wonders how someone as smart as her could have messed up the dungeon assault so badly. Offended, Yoon shakes him violently, shouting that she could not have foreseen the outcome. While labels show he is a level 6 non-awakener, she starts to protest that there was no way she could have predicted what happened. She finishes the thought lamenting that no one could expect a C-rank ogre to be the boss of an E-rank dungeon. Si-ho tells her to calm down, saying they do not need to hire a whole repatriate for the guild, since they lack the money anyway. Yoon asks what his alternative is. He proposes that instead of full-time help, they only need to ask a repatriate to defeat one specific monster. Yoon realizes he is suggesting a temporary ringer, like a pinch hitter. They agree that killing the ogre would solve their problem, and be trivial for a repatriate, but they wonder how to even ask for such an easy favor. Si-ho cheerfully says he has already researched how to do that, and Yoon excitedly urges him to explain. With a smirk he says the method is very simple. He reveals they just need to visit Hero's Diner and eat a meal there. The scene cuts to the interior of the restaurant. Two waiters in red vests glare suspiciously. Yoon slams her hand on the counter to get attention. She reacts with shocked excitement, asking if she heard correctly. The diner's owner, Yu Song-woo, casually agrees to help, saying he has always wanted to experience a gate. Yoon internally marvels that he accepted so easily, and feels she may owe Si-ho an apology for doubting his plan. Song-woo says there is one thing Yoon needs to know, and she nervously asks what it is. He warns that the food served at Hero's Diner is unusual. A nervous customer sits before the massive quack pancake dish. He takes a bite despite sweating. The dish's overwhelming effects hit him, causing him to shiver and scream, while Yoon looks on startled. Other customers pound on a closed door, begging to be let into the restaurant while Yoon watches in confusion. Back at the counter, Yoon, new to Sectora, asks why this dish has such a reputation. Who hands her a description on his tablet reading. She notes it is part of a strange food challenge. The explanation states that if a hunter finishes the extreme dish within a time limit, they receive a rare ISA-approved artifact, and Sungwoo offers to waive the massive entry fee for her. Yoon is stunned that the challenge is free, and that she can obtain an artifact just by eating. Fired up by the prospect of a free artifact, she enthusiastically accepts the challenge. Soon she sits before the intimidating quack pancake. Suddenly less confident, she gulps, realizing she rashly agreed because she was blinded by the word 3. Staring at the ominous steaming dish, she feels she has made a huge mistake and wonders if this is wise. She slaps her own cheeks, telling herself there is no turning back, since she is facing bankruptcy anyway. Grabbing her chopsticks, she resolves to eat first and think later. She lifts a shuddering piece of the dish, reasoning that dying is the worst that could happen. After attempting the challenge, she is literally kicked out of the restaurant by a waiter for failing to finish. Lying on the ground with her spirit half out of her body, a caption notes that her first attempt has failed. Inside, the waiters mock her as a filthy hyena, and joke about sprinkling salt on her, agreeing that Isaac's staff dislike guild hunters. Sungwoo, brushing his cat with the slime on his head, says he does not particularly dislike guild hunters. The waiters ask why, and he explains that guilds are small businesses like his own, so he sympathizes as a fellow entrepreneur. He adds that while guilds do good work, they cannot force their ideals on others, and that pursuing profit is normal in a market economy. Someone glances over saying, Yoon is actually more impressive than she appears. Looking at the half-eaten quack, he observes that she managed to eat half, despite the dish being well above her level, and praises her willpower. One waiter boasts that he would eat 10 plates if it let him boss Sung-woo around. Sung-woo reminds him that quest difficulty varies per person, and points out the level gap between him and Yoon. The slime on his head thinks to itself that as Sung-woo's avatar, it really is the one handing out quests. Sung-woo continues brushing the cat, playfully asking if it wants its belly brushed too, and the cat happily agrees. The slime yawns, while Sung-woo notes he has not seen a regular Yoonha recently, amused as she would normally be brushing the slime. Now outside something bursts through a wall or door. The staff look up in surprise. As someone bursts back into the restaurant, Yoon staggers back through the entrance panting, saying she wants to try the challenge again. Gasping but determined, she declares she will face the strange food challenge once more. The staff worry about the strain on her body and advise resting, but she insists there is no tomorrow for her financially. She reminds Sung-woo that he only waived today's fee, so she must seize this one chance. Yoon reflects that as a hunter, she sometimes has to fight even when she knows she will probably lose. Impressed, the staff prepare another plate. While Sung-woo and his pets look on, the blonde waiter exclaims that her reckless determination suits his taste. Time passes to evening outside the diner. A sparkling plate shows that the enormous dish has finally been completely eaten. Yoon sits slumped in a chair, utterly drained. The blonde waiter notes she actually finished everything before passing out, dubbing her a hungry spirit. Sun-woo acknowledges her feat and says her mental resilience is impressive. Yoon, half-conscious, muses that someone must be truly desperate to go this far, just for money, because nobody likes failing. Suddenly her hunter device begins ringing with multiple alerts. The blonde waiter checks it and shouts in shock. The device shows Jang Yoon has leveled up from 6 to 12 in one go, and he comments that she will be stunned when she wakes, saying, Woo asks Navi and Young-sik to move the unconscious customer to a room, and the cat and slime cheerfully accept. Later the staff mentioned that another employee, Eun-hyeon, hurried out due to a gate subcontract, likely related to a collapsed person there, while the cat and slime have laid Yoon against the stairs. They remark that with their boss, a repatriate who takes requests in exchange for meal challenges, serious trouble at that gate will not happen, and that he will only accept suitable jobs. The blonde waiter still warns that one can never truly know someone's true motives. Sung-woo, using his observation skill on humans, calmly says he can see through people. A closed room door is shown. Narration reveals Sung-woo's reading of Jong-yeon. She has a fundamentally good nature, libertarian tendencies, deep affection, stinginess, and a special ability called hyperfocus. The scene shifts back to the Red Tigers Guild headquarters at dusk. Siho, back at the guild, is stunned by the news. Yoon proudly shows him Sung-woo's business card, and reports that a powerful retainer agreed to defeat their gate boss. Off-screen, Siho marvels that their guild master could charm a man like that, prompting Yoon to angrily demand what he just said. She smugly asks what he knows of her true worth, and orders him to cancel their hunter recruitment plans. Misunderstanding, Siho begins canceling his own resume listing instead of the guild recruitment, revealing he was job hunting, and she hurriedly clarifies. He checks that she wants to cancel the monthly contract for low-level hunters who handle small mobs, and she confirms they no longer need them. Realizing the return, he really promised to clear the entire gate. Siho exclaims in delight. Yoon joyfully declares she no longer needs extra hunters because she has leveled up. Siho doubts her claim, reminding her that everyone knows she was low-level. A recap explains that Jang Yoon used to be a pathetic level 6 hunter, but after eating Sung-woo's bizarre food jumped to level 12. An enormous improvement, Yoon says. Sung-woo will take care of the gate boss, while she handles some respawn mobs, asking Siho if that plan sounds workable. She orders that they henceforth address the repatriate respectfully, as Mr. Sung-woo, while Siho privately thinks she really did eat something strange. She sets the plan for tomorrow morning to clear the gate, and tells Siho to focus on finding good mana, stones, and parts for resale. While he frets over her overexcitement, she explains that he underestimates the restaurant. because he has never been. Two top-tier hunters Yoon Hyung and Baek Kong Hyuk even worked there as waiters. She exaggerates that when Mr. Sung Woo speaks, those elites snap to attention and answer like soldiers, leaving Siho bewildered about who this man really is. Yoon argues that with someone like Sang Woo on their side, they are guaranteed to clear a gate. Siho, sensing opportunity, suggests they should make better use of this free repatriate ticket. He proposes they take out more loans, and buy entry to a higher tier gate, pretending the request was always for that gate, and sending the returnee there. Yoon reacts in horror at his greedy scheme. She violently shakes, and berates him for planning to repay kindness with betrayal, even though the profits would be much larger. A scream from the guild building marks the end of their heated argument. The story returns to a sunny forest at the outskirts. E-rank gate in sector of the portal shimmers, as Yoon narrates that guilds are less profitable than people think. Yoon and Sung-ho walk through the forest, while she explains that, although mana stones and artifacts sell for a lot, expenses are high. Sung-ho asks why she cannot just take out loans like others. She replies that strict hunter laws are the problem. She elaborates that Isaac's complex regulations, taxes, safety rules, and mandatory insurance for even low-level hunters leave guilds with little profit after equipment and consumables. Sungwoo remarks that means guilds keep barely half their profits, comparing it to ordinary small business owners. Yoon continues that if a raid fails, the guild goes into debt and collapses, and while many laws protect individual hunters, there are none for guilds. She says the only way to avoid this gamble is to break the law. She cynically describes how shady guilds shut down after deaths, evade taxes and run with the money, insisting she herself has never toyed with someone's life. Someone recognizes she has been operating on the edge of legality, and jokes that she has gotten involved in something big. He reflects that guilds in the other world he came from were just as dirty and that people are the same everywhere. Inside the gate, Yoon blocks a kobold's blow with her shield. As combat erupts, she yells at Samwoo that reminiscing can wait. While she struggles against a group of greedy kobolds, she shouts for his help and asks if he intends to just watch, relaxing in a folding chair. Samwoo reminds her, the contract only obligated him to handle the gate boss. Sitting comfortably, he urges her to do her best, since she is capable of beating the small fry. Under the kobold's assault, Yoon finally decides she will follow Siho's earlier idea after all, and mentally apologizes for hitting him. Time skips deeper into the peaceful forest inside the I-rank gate. Sungwoo strolls alone, enjoying the fresh air, and thinking he could have brought his companions, Nabi and Spec Zero. He rests his hand on a large tree, admiring the huge trees rarely seen in Sector A. He notes that such lumber would probably fetch a good price. He muses that despite the supposed disaster of the chasms, people's high standard of living clearly has reasons behind it. Yoon finally staggers back to him, exhausted and bandaged, and he greets her casually. She wheezes that she has finally caught up. She angrily scolds him for not helping earlier, accusing him of being heartless, while he just laughs and tells her not to be a crybaby. The kobolds she fought lie defeated, and he tells her that what matters is she beat them, and returns safely, yawning. He says that since she has regained her breath, they should move on because he is getting sleepy. Yoon forces herself to stay calm, reminding herself that Sungwoo is her benefactor, and mentally hyping him up while her special ability, hyperfocus, activates. The narrative briefly shows the bright sky above the forest. A later shot reveals more kobolds lying defeated on the ground. Meanwhile, Sungwoo naps under a cookbook over his face. Snoring contentedly, Yoon glares at the lounging Yu Sungwoo, and thinks about how awful he is. Sungwoo casually says he was bored waiting, prompting Yoon to snap back that he should have helped. Laughing, someone says he likes being called annoying. While Yoon fumes and complains she nearly died and her shield is gone, someone calmly insists she was never in real danger, and points out she misjudges her own abilities. He adds that she is stronger than she thinks, and urges her to trust herself more, leaving her surprised, blushing. Yoon downplays herself, saying her only power is hyperfocus. Sungwoo immediately calls that a good ability. He explains that an ability that boosts learning and concentration is amazing, because it lets her grow stronger quickly. He suddenly shifts to saying the power is great for eating too, and invites her to share the huge hunk of meat he has prepared. Shocking her, Yoon panics that there is no time to eat, because the boss monster should appear soon. Sungwoo calmly replies that he already defeated the boss. Yoon is left confused by how fast that happened. Sungwoo reveals that the massive cut of meat is actually the ogre boss. He already butchered. Yoon stammers, asking if the meat truly came from the ogre, and when he killed it, and he says he did it while she was fighting. She realizes that explanation actually makes sense. Looking at the enormous steak, Yoon thinks no one would lie about something like this, and concludes it must really be ogre meat. She nervously asks about the dungeon core, and someone reassures her the core is still intact, and there is time to gather loot internally. Yoon marvels that he beat the ogre that tormented her guild so easily, finding the resolution anticlimactic. She remembers how she once claimed surviving made her the victor. By default back in the present, Yoon hesitantly tries to object again. Someone ignores the protest, puts on an apron and says they need to eat, while Yoon yells that she does not want any food. In a simplified gag version, he insists defeating the boss means it is time to eat the monster meat, and Yoon thinks he is impossible to reason with. Despite her protests, Yoon admits to herself something about the food is appealing. Watching Sungwoo slice the beautifully marbled meat, she thinks it looks tender and appetizing, and wonders if it might actually taste good. Startled by her own temptation, she jolts in panic. She slaps her own cheeks, scolding herself for wanting monster meat, and recalling a rumor that eating it brings terrible bad luck. Fearing she will eventually give in, Yoon decides to run off to collect mana stones, so she will not be tempted to eat. Someone watches her zoom away and murmurs thoughtfully. Smiling, he muses that Yoon will end up eating the stew sooner or later. Regardless of her resistance, he starts chopping ogre meat, and reflects that monster meat was usually turned into stews. Back in Terra, he recalls how adventurers always kept a communal stew pot, simmering with monster meat all day. Hunters would toss their ingredients into that pot to keep the endless stew going. That ever-replenished pot became known as the infinite stew. Sungwoo notes that with so many cooks, the flavor was unreliable but never truly awful, then begins gathering ingredients with magic. He adds that his current stew has only one cook. With a dark grin, he decides that since he is the sole cook today, he can make a stew that tastes truly terrible. Time passes peacefully in the forest canopy. Sungwoo patiently tends the boiling pot at his outdoor table. He ladles the ominous stew into a bowl. He exhales, satisfied with his preparation. Calling out, Sungwoo says the stew is ready, and urges Yoon to eat it to gain a big boost, tailored to her special ability. While she hides and protests, tempted by the promise of power, Yoon pauses on her way out with her pack. She admits the offer is attractive, but says she still fears his cooking, remembering nearly dying from his previous dish. Sungwoo activates his eye of observation ability to analyze her. His skill panel describes Jang Yoon as virtuous liberal, deeply caring and now cautious with the ability hyperfocus. He notes with satisfaction that her miserly trait has evolved into cautiousness. Though he is surprised she would refuse a free chance to grow stronger, some would still recommend she eat the stew, hinting that the situation is not over. Despite the dungeon raid seemingly being cleared, he reveals the dungeon is on the verge of spawning chain gates. Stunning Yoon, he explains that the boss's high strength for a low-ranked dungeon meant it was connected to a higher-rank gate, and soon more boss-level monsters will pour through. He brushes off her complaint about not warning her earlier, saying that is irrelevant now. Someone tells her, there is one way to gain instant strength and survive, the chain gate looming over her. With the steaming bowl, he asks if she has changed her mind. On the verge of tears, Yoon steels herself. Someone off-screen shouts in exasperation at the situation. Meanwhile, at Isaac's Soul Branch, alarms blare as the organization detects the chain gate event. Armed response teams mobilize quickly. Under a red alert, a staffer bursts in to report signs of a chain chasm forming in an E-rank gate. The branch chief demands its rank and hears that it is at least B rank. He is relieved they have top hunter Yoon Hyang on standby. He orders Yoon Hyang dispatched immediately, and the notes that repatriate Ju Sang-woo is also present. The chief says Sungwoo is admirable, but not SSC personnel, and insists they cannot rely on an outsider alone. He reminds her that countless civilian lives depend on them, and they must not depend solely on one superhuman. Though she worries Sungwoo may feel distrusted, the chief replies, Sungwoo would be more upset if reinforcements did not come, and says he knows Sungwoo better than she does. The 8 suspects Sungwoo will mostly watch with his arms folded, rather than fight, calling that typical instructor behavior. The narration comments that instructors prefer teaching others to solving problems themselves. Back inside the Earrank Gate, the scene returns to the forest dungeon. Someone's ear tingles as if someone is talking about him. He wonders aloud if he is being discussed somewhere. While Yoon sits nearby with a stew bowl, a quiet moment passes with him thinking and Yoon groaning. Yoon looks down at the steaming bowl and gulps nervously. From her perspective, the stew looks like a horrifying blood-red sludge full of spikes, and she dreads eating it. She tells herself she will only taste a little, and scoops up a spoonful. She forces the first sip into her mouth. The overwhelming heat and bitterness explode through her, setting her entire body metaphorically on fire. In agony, Yoon spits the stew out. The spilled stew hisses and melts the ground, making her question who could possibly eat such a thing. Sung-woo, radiating a cold aura, cheerfully tells her to dig in, reminding her she is the one meant to eat it. Yoon internally laments that she really does not want to. She wonders if eating the stew is even worth it, if it might kill her outright. Then she reminds herself, this is a dish personally prepared by Sir Yoo Song-woo, and steels her resolve, dropping the spoon to the ground. She decides that if she managed one bite, she can do it again. She chooses to chug the entire bowl in one go, even if it kills her while someone watches in surprise. She gulps the stew down, hoping at least to become stronger. Someone thinking separately, Trust Isaac has now noticed the chain gate, and plans simply to hold out until their forces arrive. After finishing, Yoon trembles, thinking she cannot bear it. She notes that she is sweating uncontrollably, as if every pore has opened. Her vision starts to blur as well. She feels time slow, and wonders if her life is flashing before her eyes, believing she might really be dying from the stew. Song-woo snaps his fingers by her face, telling her to snap out of it. He explains she is not dying or seeing her life flash. Her senses have just been heightened. He clarifies that the dish has dramatically sharpened her focus, putting her in an intense concentration state. He explains the ingredients: black asparagus from dryads that clears the mind, used by high priests on Terra. He adds Hell Inferno, a burning root that purges bodily impurities through sweat. Ogre meat completes the dish by supplying necessary nutrients. Woo compares her current perception to a trance experience, that peak concentration, and says proper training will let her trigger it at will. He tells her the stew has temporarily awakened her senses. He notes that achieving this state alone would take long training, but now she has experienced the sensation once. Song-woo says that having felt it will make it easier to reach again. In future, he instructs her to engrave this feeling in her memory. Yoon realizes he genuinely meant it when he called her ability good. She now understands why even elite First Orders respect Sung-woo, and silently thanks her master. As the sun sets, birds circle over the forest, marking the end of the battle. Powerful movements streak through the sky, as reinforcements race toward the gate. First Order. Black Hawk Yoon Hyung rushes in at high speed toward the dungeon. His engineer partner Kwon Nanga, using drones, confirms their ETA and enemy positions. Nanga, piloting his drones, warns that at Yunhyang's speed, he will meet two ogres in seconds. The armed drones fan out over the battlefield. Nanga reports that ogres dominate this gate, and instructs Yunhyang not to let them land a hit, while teasing him about previously breaking ribs. Annoyed, Yunhyang draws his sword and retorts that incident was years ago. Two ogres charge him as he races to intercept. One ogre senses something amiss. Yunhyang slices down from above, killing both ogres in a single swift strike. He calmly resheathes his sword. He asks Nanga for the dungeon type, and Nanga explains that the chain gate's pattern is to surround and annihilate intruders. Nanga describes it as an extreme difficulty gate that swarms monsters around the boss zone, and doubts Yoon can survive, even with a repatriate. As Yunhyang dashes on, Nanga hopes Sung-ho can protect Yoon, while teasing Yunhyang for caring about guild hunters. Yunhyang responds that guild hunters are citizens too, and fewer deaths are always better, drawing a remark that he is getting soft. He uses an ogre's corpse as a stepping stone while moving forward. Suddenly noticing something odd, he looks up in confusion from the trees. He watches an enormous ogre roar as Yoon fights below. Who shouts tactical advice to Yoon, telling her to read enemy movements like in chess. Yoon charges, remembering his lessons that anything can be used as a weapon, and answers him respectfully. An ogre bellows and swings a heavy fist at her. Another ogre attacks from behind as Yoon turns fully alert. With sharpened focus, she glares, pushes off an ogre's arm and leaps into motion. She flips acrobatically over the attacking ogre, Watching from afar, Yin Haong is shocked by what she is doing. He realizes the supposedly low-level hunter is simultaneously trading blows with two ogres staring at the drone feed. He wonders if this is truly the power of hyperfocus. Nunga analyzes that her mental enhancement ability, though less efficient than the president's rapid thinking, can indeed enable such combat. Yoon Hyang grudgingly admits her movements look pretty competent. Meanwhile, Sung-woo lounges with popcorn and 3D glasses, enthusiastically calling out specific moves for Yoon to execute. Yoon Hyang, hiding under a drone cloaking field, wonders if Yoon's performance is thanks to Sung-woo's training. Seeing Sung-woo relaxing while she fights, Yoon Hyang feels irritated and toys with the idea of sneaking up on him. Sung-woo tilts his glasses and looks directly at Yoon Hyang, startling him by clearly seeing through the cloaking. Panicking, Yoon Hyang radios Nunga to ask if the stealth field is functioning, and Nunga confirms all 4 cloaking drones are active. Some whose allies realize with all that, perceiving through 4 layers of cloaking, is comparable to high-level stealth detection, and call him a monster. The reason that Sung-woo must be using this chance to train Yoon, and decide to observe instead of interfering. Yoon Hyang agrees to let Sung-woo and Yoon handle the fight themselves. He prepares to step back and watch how events unfold. Surrounded by ogres, Yoon Hyang readies his own gate annihilation strategy, side by side with Nunga's drones. Together they systematically slaughter the ogres, pouring from the chain gate over the next 2 hours. When it is over, Yoon Hyang steps out of the fading dungeon portal. After destroying the core, Sung-woo, Nunga and Yoon Hyang emerge safely from the gate, with an exhausted Yoon carried on Sung-woo's back. A hospital for drips. Quietly, Yoon wakes in a hospital bed, confused by the unfamiliar ceiling. Sitting up with a sore body, she wonders if she passed out after fighting. In a trance, she recalls how deeply she had sunk into the battle, until everything faded from awareness. Blushing, she thinks she actually fought pretty well. Just then someone bursts in calling out for the guild master, and she turns in surprise. Siho bursts in yelling for the guild master, while the tiny, chubby guild master tearfully thinks she knew he would come. Siho frantically shakes the guild master in her hospital bed, demanding to know if something is real, while she complains that he is hurting her. The guildmaster, eyes turned into currency signs, screams in shock at her phone. Upon learning Isaac sent a huge sum to the guild account, a message explains the money is a reward for their role in the gate operation and subcontract work, and the guildmaster marvels at how many zeros it has. While Siho asks what she did inside the gate, she brags from the hospital bed that she killed about 5 ogres, and praises Jang Yoon for keeping her promise. Stunning, Seho smugly deduces she must have left most of the work to the repatriate, making her fume and call him annoyingly smart. Pouting, she admits she got a lot of help from Master Yu and leveled up a bunch, and Seho notes she now calls you her master instead of sir. Siho explains, doctors say her injuries ripped muscles in a way that once healed will leave her even stronger, which she proudly credits to her master's guidance. Fired up, she tells Siho that once recovered, she wants to take jobs immediately so she can fight more, and he begs her to calm down. Still shouting, she insists she could level like crazy if she entered a dungeon right now, until Siho shushes her for being too loud. Smiling, but icy nurse reminds her she is in a shared ward and must be quiet, and the guildmaster meekly agrees. Offered a private room, the guildmaster refuses to waste money, leading the nurse to again demand silence. A narration introduces Jang Yoon as a hyper-focused, cautious, miserly person. Morning dawns peacefully over Hero's diner. Inside you, Some who enjoys a quiet morning reading the newspaper with a drink. He sips his drink, continuing his relaxed routine. News reports celebrate Isaac's success, subjugating the chain gate on Sector A's outskirts. The ogre's muscles are being mass supplied to Isaac, accelerating development of artificial muscle war gear. A ceremony credits Yoon Hyang of the First Order and Jang Yoon Gil, master of the Red Tigers, for the operation's success. Reading about the statue made of him, some who recalls telling Yoon he wanted no reward, but she insisted on at least that much. He sets the paper down, thinking Yoon will be too obsessed with leveling to remember the statue. For a while, Nabi, the cat employee, reports that morning prep is done, and customers will be coming soon, and Sungwoo asks if the cleaning is finished. Spec Zero proudly demonstrates his sticky cleaning skill, using his whole slime body like a lint roller to wipe dust. Sungwoo praises Spec Zero's work with a smile. Sungwoo rallies Nabi and Spec Zero, saying they should work hard again today. The diner's open sign hangs, as narration states that Hero's diner is open as usual. Another clear day begins outside the diner. For Sector A, hunters in long winter coats assemble, seriously in front of Hero's diner. Their leader Kim Chanseok announces that today is the decisive day. He declares, their mission is to conquer the disgusting seafood pancake, and clear the strange food challenge, and the other hunters steel themselves. Chansey says it is time to use everything they have learned, to end this ridiculous battle. He unveils their trump card, an ultra-spicy Galaxy Reaper's powder, touted as the hottest pepper in existence. They also rely on their Isaac Polar winter coats, with high cold resistance for this operation. The hunters tear open the pepper packets in a blaze of fire. They all gobble down the deadly powder at once, triggering a full power-up. Supercharged and shouting their slogans, they march off confidently to defeat the seafood pancake. At Hero's diner, as Chanseok raises his arm to lead the charge, he suddenly notices something off. A sign reveals the seafood pancake challenge has ended, and a new strange challenge, Season 2 featuring Hellfire Stew of the Underworld, has begun. Seeing this, the four hunters slump in horror, unable to believe what just happened. In the kitchen, Sung-woo calmly stirs a boiling pot. Noting that Quack's effect has faded, he explains that because Quack has been around too long, people built tolerance and its nutritional balance became unhealthy. Baek Kong-hyuk, mopping nearby, recalls getting month-long diarrhea from eating only lamb steaks, and Tara Kong-hyuk jokes about not listening to his mom, while Sungwood chides him for being picky about food. Sungwood mutters that Kong-hyuk is hopeless. Looking at the bubbling red stew, Kong-hyuk gulps and admits it looks extremely spicy. Sungwood cheerfully confirms that it truly is that spicy. He introduces Hellfire Stew of the Underworld, explaining it burns away bodily toxins and heavy metals, like a modern detox. Sungwoo adds that over meat in the stew is a powerful energy booster that improves blood flow and relieves fatigue, making Kong-hyuk suspect he is pitching an ad. Kong-hyuk then glances toward the dejected secretary hunters, wondering what is going on with them. Nabi keeps sweeping, as the hunter sits slumped behind labeled trash bags. Radiating despair, Sungwoo tells Kong-hyuk he assumed Koreans' love of spicy food would make the stew a hit, but reality is different. Chanseok, lips swollen and tearful, laments that after cramming chili powder to beat the old challenge, the new one is also spicy. Sungwoo is surprised they quit after a single bite, and predicts lots of leftovers. Kong-hyuk whispers that situations like this call for a special sales ploy, piquing Sungwoo's curiosity. Addressing the hunters as soldiers, Kong-hyuk claims he has top-secret intel for them, and they nervously ask what it is. He dramatically announces that the stew has incredible stamina, boosting power, but the hunters initially respond indifferently. Someone elaborates that the nutrients go straight to one's organs, and fix bodily weaknesses and nutritional issues. Kong-hyuk leans in and, slightly, whispers that the stew is especially transformative for male vitality, shocking Chanseok. Fired up, Chanseok repeats that it is a game-changer for men, his face drawn heroically determined. The trash bags suddenly rip as the hunters clench them, reacting to the implication about strengthening their manhood. Nabi overhears the phrase about being stronger down there, and jolts in embarrassment. Be energized. The sectary hunters roar that they are going back into battle. They all raise their hands at the counter, and order individual bowls of Hellfire Stew of the Underworld, which Sungwoo recognizes as Kong-hyuk's trick. Spec Zero waddles out carefully, carrying a bowl of the vivid red stew on a tray. While the hunters eat, Kong-hyuk and Sungwoo quietly note that these guys fall for the same pitch every time, recalling how they once overate bullfrogs. Snickering, Kong-hyuk says the hunters have no use for anything down there anyway, and that the stew probably will not help. Sungwoo corrects him, saying the stew actually can strengthen that area, leaving Kanehik stunned. Sungwoo explains that spiciness is a yang attribute, linked to heat and masculinity, so combining it with overmight concentrates immense yang energy in the dish. Kong-hyuk, nervously, begins to realize the implications of what Sungwoo is saying. As the hunters slurp the stew, they begin to feel stronger and fired up, and Kong-hyuk anxiously wonders if his earlier claims were accidentally accurate, while Sungwoo dryly agrees, motivated. Kong-hyuk yanks off his apron belt, as if preparing himself for a personal challenge. He solemnly orders a bowl of Hellfire Stew of the Underworld for himself, saying he is off the clock and now a customer. Kong-hyuk presses some wood to serve him quickly, Later, a new male customer hesitantly opens the diner door. He walks in to see everyone sweating and devouring the steaming stew. Kang Hyuk, drenched and panting, forces himself to keep eating despite the extreme spiciness, convinced his manliness is skyrocketing. The newcomer asks if the stew truly has all those effects, and predicts it would be a bestseller. If so, Samuel leans over and quietly admits he lied about many of the exaggerated benefits. He clarifies that in reality the stew mainly aids focus, flushes out toxins and boosts yang energy, in a way that actually suits women more than men. Outside in the snow, Sung-woo explains he lied simply because he hates seeing Kang Hyuk act condescendingly toward others. The newcomer accepts this explanation as perfectly reasonable. He then says he does not want to miss Sung-woo's latest dish, and asks for a bowl too, which Sung-woo gladly agrees to. Time passes and evening colors the sky over Hero's diner. Someone angrily slams down a carton of milk on the counter. Kang Hyuk, still trembling from the spice, despairs that he can finish a 4-star dish, but not this 3-star stew, and wonders what is wrong with him. Song-woo looks at his suffering friend and struggles not to laugh. Internally, Sungwood thinks he knows exactly why Kanehira is struggling, but has no intention of telling him. A wide shot shows all the challengers, defeated by the Hellfire Stew of the underworld, with none managing to clear the new strange food challenge. The pot of stew simmers ominously as narration states that so far, 0 challengers have succeeded. On another stormy night, lightning cracks over the diner as rain pours down inside. Sung-woo sits with Spec Zero on his lap, while Nabi slumps miserably on a chair during the rainy low. Nabi remarks that it is raining just like the forecast said, and Sung-woo casually agrees. Nabi stares sadly at Yunha's unused raincoat and boots, thinking of the child overcome with worry. Nabi slumps and cries, while Sung-woo realizes how much the cat misses the kid. Sung-woo concludes that Nabi is anxious because the child, who usually visits at lunchtime, has been absent for several days. Suddenly both Sung-woo and Nabi sense something, and look toward the entrance in alarm. A drenched man in a hooded coat steps into the diner. From the heavy rain, Sung-woo asks why the visitor has come so late at night. Watching him approach with Nabi removing his hood, the man quietly calls Yoon his name. He reveals that Yoonha has awakened as a superhuman. The scene cuts to Cyberdyne headquarters, underground bunker in Isaac's president's office. A giant, holographic projection of the president appears before Director Lee. The president asks Director Lee if he knows the difference between an awakener and an ordinary person. Lee answers that the key difference is whether a mana gathering core has formed within the body. The president then asks about leveling up, and Lee explains it usually comes gradually through training or monster hunting. As the core divides, Lee continues that such growth potential depends on innate talent, and notes, Kang Hyuk ranks among the world's top 100 in talent, despite his unimpressive current skills. The president questions whether a third-rate hunter could really become top-tier overnight, saying he only took the report seriously because it came from me. Studying Jang Yun's profile, the president says he knows her well enough to distrust the data as a fluke. Asked if he personally knows her, the president replies that he only remembers her because hyperfocus. Her ability is a lesser version of his own. He remarks that Yoon is inefficient, but mimics his movement patterns, and orders more assignments for the Red Tigers, so he can observe their growth, while Lee predicts they will soon be buried in work. As Lee agrees to comply, the president interrupts with a personal question. He says collected data indicates the repatriate Yu Sung-woo seems quite trustworthy. The president then directly asks Lee whether he agrees with that judgment. Lee internally realizes the president's real interest is Sung-woo, rather than Yoon stealing himself. Lee prepares to answer. Lee states that speaking as a person, he believes Sung-woo can indeed be trusted, and notes Sung-woo's overwhelming charisma and unfathomable abilities, predicting the president may come to rely on him. The president presses further, asking how Lee views Sung-woo from the standpoint of a cautious Isaac director. Lee responds that an uncontrollable superhuman, outside organizational or national control is a grave risk, and suggests preparing a contingency plan for Sung-woo. The president muses that as expected, he faces a crucial choice. He confesses he is torn between acting as Isaac's controlling president, who doubts everything, and as a father, considering entrusting his own children to the man who made a top-class hunter overnight. Ju Hyuk-jin, Isaac's president, reveals this paternal side, astonishingly with the revelation that he has children. Nervously Lee asks which side of him will ultimately prevail. Ju Hyung-jin admits he has always separated work from personal life, and never understood parents who cannot refuse their children. Now, however, he says he is beginning to understand that feeling. The story returns to a peaceful morning at Hero's diner. Some who silently looks through a file or report deep in thought. The images in the file depict past disasters caused by children. Awakening described as unfortunate accidents. A suited man accepts the documents from Sung-woo, saying he understands why he has been shown this material. Back at the diner counter, Sung-woo hesitates and begins to say but to the person before him. A well-dressed woman introduces herself as Baek So-young, Yunho's mother. Sung-woo, connecting the dots, reacts in surprise and begins to confirm who she really is. Baek So-young remarks that there is no need to question how. The man already knows her. Narration introduces Damien Group as Korea's largest chaebol, and explains that founder Kim Hae-chin naming his granddaughter Baek So-young as successor shocked the public. Then adds that, even more shocking was the news of Baek So-young's marriage. She is revealed to have married Ju Hyuk-jin, a former pro-gamer who is now president of Cyberdyne and Isaac. Back in the present, the man deduces that Yunha's surname must be Ju, and comments that hiding this must have been difficult, while another notes that Yunha's father is extraordinary. The man internally reflects that Yunha already seems special for having a first-order bodyguard, but her parents are far more impressive than he imagined. He asks Baek So-young why she is risking coming to see him in person. She replies that since her daughter owes him, she wanted to meet him and also has a favor to request. He asks if the favor concerns Yunha's awakening. She confirms she wants to prevent further accidents like those he saw, and asks him to accept Yunha as his student. He doubts why she trusts him enough to leave her daughter in his care. She lists his achievements as a teacher, healer and fighter, concluding that he is perfectly qualified to look after her child, which embarrasses him. He pauses silently thinking about how to respond. Deciding to move on, he tells her they should get straight to the point, which makes her think he has agreed. As she reaches into her bag, he says she may have realized it already. While she lifts her tablet or menu, surprised by what she sees, he declares that if she wants something from him, she must first clear his strange food challenge to extreme dish. As the ominous condition is set, Baek So-young trembles and asks if she is really ready for this. A flashback explains that Baek So-young is a third-generation chaebol heiress. Her grandfather, Kim Ha-jin, born a poor farmer, founded the company and tried to erase his humble origins. With the wealth he built, he became especially obsessed with good food. He valued gourmet eating above everything else, and under his influence, his granddaughter sampled countless high-end dishes. By adulthood, she had experienced nearly every delicacy in the world. As a result, no food could impress or excite her anymore. To chef's despair, the scene shifts back to the restaurant exterior, setting up the present challenge. The first course, a violently red ominous stew, is unveiled. Staring at the steaming bowl, Baek So-young shakily wonders if this can even be called food. Everyone watches from around the U-shaped counter. As she trembles before the dish, she nervously calls it an aggressively intense dish, while the man laughs and says no one has ever described it that way. Thinking like a critic, she muses that a dish only has meaning if someone eats it, but this one feels overwhelmingly bold. In her imagination, the stew takes on the voice of a punk, threatening anyone who dares look at it. Embodying its menacing aura, she feels the burning fumes sting her eyes like lava, and worries that if she eats it, something terrible will happen. She imagines even Damyang's chairman bawling and losing all dignity from the stew's spiciness, and vows not to let that happen to herself. Slamming her hand down, she decides she cannot allow that outcome, and recalls her grandfather's crisis survival manual. She applies its first rule, trying to negotiate by offering money instead of eating the stew, believing cash is the ultimate bargaining chip. The man ponders her offer of money, giving her hope that the tactic might work. He rejects it, saying money is neither interesting nor surprising to him. He adds that life would be boring if money solved everything, while she privately thinks money is fascinating, and curses her failed attempt. Recalling the manual's second rule, she frantically proposes having someone else eat the stew in her place. She points to an employee who frequents the restaurant, trying to volunteer him as her substitute. Startling him, the manual comments that, A leader's virtue lies in placing capable subordinates in the right positions. The man firmly refuses her request for a stand-in. Shocking her, he explains that allowing a substitute would undermine the challenge's meaning, and she grumbles internally about how stubborn he is. He tells her simply that if she can eat it, their relationship continues, and if not, it ends, leaving her to contemplate the choice. She activates her ability short-term foresight, asking what will happen if she eats the stew. Narration reveals that Baek Soyoung is a powerful awakener, trained in combat, who follows her grandfather's third rule of self-reliance. Her foresight, especially accurate regarding her own safety, shows her a glimpse of the near future. In the vision, she screams that the stew is unbearably spicy, and concludes she truly cannot handle it. Back in reality, she quivers. While the man calmly observes her reaction, he chuckles to himself, confident she will eventually finish the entire bowl. Narration compares her to Baek Kong Hyuk, who failed the challenge despite fine dining experience, because he lacked focus. Another challenger, Jang Yoon, managed to eat it all, only because her life literally depended on succeeding. The narration states that success or failure with this dish ultimately depends on one's desperation. Cutting back to Baek So-young, sitting in grim resolve, she exhales quietly, steeling herself, tying back her hair. She begins to say that sometimes in life, she declares that you must fight even when you know you will lose. Her worried employee asks if she is overdoing it. She jokes that if she looks fine to him, he needs glasses like her father, but he suggests she should just give up grabbing the spoon. She insists that as Baek So-young, she never quits. She vows not to miss this chance to secure the best education for Yunho, over something as trivial as a stew. Remembering how special Yunho is to her, she hugs the image of her daughter in her mind. Her eyes harden with determination. She thinks that if it is for her daughter, she will do anything, and takes her first spoonful. Immediately the spice overwhelms her, and she screams about the heat as her bodyguards panic. Through tears, she tells herself she still has to keep eating it. She stares once more at the fiery stew in her hands, proclaiming that this is all for Yunho. She forces herself to keep eating, while her guards anxiously support her. She continues slurping and gulping, as the man watches with a satisfied smile. Observing her perseverance, he notes that things are effectively settled now. A shot of the sky over the restaurant underscores that the outcome has already been decided. The cat Nabby, sitting with the slime Spec Zero, looks blankly toward the exhausted Baek So-young, her employee, also dazed, stares at her in amazement. The now empty bowl shows she has managed to finish every drop. Blushing and panting, she states that she completed the challenge, and awkwardly downplays how bad it tasted. The man begins to explain the second reason people can handle his food. Narration describes how the pain of spiciness triggers endorphins that reduce stress, making ultra-spicy food a stress reliever for those under heavy strain. He concludes that unstressed people can never finish the dish, because to them it is only insanely spicy. Activating his appraisal eye, he compares stress-free past challengers to Baek So-young. Her status window appears, listing her traits, and showing that her stress has now turned inactive, leading him to think her stress had been extremely high, befitting a chairperson. He presents her with a large bowl of colorful shaved ice as dessert. He asks if she has ever tried an alcohol-based shaved ice dessert. Delighted, she replies that is the only way she enjoys shaved ice. A signboard announces that Season 2 of the Strange Food Challenge has begun. The building exterior notes that so far, there has been exactly one successful challenger. Later, Yunha happily spins around the cafe with Nabi, both laughing. Yunha cheers that they can now play together every day, and Nabi agrees excitedly. Stairs on the second floor. The man considers which room Yunha should use. He decides on an empty room for her, but notes that it is rather bare. Something tugs at his pants leg, catching his attention. Spec Zero. The slime clings to him and he laughs, asking if it agrees with his thoughts. He tells the slime he has made up his mind, as he lifts it, announcing it is time to buy new furniture. He happily heads out with Spec Zero. Back downstairs, Yun, his escort, hands him a Damien-branded black card. The man, surprised, asks what the card is. He realizes it is a legendary Damien VVIP black card. He asks if the card is meant to pay for furniture, and the escort explains it is a broader gift, and that furniture can be bought at Damien department store. The 8 says the card is a small token from Mrs. Beck, while the man feels its weight and responsibility, he says he usually refuses such gifts but accepts so as not to be rude, and the aide thanks him saying Beck Soyoung would worry if he declined. The man adds that it still feels nice to be appreciated, since the kings of Terra once overworked him without reward, puzzling the escort. He recounts how a king even demanded free sword lessons for the prince, under the pretext of warrior duty, and remarks that at least Mrs. Beck respects labor laws, asking the aide to thank her. The escort agrees and offers to guide him to the department store, but the man says he should change clothes first. The escort notes that in the VIP section there is no dress code. Confusing him, the man protests that he does not want to be the only one dressed like a slob. The escort misinterprets this as an intentional underdog tactic. While the man is bewildered, a comedic cutaway shows the escort explaining that dressing down creates dramatic plot twists, but the man insists he simply finds the VIP treatment embarrassing. The escort teases that the world's strongest retainer is oddly sensitive about such things, and the man snaps at him to mind his own business. The narrative shifts to Dame Young department store in Seoul, where they soon arrive inside. Impressive furniture and children's displays elicit a wow of wonder. Yuno walks through the store with a man, Cat and Slime, giggling that she has never decorated a room before. She proudly shows them a drawing of how she wants her room to look, impressing both Nabi and the man with her artistic skill. Nabi studies the drawing and hesitantly says there is one issue. The cat points out there is no human bed in the picture, only a cat bed, and Yunho excitedly says that cozy spot is meant for Nabi. Nabi, flustered, says the room is cute but does not suit a warrior like himself. The man gently reminds Yunho that they are supposed to be decorating her room, surprising her. Beaming, Yunho says all she really needs is a desk and a bed. A narration notes her minimalist upbringing from both parents. The man suggests that she and Nabi simply share a room and decorate it together. Both Yunha and Nabi excitedly ask if they really can share a room. He says it is fine as long as they are happy with the arrangement. Their escort observes and nods in approval. From a distance, Yunho joyfully drags Nabi off to look around the store. The escort remarks that furniture shopping may take a while, and suggests they also make sure the kids get plenty to eat. The man says that he inspects. Hiro will also browse before regrouping at the restaurant. The escort offers to watch over Yuna and Nabi, so the man can shop in peace. He then adds that there is someone else who wants to see the man. The escort hints at this visitor, and the man thanks him for the warning. Feeling someone stare, the man tells the watcher to stop glaring. Before burning a hole in his head, he bluntly tells the hidden stalker to come out. The nervous elf craftswoman Alistair peeks out from behind a pillar. Trembling, she angrily calls him a jerk, and questions why he is causing trouble again. The moment they meet, he insists they parted on good terms, and wonders what he did wrong this time. She yells that he took all her kids and now only carries a slime, demanding to know where the rest went. Bystanders gossip that he must have divorced an elf, and is raising slimes instead of his own children, branding him a deadbeat. Embarrassed, the man hushes Alistair, saying she is giving people the wrong idea, and that he cannot carry weapons around in a department store. Alistair snaps that she can tell he has not been near her children, and accuses him of dumping the artifacts into storage to gather dust. The man admits he had neglected them, but explains he entrusted her weapons to other hunters, which she already knows, though she complains that those hunters at least properly introduced themselves. The man reasons internally that other hunters likely visited her to discuss repairs, which makes sense given the artifact's value. He tells Alistair she should choose her words more carefully, because people misunderstand, but she continues calling him a shameless two-timer and worse. He shouts back not to label him like that or people will believe her. She doubles down loudly, condemning him for shamelessly roaming around, while responsible for over 500 elf children. Exasperated, he orders Spec Zero to silence her, and the slime launches itself at her face. Spec Zero splats over her mouth, muffling her protests. Onlookers whisper in shock about the man supposedly having 500 elf children, as he facepalms mortified. He sighs in weary resignation, thinking Alistair is impossible. Looking up at the department store again, he regrets not having ignored her entirely. The scene shifts to a cafe named Starbucks, where he sits down with Alistair over coffee. He asks, what brought the famed Crystal Valley weaponsmith to a department store, and she counters by asking why a restaurant owner like him is here. He explains he is buying wood and tools, because he prefers crafting his own furniture. She coyly smiles and repeats his question about why she is here. He comments that elves are predictable, always acting cool and cryptic when cornered, which annoys her. She finally admits she knows the elderly owner of the department store. She explains that this owner holds secret VIP auctions, and that one of the upcoming items is a sacred tree, prompting the man to ask if she means the world tree. The elf girl scolds him for being naive, explaining that the world tree is so rare, she would give anything just to see one branch. The protagonist privately notes, he actually has several branches of the world tree stored in his inventory. She says she came only for the sacred tree, and warns him that as someone just seeking lumber, he should not even dream of approaching it, prompting him to ask why she reveals the auction is members only, flaunts her Dame Young Gold member card, and explains how hard it is to get one. He muses about something he was told. Reacting thoughtfully, he remembers that his own Dame Young Black card supposedly grants access to all services. Fish swim past an underwater-themed setting, transitioning to the auction venue. The scene reveals Dame Young department stores underground secret auction, where they sit at a table among other guests. He comments that the place feels more like an aquarium cafe than an auction house, and she teases him for expecting a shady auctioneer and glamorous service. The slime eats fries, while he reflects that secret auctions he has seen before were more like the seedy image he imagined. He asks why she is staring at him, and she says she is trying to figure out what his deal is. She complains that her card was checked, while he and the strange slime got in, without showing anything, and he wonders why she is so agitated. So she yells that she had wanted to see him get rejected at the door, and is upset her plan was ruined. He suddenly realizes the reason for the special treatment might be something he has. He raises his Black Damien card. Shocking her, she trembles and exclaims that the card is the legendary unlimited Damien card rumored to exist. While he realizes this must have been his pass, she declares that she now understands who he must be. She reasons that someone who needs no ID, holds a black card, and is unknown publicly can only be one particular person. While he insists she is mistaken, she triumphantly concludes that he must be Baek So Young's secret son. Leaving him stunned, her shout of secret son echoes through the hall, drawing attention from everyone. She explains her theory about a long rumored secret child between two prominent figures, and proudly asks his opinion of her deduction. While he internally disagrees, he begins to reason with her by pointing out something. He explains that if he were that couple's child, he would be 9 years old, clearly not matching his appearance, leaving her speechless. She mentally struggles to process this contradiction. She then wonders if humans age differently, or maybe he is cursed to age quickly. While he thinks she sounds smarter, when silent, embarrassed, she claims she was only joking to make him laugh. While he remains unimpressed, the auction proper begins, with an auctioneer presenting a painting to the attendees. A close view shows the landscape painting that is currently up for bid. Bidders raise their paddles with different numbers as the price climbs. The auctioneer finally announces the item is sold to applause. A break is called and the room relaxes, while they sit at their table with the dozing slime. He becomes emotional, saying, "It is touching that this auction even trades ownership of orphanages, alongside art and artifacts." Reading the catalog, he notes that even the sacred tree they seek comes with its own story. The catalog recounts how a woman acquired the tree for her sick husband because it purified the air, but after he died, she put it up for auction so someone else in need could use it. He concludes that whoever organized this event must be a wonderful person. While she says she has met the old man running it, but cannot judge his character, she adds that regardless, the attendees themselves seem like decent people. She explains that these wealthy guests are generous donors, passing on items to those who need them, making the event feel more like a social gathering than a cutthroat auction. He slams down his drink, agreeing and using that logic to pivot to his own point. She pleads that the auction is her only way to obtain a sacred tree, and argues he is just using it for furniture, so he should let her buy it. He refuses, explaining he must secure it to provide clean air for the 3 dependents he cares for. She objects that sacred trees are not for amateurs like him. He proposes they strike a deal. He suggests he will purchase the sacred tree if she as a skilled craftswoman will make the furniture from it. Surprising her, he brags that with his card, he could buy the tree outright at any time, pressuring her with his financial advantage. He clarifies that her real aim is to gain experience crafting with sacred wood, so he will fund everything while she handles the work, calling it a win when she still feels the arrangement is unfair, and even wonders if it borders on exploitation. Something makes her reconsider. As she jolts in realization, she accepts the proposal with a grin, and extends her hand to seal the deal. She states she will do it since the terms are not bad, and they shake hands. He smiles to himself, pleased with how things have turned out. Their handshake finalizes the agreement. He immediately adds that she has only 3 days to complete all the furniture. Startling her, he exposes her plan to drag the project out for decades, thanks to elven longevity, and says he will not allow that. Trembling, she admits his conditions are unacceptable, but cannot pull free from the handshake. She screams that he knows far too much about else. Outside the Dame Young building, her voice echoes that she hates him. Back home, he uses a portal to transplant a massive tree stump from the other world into his backyard. He begins magically reshaping the sacred tree. As part of his landscaping project, he presses his palm against the trunk after moving it into place. Wiping sweat, he asks if that was the last piece of work. He admires the monumental sacred tree. He has grown excited to be able to cultivate an entire forest, and finding large-scale gardening enjoyable. The slime happily runs water through hoses to fill a new lake. He narrates that he is siphoning water from his kitchen via gate to complete an artificial lake, while the girl and cat diligently plant flowers along the shore. He showcases a smaller flowering sacred tree that has bloomed. Standing beside the delicate fragrant tree, he feels its air and mind-clearing effects, and recognizes it truly deserves the title of sacred tree. Relaxing under its fully blossomed canopy with a book, he dreams of reading there often, but also worries about having to cut it for furniture. He clenches his fist, resolving on a course of action. He decides to simply copy the sacred tree, so he can both preserve it and use its wood. Seeing this as the perfect solution, the narrative shifts, explaining that across history, parents have always struggled with the difficulty of raising children. It lists universal parental worries about crying, safety and health that plagued countless mothers and fathers. Someone from Terra is said to have devised an answer to these parental concerns. That thinker concluded that all those problems stem from children being weak, so strengthening them would solve everything. Back in the cafe, the cat and girl listen as he recounts this Terra-style idea. He reveals that the radical thinker who reached that conclusion was actually a king shown as Gerald Lamproy. The girl asks if the king issued a royal decree, and he confirms that he did. The king convened chefs and magicians to research ways to make his newborn heir stronger. An alchemist works on the potion, and the girl asks what happened next. He explains they eventually created a powerful potion that made children extremely tough and resistant to injury and illness. Amazing his listeners, he adds that contrary to expectations, the king was furious. One reason was that the ingredients were so rare and expensive that the potion cost a fortune. Another was that the research took so long that by completion, the prince was already an adult. The secret recipe was therefore recorded in a book and forgotten in a quiet corner of the royal library. He says he later discovered that recipe by accident while reading in that library. Now preparing to cook, he tells the kids to play upstairs, since what he is about to do will take a while. He reaches into a blue magical portal for ingredients. He notes to himself that he has not yet told the kids the whole truth about what he is making. He hints there is another surprising aspect to the dish he is about to prepare. He explains that the recipe, Gerald Lampro, is a nutritional supplement for children, but acts as a super fertilizer, causing plants to grow enormous at incredible speed. He begins assembling the ingredients, slamming the first one onto the board. The first ingredient is a dragon scale, and he comments that using dragon parts in baby food would understandably upset a king. While noting how impossibly tough dragon scales are, he powers his cleaver with swirling blade energy. In preparation to cut the scale, he vigorously hacks and grinds the impenetrable scale. Using that technique, the waiter is startled by the ferocious blade aura he is emitting. The narrator marvels that he is spinning his blade energy like a whirlwind rather than just sharpening the edge. When finished, the ground dragon scale lies in a neat red pile, and he moves on to the next ingredient, He presents the second major ingredient, the horn of a leviathan. The narration describes the leviathan as a mighty sea dragon, whose horn is as hard as or even harder than a dragon's scale. In chibi form, he cheerfully grinds the leviathan horn as well. Someone calls to him and he looks over curiously. The waiter shyly asks how he performs that blade technique, and whether he can be taught thinking beyond cooking. The waiter insists he means the spinning blade energy, not ordinary culinary skills. The protagonist grins mischievously as an idea comes to him. He demonstrates the swirling blade once more. While asking if that is what the waiter meant, the blade whooshes through the air. Emphasizing its power, the waiter reacts in shock and anticipation. In response, the protagonist bluntly refuses to teach him, provoking the waiter's desperate protests. He says he will not teach rude kids who talk back to adults, leaving the flustered waiter fuming at his pettiness. A sign for a cooking challenge is briefly shown on the wall, framing the situation. On the counter lie 3 bowls of powdered dragon scale, leviathan horn and skeleton king's bone. He decides that the ingredient prep is sufficient, while the horrified waiter calculates how much those rare materials must be worth. He then tosses the powders into a flaming wok to slowly stir-fry them all together. He notes that from this point, the process becomes tricky. He must precisely manage the heat and movement of the wok. He also has to control the flow of mana while cooking. His aim is to burn away impurities and concentrate the mana in the mixture, knowing that more effort yields better results. He thinks the mixture still is not refined enough for Yuna, who requires extra care. He explains that stabilizing Yuna's awakened mana even slightly is the reason he is going to such lengths. Time passes outside the cafe as he works through the day. The waiter eventually nods off at the counter from exhaustion. The wok finally simmers down, leaving only a small concentrated clump in the center. He wipes his brow and declares that Gerald Lampro's secret spice mix is complete. Evening falls over the cafe exterior, marking the end of his long preparation. Later, the waiter, now in school uniform, asks what ravioli is. While plating the dish, he explains that ravioli are essentially Italian-style dumplings. He further describes ravioli as pasta, pockets filled with cheese or beef. In chibi dialogue, they conclude that there is not much difference between ravioli and regular dumplings. A brief aside notes that some people believe Marco Polo introduced dumplings to Italy from the East. He admits to himself that after focusing so much on the secret powder, making an elaborate dish feels tiring, but he soldiers on. He sets the finished ravioli dish down on the table. He apologizes for the wait and invites everyone to dig in. As the kids and companions react with excitement, he tells Yunha Nabi inspects Hiro that from now on, they must sprinkle the prepared powder on their food every other day. Yunha asks if the powder is the secret ingredient he mentioned earlier. He confirms that it is a magical powder, meant to keep them healthy as they grow. Yunha remembers how customers often suffer after eating his cooking, and gulps nervously. She imagines earlier patrons choking and gagging from his dishes. She convinces herself that if she only uses a tiny amount, the flavor might be tolerable. The 3 kids and the slime thank him for the meal and prepare to eat. A fork pierces the sauce ravioli, signaling the first bite. All 3 brace themselves and taste the food at once. Yuna and the slime immediately spit it out, shouting that it tastes horrible. Nabi the cat, however, declares the complex flavor remarkable. While continuing to chew, he insists the dish is not bitter, salty or astringent, though he sweats from the intensity. He describes the taste as like chewing on a mana-filled lump of lead, calling it a rare delicacy he wishes he could share with his grandmother, which the cook knew and Iluros would enjoy. Yuna, appalled, questions whether Nabi's tongue is okay, and wonders if he secretly dislikes his grandmother, while Nabi defends the dish as fine gourmet food in Terra, and she pities Terra's people. Yuna sulks as she watches him continue eating the ravioli. He smugly concludes that it must just be her childish palate that cannot appreciate such a complex flavor. The protagonist activates his eye of observation to check how the food affected everyone. He notes that Nabi, already strong, shows no change from the meal spec 0. The slime, however, has visibly grown larger while remaining adorable. He focuses most on Yuna, the one whose reaction and condition concern him the most. Yunho forces down some disgusting food, and someone notes with relief that her mana has finally stabilized. He observes that They still must wait to see what abilities Yunho will develop, though at least her condition is now stable. Sungwoo confirms Yunho will not inherit the dangerous self-harming powers Mrs. Beck feared, and mentions he has another use for the mana-stabilizing powder. Sungwoo tells Nabi the cat to finish eating. While he goes out on an errand, time shifts to a distant land. As wind rushes over a forest bordering a desert in former Journia, Sumo waters a small flowering tree sapling, preparing to test the powder. After soaking the sapling, he decides it has enough water. Sumo cheerfully prepares to see how much the sapling will grow. As he applies the special powder, he sprinkles the shimmering powder over the tiny branches. The treated sapling begins to rustle and react. As the magic takes effect before his eyes, the little tree rapidly thickens and explodes upward in a burst of growth. A gigantic blossoming tree now towers above him, and he marvels at how effective the powder was. Satisfied, Songwoo muses that he only needs to call Alistair in a few days. Back home, Songwoo reviews that he has bought kids' furniture and stabilized in his mana. Feeling accomplished, he relaxes and naps against the massive tree, calling it a productive day. Elsewhere, at the disaster recovery zone built on the former Incheon airport, a plane arrives. The arrivals board shows a flight incoming from Venice. A huge crowd of reporters gathers at the airport exit, buzzing in anticipation. One reporter spots their target and yells that he has appeared. A bald, imposing man in a uniform with a hexagonal emblem strides out. Amid flashing cameras, he is introduced as a Volt, ranked 91 in the First Order, known as the Immortal Hunter stationed in Venice. Reporters push microphones at a Volt, asking why he has suddenly come to Korea. Ava roughly grabs a mic from a reporter's hand. Scowling into the camera, Ava declares that he came to capture a liar who broke his promise. A narration recalls the First Order ranking match, where Ava fought back King, here in an official mock battle for top 100 rankings. It explains that higher rank participants like a Volt risk losing rank and gain little, making such matches a bad deal for them. Because of that, lower ranked hunters offer rewards, and Kaneherk had bet his artifact, the Sword of Winter's Wrath, to lure a Volt into the match. A Volt silently weighed Kong Hyuk's provocative offer. Kong Hyuk, flush with confidence after rising from 100 to 92nd place, believed that guns would let him beat even a muscular brawler like a Volt, but a Volt crushed Kong Hyuk's winning streak in that match, taking the sword Kong Hyuk had wagered. Back in the present at ISA, someone is shocked to hear that Kim Hyuk is now on vacation. At the ISA office, a Volt angrily recounts how Kim Hyuk kept making excuses not to hand over the sword, and then disappeared on vacation. While Sung Mo calmly listens and sympathizes, a coworker bluntly calls Kong Hyuk a hopeless piece of trash, making Aval regret trusting him, and realizing even Kong Hyuk's colleagues think poorly of him. Aval demands to know where that scumbag Kong Hyuk is now. The coworker apologizes for the trouble. While eyeing Aval's tantrum, she informs Avold that the piece of trash is currently elsewhere. 10 minutes before Avold's airport arrival, King Hyuk was admiring himself in a restroom mirror. At Sungwoo's restaurant, time returns to the present. The peaceful restaurant exterior foreshadows Ava's arrival. Inside, Kong Hyuk lazily muses that his vacation time keeps piling up. A senior coworker scolds him, insisting that in the past, she had to work extreme overtime for even 2 days off. While Kong Hyuk forgets she is his senior, Kong Hyuk flippantly says he did not realize she was senior. She explains miserably that her ability sends her straight to the hospital whenever she uses it. Kong Hyuk mockingly summarizes that she is a loser who keeps getting hospitalized. Provoking her fury, their childish bickering continues loudly. While another customer sips coffee, unfazed, the customer, Min, remarks to Sungwoo that he used to fight with that insane superstar Kong Hyuk all the time and is glad Black Hawk now deals with him. Noting that things have been quiet lately, Min adds he has lots of free time now, while the Full Metal heroes are overworked. He explains that, thanks to a new material developed in the last Ogre raid, those heroes are constantly deployed, allowing others like him a break, which Sungwoo finds surprising but seemingly good. Min admits it is good but hints there is a troubling side. Sungwoo worries internally that this peaceful law might just be the calm before a coming storm. While Yunha, Nabi and the slime relax and sunbathe outside, heavy footsteps signal Ava's arrival. His temper flaring, a Volt's looming figure startles Nabi and Yunha. As he walks past their bench, he bursts into the restaurant, shouting for Bet Kong Hyuk and calling him a scumbag, startling Kong Hyuk mid-shift. Kong Hyuk trembles in fear and asks Avolt why he is here. Avolt roars for Kong Hyuk to give back his promised sword. Calling him a scammer. Narration reiterates Ava's official codename, Unbreakable Diamond, though few address him that way. Instead, those who know his brutal fighting style nickname him Immortal or Zombie. His special ability lets him absorb any attack and recklessly use his body to shatter opponents' bones, a zombie-like style that still has drawbacks. Chief among those drawbacks is low attack power. So Avolt is obsessed with farming powerful items to compensate some. Woo confirms that Avolt came because Kin Hyuk owes him the Sword of Winter's Wrath. Avolt dejectively agrees, clearly desperate for the promised sword. Sungwoo sighs, frustrated by the chaos in his restaurant. He scolds Avolt and Kong Hyuk for causing a scene in front of customers, forcing both to kneel with hands raised as punishment, and Avolt apologizes meekly. Kong Hyuk protests that making grown men kneel with raised arms is humiliating, insisting Sungwoo is being too harsh. Sungwoo dryly notes he can see Kong Hyuk slowly lowering his arms in defiance. Kong Hyuk flinches when Sungwoo snaps a rolled newspaper toward his face. Sungwoo orders them to stay put and reflect, assigning Yoon Hyung to watch over them. Suspended in that pose, Ava nervously asks Kong Hyuk who Sungwoo actually is. Ava recalls that when he charged at Kong Hyuk earlier, Sungwoo suddenly intervened. Narration shows Sungwoo effortlessly knocking both first-order hunters down, using just water magic and a spoon. Ava marvels that Sungwoo accomplished this, using nothing more than a rolled newspaper as his weapon. Kong Hyuk smugly says it is natural Avolt does not know his boss, implying Avolt is a provincial nobody. He loudly announces that Sungwoo is Sungwoo, a famed great warrior, leaving Avolt awestruck at Sungwoo's reputation. Kong Hyuk boasts that he works for Sungwoo, while Avolt is shocked hunters can even hold outside jobs. Kong Hyuk and Avolt react when they realize Yoon Hyung is filming their humiliating position with a phone. Sungwoo teases that humility suits Kong Hyuk, while Kong Hyuk vows revenge on Yoon Hyung. Once his punishment ends, Avolt recognizes Yoon Hyung as Black Hawk rank 65, and is amazed he also works here. Avolt internally struggles with the revelation that a repatriated warrior, strong enough for top 1-0 rank, now runs a restaurant staffed by first-order hunters. He wonders what on earth has happened in Korea to create this bizarre situation. Time passes to sunset over the restaurant building. Inside, Sungwoo gathers everyone at the counter, ready to settle the sword problem. Sungwoo hesitantly says he has been thinking about a solution. He suggests Kong Hyuk simply hand over the Sword of Winter's Wrath, as promised, which both Avolt and Yoon Hyung eagerly support. Kong Hyuk refuses, protesting that no one understands how special that sword is, since it was gifted by the god of bizarre food. Sungwoo, recalling Kong Hyuk's story, thinks that deity sounds more like a weird cult than a god. Min slams the table, telling Kong Hyuk he never should have gambled such a weapon, while Kong Hyuk whines that otherwise, no one would have accepted his challenge. Throwing a tantrum on the floor, Kong Hyuk screams that he will never surrender the sword, and that Avolt can pry it from his cold, dead hands, leaving Avolt worried he may never retrieve it. Sungwoo turns to Avolt, confirming his name and hinting at an alternate proposal. Sungwoo offers a deal. If Avolt can finish a special dish in his restaurant, Strange Food Challenge, he will award him an artifact-level item. Sungwoo cheerfully waives the usual entry fee, out of sympathy for Avil's situation. He also allows Avil unlimited attempts at the challenge, until he secures the artifact. Reading the event description, Avil concludes the challenge merely involves eating some terrible food, which sounds manageable. He judges that this route offers better odds than waiting for stubborn Kong Hyuk to honor his bet. Convinced, Avolt agrees to attempt the challenge. Sungwoo beams and praises his decision. Kong Hyuk jumps up, thrilled that his boss has seemingly solved his problem. Kong Hyuk gushes about Korean camaraderie, claiming Sungwoo protected him. Sungwoo immediately smacks him with rubber gloves, cutting off his self-congratulation. Looming ominously, Sungwoo tells Kong Hyuk he will not escape punishment, reminding him the whole mess is his fault. As further punishment, Kong Hyuk is assigned 6 hours of environmental cleanup duty. At Yo fishing spot, Kong Hyuk resigns himself to his bad luck later. Outside the restaurant, Yunha, Nabi and the slime thanks Sang-woo for the meal. As they relax, Yunha suddenly senses something and turns around. She finds a thin white hair on the ground and wonders what it is. Yunha calls out to Sang-woo to ask about her discovery. She shows him the hair and asks if he recognizes it. Feeling it seems familiar, he replies that she is very fortunate. Sang-woo identifies it as a lucky cat's whisker and explains its significance to Yuna. Narration explains that a special species of cats, Illy roses, rarely shed whiskers, so finding one is considered highly lucky. Sang-woo gives Yunha a small bottle, so she can safely keep the whisker as a charm that may bring her good fortune. Yunha happily thanks him and clutches the bottle, while Sang-woo sends her back inside. Watching her run off, Yoon-hyung skeptically asks Sang-woo whether lucky cat whiskers are real, or just a made-up story like Santa Claus. Sang-woo insists the whisker is real, while Yoon-hyung remains unconvinced, and claims he cannot be fooled like a child. Sang-woo privately thinks Yoon-hyung is overly skeptical. Later we see the door to Yunha and Nabi's room. Yunha lies on her bed playing with her phone, pondering what luck truly means. She looks up a definition on her phone that describes luck as good fate or the will of the heavens, and wonders if that is the same as destiny. Overwhelmed by the abstract definitions, Yoonha groans in confusion. The next day at the cafe, Yoonha taps the drowsy Kang-hyuk to get his attention. He responds with a tired, confused yeah. Yoonha eagerly asks Kang-hyuk what luck means. Kang-hyuk gloomily answers that luck is something he lacks, and wishes he had more of, along with sleep, since Sang-woo is forcing him to clean the fishing spot all night. Yoonha concludes that Taeji and Min were right, and Kang-hyuk is useless for serious answers. She is then startled when a Volt's anguished shout erupts from the challenge area. A Volt struggles through the hellishly spicy stew challenge, cursing its extreme heat while Yunho wonders if there is octopus in it. Concerned, Yunho approaches and asks him if he is okay. A Volt insists he is fine and only sweating from the stew's spiciness, not crying even though narration notes he is actually in his 20s. Curious, Yuna asks a Volt if he knows what luck is, and he bluntly claims luck is mostly a scam. He warns her that people use the word luck to trick others, and advises her never to trust anyone who talks about it. He adds that this warning applies especially to someone like Kang-hyuk. Kang-hyuk, exhausted and drooling at his post, exemplifies Ava's point. Yoonha thinks Ava is still traumatized by Kang-hyuk's earlier deception. Yoonha quietly sets a glass of milk in front of Ava. To help with the spice, she politely wishes him a quick recovery, leaving AVL confused but grateful. Sang-woo apologizes to AVL for all the trouble, while patting his sweating head with a soaked towel. Kang-hyuk, still irritated, aggressively wipes AVL's head, ranting that AVL chased him all the way to Korea, and deserves at least this much service. Their bickering escalates again, and Yunho realizes both men are useless. In her search for a serious explanation of luck, she decides instead to ask Uncle Sang-ho again, but notices him outside being scolded by a worker about water usage. The water worker explains there is plenty of water thanks to a gate, but seems uneasy about how much Sang-woo has used. He then lashes out saying Sang-woo's water consumption is outrageous, and demands to know how he could use so much. Sang-woo sheepishly claims he needed the water for washing dishes and doing lots of laundry, provoking the man's angry shout. Watching this chaos, Yoonha notes that even Uncle Sang-woo looks overwhelmed and busy. She reflects that everyone around her is swamped, which affects her nightly routine. Inside, Min and Ji-hyun chat over coffee about Kang-hyuk's punishment at the fishing spot, a conversation Yoonha finds intriguing, and Yoonha usually avoids them because they look stern, associating them with a past fire incident, but decides they seem approachable today. She shyly greets Ji-hyun to start the conversation. Ji-hyun warmly responds and asks what Yoonha needs, and Yunho says she has a question she has been asking everyone. Yunho directly asks Min and Ji-hyun what luck is. Ji-hyun excitedly answers that luck is like hitting the lottery and getting rich. Min quickly covers her mouth and gives a simpler definition. Luck is receiving something good for no particular reason. Yunho repeats this idea, puzzled by the notion of undeserved good things. Min elaborates that luck is when everything you do works out, or all your wishes come true. Yunho looks down at her bottled lucky whisker, and quietly wonders about the possibility of everything she wishes for truly coming to pass. Yoonha reflects that she is surrounded by many good people. She thinks fondly of Nabi's Zero, Uncle Sung-woo her mom, Taejikong Hyuk-min and Ji-hyun, concluding they are all great people, despite that she admits the person she misses most is her father. Given a wish, young Yoon-ha excitedly declares she wants to see her dad again. The scene shifts to the divine temple of the cat god. The cat god finds Yoon-ha's wish adorable and takes interest. He contrasts her pure wish with recent visitors, who stole whiskers or made greedy requests. Deciding this innocent desire is one he can grant, the cat god rises from his throne. He announces it is time to use his power and begins a summoning ritual. A pillar of rainbow light shoots down from the sky toward Yoon-ha's location. Smoke fills Sungwoo's restaurant as Min and Ji-hyun cough. Realizing something sudden has happened, through the haze, Yoon-ha looks delighted as a man materializes coughing before her. The summoned man Ju Hyuk-jin appears confused as Min and Ji-hyun recognize him. Narration explains how chasms first appeared on Earth. Monsters poured out worldwide, devastating regions until the UN collapsed. After heavy sacrifices in the UN's place, a new protector organization began to rise. This organization, Isaac, took over defending the world. Under Isaac, the monsters were beaten and the world rebuilt. Though old enemies persisted, various powers, agitators, terrorists and extremists sought advantage and opposed awakeners. Because of this turmoil, the Isaac president holds enormous importance and is constantly targeted. In a secure bunker, remote advisors discuss counter-terror strategy. While the president listens, President Chu Hyuk-jin orders subordinates to exploit leadership instability by capturing enemy executives. As he is about to continue giving orders, a summoning light forms beneath his feet. The light engulfs him and his chair, startling those hearing him. Overcomes his staff panic as he vanishes in a glowing rush of energy. The glowing trail leaves his office empty, shocking everyone monitoring him. Someone shouts his name, realizing the president has disappeared. The story returns to the quiet exterior of Sangwoo's restaurant. Inside, Min and Ji-hyun cough amid smoke, not yet realizing who has arrived. Hyuk-jin kneels in the haze, bewildered as Min and Ji-hyun gape at him. He tells himself to stay calm and wonders where he has been summoned. He notices mysterious countdown numbers on his hand, and infers he has limited time. Seeing Min and Ji-hyun in front of him, he deduces he is in Sangwoo's restaurant. Yoon-ha calls him dad, leaving him stunned, overwhelmed. Yoon-ha tearfully confirms he is her father and he recognizes her. She runs into his arms sobbing as he hugs her tightly. Min and Ji-hyun internally freak out upon realizing Yoon, his dad, is President Ju Hyuk-jin. Hyuk-jin silently signals them to keep his identity secret, and they agree. They remind themselves that the president's identity must remain top secret, especially from certain people. Meanwhile, Kong Hyuk is in a heated argument with a bald customer. Trading insults, Min hurriedly whips off his coat, preparing a cover. Kong Hyuk pauses mid-fight, distracted by their odd behavior. Min and Ji-hyun awkwardly claim they are just shaking dust off a coat to hide. Hyuk-jin and Yoon-ha. Ji-hyun secretly whispers directions to the basement stairs, so Hyuk-jin can leave unseen, and Hyuk-jin promises a reward. They then suggest taking the dusty coat to the basement, pretending it is part of their ruse. They sidestep away with the coat, confusing Kong Hyuk and the bald man. The two men, baffled, wonder aloud what that strange exit was about. Kong Hyuk suddenly suspects something is going on between Min and Ji-hyun. He imagines they might be secretly dating and going to the basement together, and the bald man enviously agrees. The two men banter jealously about Ji-hyun, possibly choosing Min over them. The scene shifts to the quiet basement light downstairs. Min and Ji-hyun vow to protect the basement entrance, both revealing they are armed. Ji-hyun starts to speak while nervously glancing at Min. She then observes a glowing portal and remarks that they have stumbled upon Isaac's biggest secret. Through the portal, they see Yoona happily spending time with her powerful parents, surprising them back outside the vision. Ji-hyun hesitantly calls Min's name. She excitedly notes that they currently look like cool, secret bodyguards for the president, and Min shyly agrees. They resolve to stay calm and focus on completing their mission that night. Narration marks the end of the day at the restaurant. Yoonho, Nabi and Zero eat dinner together as Sungwoo watches over them. Sangwoo asks Yoon-ha if she enjoyed her time with her dad. Yoon-ha beams and answers that it was incredibly fun. She narrates that she told her dad everything that has happened, good and bad, and what she has learned. As a timer on Hyuk-jin's hand nears 0, He realizes their reunion is brief. Yoonha sadly clings to him as the time limit approaches. Despite the short visit, she reassures herself that she will see him again. Sungwoo thinks to himself that although Yoonha must be disappointed, she is handling it maturely. He notes that meeting her father has calmed Yoonha's unstable manner, and credits a parent's love, even praising the cat god. With the kids settled and eating, Sungwoo decides it is time for his next plan. He grins ominously, hinting he is about to do something particular. The next day dawns peacefully over the restaurant. Sungwoo heads downstairs toward the basement with a serious air. Upstairs he calls out to the kids, interrupting their card game. He cheerfully asks who wants fried pork cutlets, instantly grabbing their attention. The scene shifts to a city building housing various businesses. Nabi and Goesiksikdang, realizing too late that they were brought to an animal hospital instead of a restaurant, tremble in fear. Sungwoo calls to them, making them flinch. Smiling, he says it is time to go inside, terrifying the cat and slime. Nabi and Goesiksikdang scream in protest as they are dragged toward vaccinations. Outside the clinic they angrily shout that Sungwoo tricked them. Later Kang Hyuk happily approaches Sangwoo's restaurant. Ready to eat in peace, he grins to himself, pleased with his recent efforts. In a retro game-style flashback, he recalls working hard to earn gold and pay off his debt to the bald director. Now that his part-time gig is over, he assumes he will no longer run into that troublesome director. The director has indeed left for good, and Kang Hyuk looks forward to a quiet meal. Kang Hyuk burst into the restaurant, calling for a menu from his former boss. Instead he finds Yunho consoling a miserable Nabi and Goesiksikdang, puzzling him. The cat and slime gloomily muttered that they trusted Sungwoo. Clearly feeling betrayed, Kang Hyuk asked what is wrong with them, prompting Sungwoo to explain. Sungwoo admits he told them they were going out to eat, but instead took them for vaccinations, which they hated, to apologize. He then took everyone to a restaurant, but the food there turned out awful. The undercooked pork cutlets were disgusting, worsening their mood instead of cheering them up. Kang Hyuk and Yunho scolded Sungwoo for tricking the kids, and Sungwoo bristles at Kang Hyuk's moralizing. Sungwoo concedes they are right, but says the kids would never have agreed to shots if he had been honest. He then confronts Kang Hyuk about his own experiences with Tara's terrible clinics. Narration explains that Tara is medically backward and believes eating strange foods prevents illness. As a result, most doctors there are quacks, whose patients often leave in worse condition. Kang Hyuk shifts topics, telling someone to cheer the kids up with his cooking and asking what is on today's menu when Sungwoo reveals the meat. Kang Hyuk recognizes it with shock. It is legendary pork from the so-called blasphemous. I love this pig, famed for being absurdly delicious. Somewhere is confident this meat will soon melt away the kids' anger. He begins narrating the legend of a man named Elaovis, who once suffered bad food in Tara. Elaovis wondered why people there were denied good food, believing humans naturally love tasty meals. He questioned why delicious food was treated like a crime. He finally gave in, eating lavish dishes to his heart's content. As punishment he transformed into a pig. Kang Hyuk freaks out at the idea of eating a pig that used to be human, but Sungwoo insists it is only a legend. Sungwoo clarifies that the pork is taboo in Tara, only because the gods reserved it for themselves. He complains that the gods hoard the best food, while restricting humans. When King Hurek asked how Sumo obtained such meat, Sumo claims he received it as a reward for defeating the Demon King, and that the gods purified it. Kang Hyuk eagerly asks what dish Sungwoo will make with this extraordinary pork. Sungwoo grins and says such high-quality meat should never be braised. He declares it should be grilled instead. A dazzling spread of Korean side dishes and kimchi is prepared to accompany the meat. Outside, Sungwoo orders Kang Hyuk to be patient while he grills, though Kang Hyuk finds the wait torturous. Sungwoo proudly states he made and perfectly fermented the kimchi himself. He also boasts about sourcing the finest fresh ingredients and condiments to serve with the meal. Yunho brings out the beautifully sliced pork belly, which is the star of the feast. Nabi and Goesiksikdang sit with arms crossed, still sulking despite the spread. Yunho worries they remain upset, but Sungwoo tells her to watch his cooking work. It's magic. He lifts a thick strip of pork belly with his tongs. Smirking, he says, this is where the magic begins. The pork lands on the grill and sizzles enticingly over the flames. The aroma and sight instantly captivate Nabi and Goesiksikdang. Yunho exclaims that it smells amazing. As Sung-woo agrees, Sang-woo thinks to himself that at this rate, victory is assured. He judges that with meat this good, it is already game over for the kids' anger. The grilled pork and kimchi are plated alongside fresh lettuce wraps. Everyone gathers at the table as Sang-woo tells them to dig in. Kang-hyuk and Yoon-ha eagerly bite into their wraps. Kang-hyuk is so overwhelmed by flavor that he imagines heavenly pigs with wings around him. Yoon-ha and Kang-hyuk gush that the pork is unbelievably delicious, confirming why the gods kept it to themselves. Sung-woo invites Nabi and SPX0 to start eating too. The cat and slime exchange nervous glances. Still conflicted, they tentatively decide to try just one bite. Both nervously taste the food. Their expressions instantly turn blissful as they proclaim how amazing it is. Sung-woo is relieved that everything worked out and resolves not to upset the kids again later. Kang-hyuk, feeling blessed that Min and Ji-hyun are absent, prays dramatically before the precious food. Nabi is shocked when Kang-hyuk suddenly snatches more meat. The cat yells at Kang-hyuk for hogging the meat, while Kang-hyuk defends his first-come first-served approach. Yoon-hee scolds Kang-hyuk for being selfish and reminds him Sung-woo has not eaten yet, but Kang-hyuk says meat matters more than being liked. Sung-woo can only sigh that Kang-hyuk's behavior is unbelievably ridiculous. Nabi, siding with Yoon-ha, shouts that he hates Kang-hyuk for his greed. Everyone then notices something odd happening to SPEC-0. The slime suddenly speaks for the first time, loudly calling Kang-hyuk mean, shocking the entire group. Narration shifts to explaining ordinary green slimes in the wild. It describes how all slimes share abilities like absorption, mutation and reproduction, changing with what they take in. Pudding slimes raised in Terra absorb leftover food until their bodies become tasty pudding. Conversely, mud slimes absorb foul swamp water and decay, turning their bodies poisonous. The group learns that slimes copy things around them, with Youngsik currently mimicking Eunha's voice. Eunha's uncle explains that Youngsik learned to imitate human vocal cords by spending time with Eunha and the cat. He clarifies that the slime's current girl voice is modeled after Eunha, but will later be able to mimic anyone thinking about environmental influence on young slimes. The uncle muses that raising one is quite something. The cat marvels at Youngsik's unexpected evolution, while the slime keeps blurting its copied phrase. The uncle resolves to be more careful with his own behavior. From now on, he confirms everyone understands how the slime talks, then decides he needs to teach it phrases other than its current. Rude one Eunhan nervously prepares to ask her uncle another question. She asks if Gang-hyuk's transformation was also caused by his environment. The uncle says Gang-hyuk turning into a pig is entirely his own fault, revealing the embarrassed man-pig. He scolds Gang-hyuk for greedily eating everything instead of sharing. The uncle explains that the "I love this pork" legend was partly true, and Gang-hyuk's current pig state is punishment for eating forbidden pork. He reassures Gang-hyuk he will not stay a pig forever. The uncle says that sincere repentance for a day or two will end the curse, horrifying Gang-hyuk, who realizes he must live as a pig for that time. Eunha tries not to laugh, while the cat openly mocks Gang-hyuk's misfortune. Eunha admits she really was laughing at him. Gang-hyuk breaks down in disbelief, unable to accept that he has become a pig. His anguished cry about being a pig echoes outside the house. Time shifts to Isaac's sector, a branch where the story continues. At the branch, human Gang-hyuk and a pig-shaped Gang-hyuk, sitting near a vending machine dejected. His colleague casually asks the pig-formed Gang-hyuk if he wants to go to China with him. The colleague describes a Chinese pig fighting festival, and hints Gang-hyuk could easily win, angering him when Gang-hyuk refuses. The colleague clicks his tongue in disappointment. Gang-hyuk fumes that everyone is indifferent, because it is not their problem. He recalls how branch employees gossip and laugh about his pig form. Behind his back, he is further humiliated when a pork company asks him to star in a meat commercial. Back at the vending machine, his colleague reminds him that work will not disappear just because he is a pig. He informs Gang-hyuk that he has no vacation left, so he must still participate in missions despite his condition. The colleague notices security troops approaching and signals that something is up. The soldiers grab the protesting pig Gang-hyuk. The colleague reveals that While the branch manager planned to bench him, he himself never intended to be fooled, and still counted Gang Hyuk as usable manpower. Using his observation ability, the colleague explains that Gang Hyuk's physical stats are unchanged, so he can still contribute in the field. He suggests Gang Hyuk can even act as a living battering ram, or distraction tank, as the terrified pig is dragged off for a gate expedition mission. 2 days pass, marking the end of the original curse period. At Yu's cafe, people look toward the door as someone arrives. The colleague enters with a fully accessorized pig, Gang Hyuk, whose pig form clearly remains. 2 co-workers excitedly fangirl over the now famous piggyback. Gang Hyuk and the colleague discuss how Gang Hyuk's recent battlefield performance has been extraordinary. The colleague notes that although Gang Hyuk has no aggro skill, monsters for some reason only target him. Narration explains that monsters inexplicably fixate on pig Gang Hyuk, leading Min's team to build strategies around him as the frontline lure. However, before his transformation, he lacked proper tank skills, making him a liability. Becoming a tiny agile pig forced him to just run from monsters, accidentally turning him into a sensational evasive tanker. Monsters chased him almost hypnotically, so their harassment of him never stopped. Yu inwardly comments that this constant targeting is unsurprising. A note explains, "I love as pigs naturally emit an appetizing aroma." Yu reasons that humans only find a live pig cute and interesting, but monsters see appetizing prey and are irresistibly drawn to that scent. He contrasts this for monsters. High-quality food that smells delicious is running right in front of them, so of course they chase it. The colleague, wanting to exploit this, asked Yu if the pig curse can last longer than a couple of days. Yu is shocked that he wants to extend the duration of such a curse. The colleague says, researchers want to study Gang Hyuk sent to create a monster learning agent that could revolutionize battle tactics. Yu reflects that such an application of an ice sky legend is something people from Terra would never imagine. After thinking silently, Yu prepares to answer. He reluctantly agrees to make an exception and tell the colleague how to prolong the curse. Yu leans in and secretly explains the method to extend Gang Hyuk's pig form. The colleague reacts with stunned disbelief at what he hears. He exclaims that such a method really exists. The scene moves to the ISI-associated laboratory. Researchers there are amazed by their experimental results. They confirm pig pheromones are extremely effective at luring monsters, and jokingly consider naming it after Gang Hyuk. One scientist points out the oddity that even monsters without noses respond to it. They speculate perhaps some visual or super science design of the pig is also involved. Frustrated by countless unknowns, they lament not having results yet. Despite heavy funding, the lab's funding is shown coming directly from the president, who wants a solution to the tank shortage, and has poured huge sums into this research. The scientists conclude that if all this knowledge yields no scientific answer, the remaining explanation must be something else. They blame the inexplicable part on magic, the eternal enemy of their science. Resigned, they decide to ask majors for help and worry about additional problems to solve. One researcher says, the issue of limited pig form duration is already resolved, and no longer a concern. The narrative jumps back to Isaac sector, a branch on the rooftop. The exhausted colleague leans over the ledge. Drained by the situation, he despairs that he cannot keep doing this any longer. The branch manager approaches him from behind. The manager casually offers him a cigarette. Gang Hyuk's colleague, smoking with him, asks how long the researchers expect him to keep up this circus act. The manager replies that he must continue until the overseas majors arrive to join the research team. They both worry that stress over this project will cost them their hair. The manager asks if this extreme solution is truly the only way. The colleague replies that since you said so, it must be their only option. The manager curses under his breath, but resigns himself to it. He internally blames his ordeal on that pig bastard. While Gang Hyuk basks in celebrity as colleagues cheer him, a narration recaps the "I love this pig" curse on Gang Hyuk, and asks how such a curse can be broken. It explains, the curse is lifted by sincere repentance and 2 days of fasting. It further explains that to keep the curse active, one must do the opposite, by remaining arrogant and being continuously praised. The colleague complains to the branch manager that constantly praising Gang Hyuk feels unbearable, while the manager retorts, everyone feels the same. They note that Jihan is even massaging pig Gang Hyuk, which creeps the colleague out, though the manager says she volunteered. The manager emphasizes that the colleague's role in sustaining the curse is crucial. He insists it has to be the colleague, because Gang Hyuk responds best to his praise. A fantasy sequence shows Royal Robe Pig, Gang Hyuk loving the colleague's flattery, while the manager's praise ranks second, meaning the colleague cannot escape. The manager threatens to use his authority if necessary, to force the colleague's cooperation. The colleague facepalms in despair over the situation. Together they agree this whole thing is a nightmare. A few days later events pick up again at Isaac headquarters. The invited mage known as Soul Eater calmly drinks tea. The branch manager comments on the mage's high status being assigned to this research. Soul Eater cheerfully says it is his pleasure to help, revealing his title as First Order rank 13th Soul Eater. He sets down his cup and says he will get straight to business. Soul Eater explains that the key is to utilize the god's power, embedded in the curse even if it is degraded. He elaborates that you cannot overpower a god, so you must tactfully soothe the curse instead. He assures them that the phenomenal effect can be condensed into a usable substance. He hints that explaining and manufacturing it is complex but doable. With Soul Eater's help, the researchers quickly isolate the pig Gang Hyuk pheromone. They also replicate the pig's alluring shape and begin designing a pig-shaped decoy balloon. Eventually a nervous scientist presents the finished device. The lab celebrates completion of the Pig Gang Hyuk project's final product. The product is officially named the Baek Gang Hyuk Decoy Balloon. The project earns the researchers in Sector a large bonuses and recognition from the president. However, Gang Hyuk himself is notably excluded from receiving a bonus, which infuriates him. His colleague mocks him as a talking pig, provoking Gang Hyuk's anger. The colleague jabs that Gang Hyuk has grown so fat from doing nothing but eating and being praised, that he resembled a pig having gained 19 kilograms. A few days later the scene returns to Yu's cafe. Yu inspects the pig balloon prototype he has received. The colleague says he imagined it could be handy as a self-defense gadget for you. He explains that pressing the tail button inflates the balloon, which can then be thrown to draw monsters' attention. A demonstration image shows monsters chasing an inflated pig balloon, as he notes the plan to distribute one to every sector. A citizen for emergencies, Yu admires the creativity, noting Terra folk would never think of such an idea. The colleague explains that on Terra, instead of inventing such tools, people are just told to toughen up and train harder. Yu flatly comments that their approach sounds awful. Yu thanks him for the gift, while the colleague doubts Yu will ever actually need to use it. Yu then says he has a personal question for the colleague. He suddenly asks whether things are going well between the colleague and Ji-hyun. The same question is repeated aloud in the cafe, startling the colleague. Yu says he happened to see the two of them together at a cafe. After going to the movies, a flashback begins showing Yu walking through the city that afternoon. You notice something that makes him pause. He spots Ji-hyun and the colleague quietly talking outside a cafe. Yu mischievously enjoys the sight, clearly interpreting it as a date. Back in that cafe, the cozy interior sets the scene. The colleague in disguise glasses sips coffee. He thinks the cafe's coffee is nowhere near Yu's quality. Facing Ji-hyun, he asks what kind of counseling she needed. Nervous and blushing, Ji-hyun asks if he wants to quit administration and transfer to combat. He analyzes that her stats improved from eating Yu's food, and that wanting a higher paying combat role would make sense. Instead, Ji-hyun blurts that her counseling topic is about dating. The colleague is confused why she asked him, of all people, for romantic advice. He awkwardly suggests someone like Baek Gang Hyuk would be more suited to that kind of talk. Ji-hyun slams the table and forcefully rejects that idea. The colleague, shocked by her reaction, begins to suspect the dating problem involves Gang Hyuk himself. Blushing, Ji-hyun confirms that her concerns are indeed about Baek Gang Hyuk. The colleague is horrified. She likes him despite knowing how outrageous he is. Ji-hyun tries to think objectively about Gang Hyuk. She lists his positives as First Order. Baek Gang Hyuk, he is good-looking and well-groomed. She notes his strong physique. Aside from that brief 19-kilogram weight gain, she adds that he is surprisingly wealthy, thanks to smart real estate investments, making him a top husband candidate if you ignore some flaws. Those major drawbacks are summarized as his personality and behavior. Ji-hyun admits she knows he is a menace. Yet she says that with her, he obediently follows what she tells him, revealing his softer side. The colleague concedes that although management has given up on him, Gang Hyuk really does listen well to Jihan. She reminds him that Gang Hyuk once bravely entered an S-grade gate alone, and that his body cam footage proved his actions were genuinely praiseworthy. Even so, the colleague remains hesitant. Jaeon, starry-eyed, says that as his adjutant, she believes she can help him grow into an even better man, leading the colleague to conclude she is completely in love. He finally raises a hand and tells her to stop, overwhelmed by how far gone she is. The male friend reluctantly agrees to advise about her love life this one time, and she gratefully accepts. Sitting across from her, he apologetically warns that he is going to speak bluntly. He flatly diagnoses her feelings for Baek Gang Hyuk as Stockholm Syndrome, leaving her confused. The narration explains Stockholm Syndrome as a condition originating from a real hostage incident in Stockholm. It further explains that in an extreme robber and hostage situation, the victim may develop empathy for the perpetrator because of occasional kindness. The robber grimly reacts, sweating as the psychological explanation plays over his memory. The hostage woman is startled as the ropes around her suddenly loosen. The robber, accepting his apparent end, apologizes to the hostage for dragging her into this, and regrets how things turned out. Remembering that moment, she initially pities him, then frantically insists it was only a tiny bit of sympathy. Her friend says, such pitying thoughts are exactly how the syndrome begins. He tells her she already shows the symptoms, and urges her to think carefully about Baek Gang Hyuk. As she reflects, she recalls how often he infuriates her. She also remembers moments when he seemed pitiful, and she felt alternating sympathy and anger. She abruptly rejects the pity, realizing she mostly just wants to beat him up. Overwhelmed, she clutches her head while he notes she has regained her senses, and then changes the subject to another question. She nervously asks what else he wants to know. He points out that if she is going to fall for someone, Yoo Sung-woo makes far more sense than Baek Gang Hyuk, which shocks her. He outlines Yoo Sung-woo's superior looks, skills, wealth, and personality compared to Baek, wondering why she chose Baek instead. She admits the reason is that she cannot see Yoo Sang-woo as a man. To his disbelief, she clarifies that she does not view Yoo as a potential romantic partner. She explains that Yoo feels more like a distant figure. To revere someone so great, she wants to worship him rather than date him. He says he understands that now, but prepares to make another point. He still teases that out of everyone she could like, choosing Baek makes him question her eyesight. The narration jumps back to the present, clarifying that she and Baek are not a couple. They only had that discussion. Yoo Sung-woo, hearing this story later, awkwardly asks if his earlier assumption about their relationship was completely wrong. The narrator, speaking to Yoo, remarks that even he misread the situation. Yoo is told he seems like a total beginner at dating, which visibly wounds him. He sinks into gloomy realization, repeating that he sees Yoo, then despairs that even Baek has some romantic situation, while he has been single his entire life. Collapsing in his chair, he laments that long-term singleness might doom him to be president of all singles. The narration ironically calls Yoo Sung-ho a god of swords, victory, and bizarre foods, but says the title leader of the singles suits him best. The scene shifts to the world of Journia, a green forested land. There Yoo begins training the kids and their monster companions. Announcing the start of their practice, he introduces their first opponent, a powerful rank B monster named Gorgon. He explains that Gorgon is very strong, and its main danger lies in its petrifying eyes, which can turn targets to stone. He also reveals Gorgon's weakness, that its overly powerful eyes slowly petrify its own head, making its gaze slow and inaccurate. He tells them that knowing these traits lets them plan an easy strategy to defeat it. Their assignment is to dodge Gorgon's attacks, harvest its stone meat, and bring it to him so he can cook stone meat soup. As a reward, you entrust the children to Navi the cat, who cheerfully agrees to watch over them. Under Navi's supervision, the kids sprint around the field with Gorgon charging after them. While they train, Yoo relaxes at a nearby artificial lake, and decides to enjoy some fishing, admiring the luxurious man-made lake. He muses that money and Damien's help made this dreamlike place possible. He recalls how Damien Construction built the facility for the children's safety, and how he could not refuse a mother wanting the best for her daughter, as proudly looking at the wooden lakeside cabin they built for him. He notes how amazing it is. He appreciates the clean water and fresh air around his new retreat. Lounging by the lake, Yu contentedly declares this peaceful life to be paradise. Unbeknownst to him, a dark portal and ominous figure appear atop a nearby cliff. From within swirling purple energy, a being complains that everything had been going fine in this land, until you arrived. The specter broods that the land of the dead should belong to him, revealed as Cassius' Spectre Lord. He angrily demands to know who Yu Sung-woo is. The story flashes back to Journia before its extinction, showing a lab where energy surges around a massive specimen. Scientists overcharge the specimen with power, seeking to strengthen it further. A human carcass. Then a mad scientist orders them to stimulate Specimen Zero more, calling it his masterpiece. In narration he boasts that with Specimen Zero under his control, he intended to conquer the world. Viewing his creation as a mere tool, an alarm once blared in the lab, signaling a small error in his plan. Cassius, realizing the situation, prepared to kill himself, but the ensuing disaster became a twisted blessing for him. Specimen Zero engulfed Journia, turning it into a land of the dead, where Cassius revived as Spectre Lord and ruled wandering spirits. Later, when a dimensional rift appeared, he believed it was his chance to escape to another world. However, the arrival of Yu in Journia shattered Cassius's ambitions. Cassius narrates that Yu's presence brought forests and life back to the land, steadily purifying the very death that fuels his power. He admits Yu is overwhelmingly strong, far beyond even Specimen Zero, and he cannot gauge the gap. Yet he believes Yu has one weakness. Cautious judges that Yu's attachments, keeping Specimen Zero as a pet and caring for others, make his immense power vulnerable. He notes Yu even has a girl and a cat to protect, seeing these bonds as weaknesses. Meanwhile, the girl uses acrobatics to vault off a tree and ride Gorgon's back. During the exercise, Cassius plans to exploit Yu's loved ones and his host of spirits to cripple Yu's mind and render him useless. As he schemes, Cassius suddenly notices something unexpected. He realizes Yu has vanished from his fishing spot. Cassius wonders where Yu went. Just as it becomes clear the man has moved, Yu's voice interrupts, saying he cannot listen any longer, startling the specter. Lord Cassius panics when he senses Yu suddenly right behind him. Yu appears above him in a vortex of light, explaining that he peeked into Cassius's memories to see his story. Yu coldly concludes that what he saw in those memories was atrocious, and that Cassius is the villain who tormented Yansik. Fearing attack, Cassius hurriedly tries to change into a form. Yu will hesitate to strike. Yu, red in holy power, brings his blade down in a devastating strike. He calmly tells Cassius that such tricks are useless. Cassius desperately pleads that many spirits are bound to him, and will suffer if he dies, but Yu cuts him off. Yu says he has no reason to listen and slices through Cassius's form. Cassius screams in agony as his body and power are obliterated. As his essence burns away, Cassius realizes he misjudged Yu's nature. He now sees Yu as a devil colder than any other. Despite his outward kindness with Cassius, gone golden light showers the field as the land begins to heal. Yu states that the liberated spirits will follow the holy sword and be reincarnated in another world. The last remnants of Cassius's shadow fade from the ground. Yu reflects that appearing as a devil to devils is what makes someone a true warrior. Time passes to evening at the lakeside cabin, where voices cheerfully thank Yu for the meal. The day's featured dish is revealed to be Gorgon stone meat, bone broth soup. The kids and Navi happily eat the soup, praising its rich flavor. Youngsik, the slime, also chants enthusiastically about how tasty stone meat is. While Yu is pleased everyone likes the dish, when Youngsik tries to eat lazily without a spoon, Yu reminds him about proper table manners, and the slime sulkily absorbs more comfort instead. Watching him, Yu thinks there is still a lot he needs to teach this child. He resolves to guide Youngsik from etiquette in friendships to moral choices and distinguishing good from evil. Yet he privately worries whether, as an eternally single man, he can really be a good parent. Just then someone yells at him not to handle things that way. Catching his attention, the girl insists he must scold Youngsik properly if he is going to discipline him at all. She sternly tells Youngsik not to absorb food directly with his hands while eating, surprising the slime and even Yu. Youngsik protests that he did use a spoon, but Yu angrily points out he only just pulled it out. Yu bites the slime's cheek as punishment, leaving Youngsik dizzy. Yu declares that from now on, He will bite Young Sik's cheek whenever he misbehaves, which Young Sik finds unfair. Navi approaches cautioning you that basing discipline on punishment could harm the child's emotional well-being. Slightly abashed, you admits that is true, blushing. He reflects that he still has much to learn himself. Under a starry sky, he suggests they head home, acknowledging he has a lot to improve as a guardian. Elsewhere, the ISAC Asia Regional Union convenes for a formal meeting. The chair calls on Cha going to deliver her statement, introducing herself as an ISAC strategic advisor, and Dame Young associate. She steps up to present. She explains that, although Dame Young has generously funded ISAC for world peace, a worrying issue has arisen. Specifically, hunters in sector are showing a steep drop in growth rate. She questions why this is happening, when Sector A has the advantage of the Warriors restaurant, putting branch manager Lee Jong-hun on the spot. Lee nervously claims some unavoidable situation caused the decline. Internally, he thinks the real cause is that bizarre food challenges have been rare lately. The narration cuts to you, who has been absent from the restaurant, and focusing on training the kids instead. Chow Gun concludes that regardless of reasons, the decline is real and urges the sector to work harder. Laughter suddenly erupts, drawing Lee's attention. Hong Kong branch manager Chong Lee Hong marks that an ISA manager is being scolded by an outsider. John smugly suggests that maybe the Warriors restaurant was overrated. All along, he continues taunting that perhaps Korean hunters have lost their edge, making Lee tremble with anger. Lee sees inside, wondering if this ex-Triad member really just insulted him. The narration explains Chang's background as a former Triad member, hired purely for his management skill. It adds that Lee despises Chong, both for being an ex-criminal and for succeeding so well in SAC. Lee is further irritated that Chong is older, yet looks younger than him, aggravating his resentment. Furious, Lee resolves to call an emergency meeting. As soon as he returns to his branch, the story then returns to Yu's quiet restaurant exterior on a sunny day. A signboard announces that Bizarre Food Challenge Season 1 has ended, and Season 2 featuring Hellfire Stew of the Underworld is beginning. Yu, seeing the renewed crowd, remarks that he had wondered why things had been so quiet lately. He finds a massive group of hunters assembled for a new Bizarre Food Challenge and is bewildered by the sudden rush. Their manager explains that this group event came from higher UPS recommendation. Bear adds that since the branch manager returned from the meeting, he has been raging that the branch shows no growth, turning things chaotic under that pressure. The sector ordered all hunters to eat the bizarre food for breakfast, lunch and dinner, reviving the challenge. Yu realizes he neglected these peacekeeping hunters, while focusing on the kids, and feels responsible watching the suffering challengers. He decides he should look after these world protectors, at least a little. He glances at the signboard and quietly considers the situation. He concludes he should probably stop offering the punishing Hellfire Stew of the Underworld. The narration explains that bizarre food dishes exist for essential enhancement effects, like poison resistance and bodily cleansing. Someone suddenly shouts that they have finished the dish, startling you. A group of exhausted office worker hunters triumphantly claim to have finished as well. The field combat hunters are stunned that they themselves failed, while the office staff managed to clear the challenge. Yu reasons that this exception shows how stressful office work can be, even if they do not know exactly how they endured it. He philosophizes that stress is subjective, and that even safe-seeming office jobs can be extremely taxing. Another hunter points out the strange color of the office worker's sweat. The man looks at his oozing palms in horror, as brownish waste seeps out of his skin. The stunned crowd realizes that the stew is expelling bodily toxins, and they suspect there must have been some hidden condition to fully digest it. Hands clapping in prayer shows someone about to make an announcement. Yu then declares that, since 2 people have successfully cleared the challenge, this season of the Bizarre Food event will end here. To everyone's dismay, he cheerfully promises to return with a new menu soon. While the hunters complain, he stopped just as they were close to discovering the trick. The Hellfire Stew signboard is quietly removed from outside the restaurant. Inside, Yu reflects that, as expected, once a few succeeded, the others were catching on, so extending it would cheapen the challenge. Opening the fridge, he muses that anyway, he has to think about what to use next. Seeing that he has almost no ingredients left, he wonders what he can make for the next Bizarre Food Challenge. Closing the fridge with resolve, he decides he has made up his mind for the next step. the chef decides to personally enter the dungeon again to gather ingredients. The setting is the loft Goesiksikdang on the continent of Terra. Within Terra stands the Gaia religion sanctuary, the Temple of Light. In his ornate office at the Temple of Light, a man works alone at a large desk. This man is introduced as Renato, head of the temple and one of the 4 legendary warriors. Renato is interrupted by urgent knocking, and tells the visitor to come in. An armored knight reports an emergency about new forces, which Renato first assumes are remnants of the Demon King. The knight clarifies that it is actually a popular, new gathering among hunters. Overwhelmed with work, Renato complains, yet is pressed to listen because the matter is important. The knight reveals that the group promotes an anti-traditional food ideology. Renato reacts in shock to the idea of such food heresy. The narration explains that these people reject Terra's bizarre food traditions, claim their cuisine is superior, and are labeled heinous terrorists. They call themselves Shintofugists, a movement exalting local produce, and the name vaguely rings a bell for Renato. The knight explains that their belief is, humans should eat homeland food, and that they will obtain delicious food by any means. He adds that they are spreading rebellious foods from their own world, depicted as various modern dishes. Renato wonders how long such foods can last here, since Terra's crops differ from those of the other world. The knight counters that they have already begun harvesting a new crop, called potatoes. Hearing the word potatoes, Renato is horrified. The narration calls potatoes a dangerous crop from Earth, disguised as an old yellow staple, tasty when grilled and eaten like grain. It says potatoes become even tastier when made into dishes like fries, yet provide no special benefits. Renato concludes, there must be an otherworldly chef skilled in agriculture, who is distributing illegal ingredients, like potatoes among adventurers. The knight adds that rumors say, even noble sons are attending the group's secret gatherings. Somewhere else Renato tastes something thoughtfully. Mulling over the situation, he admits he understands the appeal because Terra's food is so bad. Renato bluntly declares that the continent's food is horrible, startling his subordinate. He recalls how people from other worlds suffer from Terra's cuisine. Remembering a comrade craving kimchi, Renato confesses that as a warrior, he once searched Terra for otherworld ingredients to help that comrade. He then insists that such culinary sympathy should apply only to otherworlders, slamming his hand on the desk. Renato says Terra's nobles are different, that they must endure bizarre food as part of their training, and should not chase mere taste. He resolves to capture whoever is instigating this food movement, and demands their location. The knight hesitates, saying the group's base is hard to reach, but Ronaldo presses him for the location. The knight begins to answer nervously. Meanwhile, the chef from earlier stretches and prepares to head out. He walks into a glowing portal, entering a base hidden inside the Great Labyrinth. The Great Labyrinth is described as a huge dungeon, created when gates merged with Terra. It is infamous because its stairway and floors seem never-ending. As one descends the labyrinth, monsters grow stronger, and even the record-holding party that reached floor 1229 never found the end. The chef arrives inside the dungeon, and remarks that this must be what people meant. A stall vendor enthusiastically advertises butter, grilled potatoes in the labyrinth. Another stall sells sautéed goblin dishes like a regular entree. Others hawk drinks like boba tea to passing adventurers. Seeing the lively food court, the chef notes how different it is from what he remembers. Curious, he decides to try boba and orders one from a stall. The vendor proudly presents a wooden mug filled with the drink. The chef cautiously sips it. Surprised by the taste, he admits it is good and the vendor is pleased. He compares it to Earth's tapioca boba. Noting that tapioca is hard to find in this world, he realizes the chewy pearls here are actually made from slime instead. Intrigued, he asks how the vendor came up with the idea, and the man explains, it was tricky because many similar monster ingredients are poisonous. The vendor reveals that a mysterious chef named Albert advised him to try using slime. Hearing the name Albert, the chef drinking boba is startled. The scene cuts back to the bustling market stalls. Under dungeon walls, the chef samples various other stalls' food. Observing them critically, sitting in the 1SD floor food court, he concludes, most of these innovations follow common business strategies. Still, he notes that even this slime boba shows a shrewd, inventive mind. He reasons that a true cook could have used Terra plants instead of slime, which would taste better. Yet he recognizes a real advantage to slime-based pearls. Slime pearls can be mass-produced easily by raising slimes, unlike the complex detoxification needed for Terra plants. Thus he concludes using slime is more profitable for business. He observes the same cost-effective approach. Behind the sautéed goblin and butter, grilled potatoes sweetened with sugarcane sauce. These dishes emphasize sweetness, something lacking in Terra's cuisine, and that focus is clearly winning customers. He remarks internally that harvesting potatoes and sugarcane is itself a serious crime in Terra, making these foods an open provocation against the religions. Intrigued by this culinary rebellion, he wants to learn more. He wonders who this Albert is, someone defying Terra's food traditions to create tasty dishes. On the third floor of the Great Labyrinth, robed followers rush to find Albert in a hidden kitchen. The hooded Albert is called urgently while stirring a cauldron. He stops stirring the simmering pot as the commotion reaches him. A panicked follower explains, there is a suspicious person in the food court. Albert fears this may be the temple catching up to them, and asks if the stranger looks like a temple agent. The follower instead reports that the man just keeps eating at every stall, from first to third floor. Albert reasons that a true temple official would have started praying at the sight of their stalls, and asks why this man seems suspicious. The follower blurted out that the man is absurdly handsome, leaving Albert speechless. Albert recalls his own warning, that handsome warriors attract attention. While Albert's people debate, the chef happily continues devouring skewers, looking every bit the suspiciously handsome glutton. Albert internally admits he did say that, and is frustrated with his foolish underlings dying. He decides to meet this stranger personally. Albert removes his hood, revealing himself and asking where the man is now. The narration reveals, Albert Bernstein is actually the famous Earth YouTuber, Albert Simon, with 50 million subscribers. It explains, Albert gained fame through the virtual game Soul Reverse AI, cat-raising content and more. His channel also focused on street food tours and taste testing. By combining animals, food and games while helping struggling businesses, Albert became massively popular online. His online persona shows a handsome, graceful, a young man celebrating his success, though this is not his real appearance. Back in the labyrinth, the torch flickers in Albert's hideout. Albert confesses that his real name is Young Sun Jae, a Korean man who used another person's face as his game avatar. The chef points out that if this truth leaked, it would cause a huge scandal for Albert. Outside, Albert explains he goes by the fake German-sounding name, Albert Bernstein in Terra. Laughing awkwardly, he says using such foreign names like calling a subordinate Reinhardt makes the operation seem more professional. The chef responds that he actually prefers the name Simnel, prompting Albert to spit blood in shock. Panicking, Albert begs the chef to keep his secret. Inwardly wondering what is happening, the chef, still eating skewers, recalls how he recognized Albert's voice instantly. While approaching from a distance, Albert and Reinhardt watch the handsome stranger eat, confirming it is the same person. Albert studies him and agrees he looks like a suspiciously handsome, high-ranking warrior. The chef suddenly turns and directly calls out to Mr. Albert, startling him later in the hideout. The chef cheerfully tells Albert he is a big fan, who can identify him by voice alone. He explains he examined the stalls, and sensed the clever business mind behind them. He confirms that the market's innovations really do carry Simon's trademark style. From his videos, Albert pleads with the chef to keep his identity as Simon hidden. He laments that Terra has many Earthlings, and worries someone could expose him back on Earth if they saw his true face. Albert begs again and the chef smiles knowingly, fainting indifference. The chef complains about feeling sick from too many sweets, hinting he could be bribed. Albert hurriedly offers him an extremely rare can of cola. The chef is impressed, knowing cola is almost impossible to obtain in Terra. Internally, he admits he is actually tired of cola after drinking it so often. In chibi form, he sips it anyway. While Albert fumes silently, the chef cracks open the can. He laughs and assures Albert he was only joking, and will keep the secret, though Albert notes he is still happily drinking the cola. The chef then says he has a good idea. Time passes and the door to their room closes. A waiter cat called Kitty Cat enters, ready to take their order. Albert explains to the chef that many rare cat folk and former warriors now work in the labyrinth. Outside, cat folk busily haul goods. and Albert praises them as the best workers, keeping the labyrinth business running. Back at the table, the chef asks Kitty Cat for recommendations, and the cat says mushrooms are currently in season. The chef confirms that it is mushroom season. He reminisces about his early days nearly dying to mushroom monsters, saying such hardships become fond memories, while Albert worries about surviving with his secret safe. The chef orders grilled mushrooms and Kitty Cat accepts the order. The chef then prompts Albert to resume what he was about to say earlier. Nervous Albert asks if the chef intends to blackmail him, now that he knows his weakness. The chef ominously asks what if he is making Albert panic. Albert hurriedly offers a piggy bank full of money, and the chef tells him he was only joking, but realizes he must be careful what he says. Folding his hands, the chef says he will be direct. He proposes that he and Albert trade food ingredients. He explains he wants Albert to supply dungeon-sourced ingredients for his own use. Internally, he admits hunting in the labyrinth himself is a nuisance, given his experience. He also worries his hunting might ruin the ecosystem or livelihoods, so he prefers buying common ingredients from floors 50 to 600, instead of seeking rare luxury ones. He tells Albert that if Albert provides the ingredients, he can offer many valuable favors in return. When asked for an example, he casually mentions stopping the temple's attacks on the Shindo Fuji group. Albert, remembering all they have done to anger the temple, is stunned by this possibility. The narration lists their crimes, from illegally harvesting potatoes and sugar canes, to spreading forbidden recipes for profit. It also notes how they lobby nobles with money to manage their capital. Albert fears paladins could storm their base at any time, and though the former warriors could fight back, avoiding battle would be best. Faced with the offer, Albert wonders if this is some kind of trap. The chef agrees the deal sounds too good, and that only naive people would accept it blindly. He points out that despite the risk, Albert can hardly afford to turn such an offer down. Albert grits his teeth, sweating under the pressure. He protests that this sounds like blackmail, while the chef insists it is simply a business proposal. The scene shifts back to the Temple of Light. The chef now stands before Renato, explaining everything that happened in the labyrinth. Renato, increasingly disturbed, listens with a dark expression. Then he explodes in rage, calling the idea an abomination against God and man. His furious shout echoes outside the temple. Repeating his outrage, Renato yells that signing a non-aggression pact with such heretics is unacceptable. As the chef stands by sheepishly, the chef urges Renato to calm down and hear the full explanation. While Renato demands he talk, the chef argues that using force now would lead to open war between the temple's holy knights and the labyrinth's warriors. He adds that if conflict erupts, both the temple and the kingdom's hunters will suffer, which is what Renato fears. Renato admits he cannot just stand by. Despite these concerns, the chef suggests nobles are actually the main reason for Renato's reluctance. He reasons that since warriors hail from other worlds, their behavior can be excused, but nobles are an internal political issue. He concludes that nobles are the real problem in this situation. Renato concedes the point, noting that Shindo Fuji may be their name, but the threat is the same for the temple. The chef says that just as the heretics have their own Shindo Fuji, the temple also has its own version to worry about, and Renato agrees he is not wrong. Yoon proposes that he and the temple negotiate as representatives, but is told the labyrinth leader never leaves the Great Labyrinth. Yoon cheerfully says there is a special word to lure that leader out, surprising the priest. The magic word Yoon reveals is the alias Albert Simnel. Yoon explains that calling the labyrinth leader Albert Simnel, instead of Albert Bernstein, will draw him out. Narration states that soon after, the Shinto Fuji and the temple began negotiations in a neutral zone. The Shinto Fuji agree in the treaty to stop selling food to Terra's nobles. In return, the temple allows Shinto Fuji stalls and free trade of ingredients inside the labyrinth, though the agreement includes minor clauses, like Holy Knight supervision, and educating Earth hunters on Terra's food culture. Overall, it benefits everyone. Time shifts back to Yun's restaurant. indicated by a view of the building. Pot heats on the stove, showing Yoon cooking something over strong flames. Yoon smiles over the boiling pot, relieved that the negotiations went smoothly. He notes that thanks to the deal, he has obtained soybean flour. Lifting the pot lid, Yoon inspects the pot and confirms his pine mushroom rice from Tara's wild monster mushrooms has cooked perfectly. The aroma of pine mushrooms wafts out the restaurant door, drawing in surprise visitors whom Yoon welcomes. The two adults excitedly praise the heavenly smell of freshly made pine mushroom rice. Yoon tells them the pine mushroom dishes are for the children, not for them, leaving them disappointed. He offers them a different portion, saying the mushroom belly parts he gave kids have no special effects, while their portions are cooked separately for hunters. The two adults nervously wonder what Yoon means by a mushroom having head, chest and belly, fearing an unsettling answer. Yoon laughs and chides them for not being used to monster ingredients. Yet one adult grumbles that mushroom fist rice technically still counts as mushroom rice, but doubts it will taste like real pine mushrooms. A bestiary-like section explains pine mushroom monsters, from small 1-meter variants to huge 10-meter ones, noting their human-like body plan. Their combat style mimics human boxing, as shown by a mushroom monster punching an ogre. The narration explains they protect their vulnerable hat-like head. They shuffle rapidly on short legs. When moving, their heavy punches can launch even ogres. Despite their size, however, their photosynthesis-based energy means they can only fight for about 10 minutes. Because of that limit, Terran pickers simply wait for them to tire. Since the mushroom meat tastes so good by Terran standards, another note details that different parts of the monster taste awful in different ways, such as bitter head, burning hot fists, and sour legs. One adult argues the rare pine mushrooms should be eaten by connoisseurs like them, rather than kids who cannot appreciate them. Yoon concedes pine mushrooms are a love or hate ingredient for children because of their flavor and texture. He decides to stir-fry beef with mushrooms, so the kids will at least eat half of the mushrooms. For the meat's sake, the two adults stare gloomily at the ominous-looking mushroom dishes placed before them. They sigh enviously, wishing they could be in the kids' place instead. The next day dawns again, showing the restaurant exterior. A group of trainee hunters line up outside the restaurant, interested in the new menu. The signboard announces Bizarre Food Challenge Season 3, a mushroom festival with 3 stages, and claims that different parts of the mushroom can make you smarter, stronger, or healthier. The trainees comment that a mushroom-based challenge sounds better than last season's toilet-inducing ordeal. One trainee thinks it has been a long time since he ate mushrooms, noting that monster gates in the suburbs make normal foraging too dangerous, so he plans to eat his fill here. They consider whether the claimed stat boost from eating specific parts could be true and debate which part to prioritize. Another trainee wonders if the challenge is like a route planning puzzle, where he must choose optimal cooking methods and parts. The two adult observers discuss how this challenge is more complicated than the earlier mushroom rice, asking if the written effects really occur and trusting you not to lie. One asks if the effects resemble temporary potion doping, pointing out that stat-boosting consumables already exist. The man insists that because this is Yoon's cooking, any boost should be permanent, resolving to test it and file a report. Later that day, Seo Taiji arrives and sees the trainee streaming excitedly into the restaurant. Eavesdropping, he hears that Yoon's dishes can increase intelligence, and becomes intrigued. A bespectacled student declares that a menu that makes you smarter is perfect, though his friend questions what perfect means. He clarifies that increased smarts are exactly what he wants. Eunha looks confused by his enthusiasm. The bespectacled student rushes into Yoon's restaurant, loudly ordering many grilled mushroom heads. Yoon, taken aback, asks why he needs so many. The student explains most are for an idiot classmate who skipped missions to cram for exams, planning to force-feed him smartening mushroom heads. Before he can finish insulting his friend, he is whacked on the head from behind. The offended swordsman classmate throttles him, shouting at him to shut up, while the bespectacled student still insists it is the perfect food for raising his intelligence. A panel reveals the swordsman's midterm average is a C, showing why the remark stung. Another exterior shot moves time forward again. Yoon serves a dish of grilled mushroom fists as stage 1 of the Bizarre Food Challenge. The trainees remark that it looks and smells like normal grilled food. One trainee tries a piece to gauge the taste. He finds it spicy but tolerable and says he suddenly feels energized. The two adult observers note that Yoon would never give out completely free power and suspects some hidden catch. The woman eagerly asks whether the dish truly raised the eater's stats. Using his detection ability, her partner confirms that the dish did indeed boost the trainee's power. He analyses that mana is being infused permanently into the trainee's muscles, making Yoon unusually generous this time. The woman internally thinks these results are significant enough to report up the chain of command, yet the detector senses something odd, noticing Yoon serve the finished dish without the usual show of cooking steps. He recalls that Yoon normally cooks in front of customers and realizes Yoon deliberately hid the preparation. This time narration elaborates that Yoon intentionally avoided displaying the unsettling cooking method. A flashback likens the principle behind these dishes to old Eat the Same Organ folk medicine, describing it as pseudoscientific but conceptually similar. Terra has its own parallel tradition, using monster parts for matching bodily gains. Terra's version is more literal, as shown by hunters venturing into caves to harvest specific monster parts. For Terrans eating a pine mushroom, Monster's Fist grants them the creature's powerful punching ability. Because of that, hunters from both Earth and Terra studied pine mushroom monsters extensively across generations. Eventually they developed the grilled mushroom fist recipe that strengthens anyone who eats it, though its preparation method is extremely bizarre. The narrative jumps back to last night, as Yoon begins explaining pine mushroom monsters to the kids. While cutting up the fists, he tells the children these monsters are full of fighting spirit. As he slices the meaty fists on a cutting board, he aims to show how intense that fighting spirit remains. Even after the fists are cut, despite being chopped into pieces, the segments still twitch vigorously on the board, amazing the watching kids and familiars. The writhing mound of mushroom fists crawls like a pile of living meat, startling the children, as Yoon notes how they move like live fish fillets. Yoon says that if you heat the moving fists in the state, something special happens. Under a blowtorch, the heated fists begin violently beating each other. In an explosive brawl, he explains that as they clash and batter one another, they cook themselves evenly. The cat familiar delights in how lively the mushrooms are. While Unha finds the sight a bit overwhelming, Yoon reassures her that it is just cultural difference, comparing it to foreigners reacting to live octopus dishes. Back in the present, he thinks it is better if the students do not see that cooking process. Impressed by the observer's sharp eye, Yoon reflects that he only recently got the trainees over their aversion to monster ingredients, so watching mushrooms fight while cooking would make them drop their chopsticks. He also notes that, since the challenge forces them to eat different parts, he wants them to progress gradually, rather than reject everything at once. Outside the signboard, description is repeated, to emphasize that each stage uses a different mushroom part, preventing early revulsion. Later that day, Unha, the cat, and the slime happily play outside the restaurant as the sun sets. Inside, overwhelmed trainees slam down their chopsticks, claiming they cannot eat another bite. They lament that the mushroom flavor is stuck in their mouths, and they are at their limit. One trainee calls the mushroom fist rice disgusting despite its power. Another says he can barely handle the fist rice, but absolutely cannot stand the leg portions. A third refuses to even touch the steamed mushroom head. Course narration wonders at how divided people's reactions can be, depending on which mushroom part they try. The trainees realize with horror that to complete the challenge, they must eat every part. They suspect Yun's generosity with stat boost was actually a trap to force them into this grueling course. Someone calls out to Yoon, catching his attention. The detector proudly announces that he has finished all of his portions. Yoon praises him as very impressive internally, noting the man exceeded even his expectations. Narration likens the pine mushroom course to decoding a cipher, where each person has an optimal combination of parts and cooking styles based on their condition that day. The dishes range from tolerable to terrible, but the wrong combination turns them into a truly horrible experience. Detection type abilities help, because they let the eater sense which parts their body will reject. Though Yoon is surprised someone solved it so quickly, Yoon decides to keep serving pine mushroom dishes for a while. Since the challenge is working well, he reasons that even failing to finish yields some stat increases, so the ISAC organization will appreciate the hunter's growth. With the restaurant's business stable, Yoon turns his attention to his personal life. That evening he calls out to the kids, interrupting their playtime. He suggests watching a movie together, and the kids enthusiastically agree. As narration says, his hobby time resumes. A few days later, the scene shifts to a busy nighttime cityscape. On a rooftop, SEO Taiji looks down at traffic, muttering that this ongoing job is driving him crazy. He complains that his previous bodyguard assignment to Unha and the Dame Young president was much better now back under the overworking Damien president. He dreads his new workload. He concludes with a sigh that no mission is ever easy. Taiji reflects that this particular assignment seems endless. Seething, he vows revenge on a certain truck driver he is pursuing. Frustrated, he shakes off his leg cramps while still brooding. Deciding to relieve stress, he thinks about grabbing food somewhere. The narrative shifts back to Yun's restaurant at night. Taiji enters the restaurant and greets the owner after a long absence. He freezes upon noticing that the place is now run by Yun. Inside, he is stunned to see students in mushroom-themed headbands, cheering and praising all parts of mushrooms like a cult. Their chants about mushroom fists being the best echo outside the building. One trainee gleefully pushes grilled mushroom heads at friends, urging them to try. Another raves about the addictive aroma of mushroom eat while inhaling them. Taiji thinks the restaurant's atmosphere has become very strange. Since his last visit, he turns toward the counter, curious about what else has changed. The talking slime mascot hops up with a menu, surprising Taiji, who notes that it speaks now. The slime proudly says it practiced its speech, and Taiji remarks on the effort, then shouts a praise phrase as it eyes a basket of reward candies prepared for it. A note from Unha says to give the slime a candy whenever it does something good, revealing that this was its real motivation. The slime joyfully eats candy while Taiji smiles at its enthusiasm. It then invites Taiji to attempt the challenge. Piquing his curiosity, the slime explains the rules of the mushroom challenge, happily repeating Yun's marketing slogans, which Taiji finds odd. Taiji, who has already completed Bizarre Food Challenge Season 1, decides the new mushroom challenge sounds fun. He tells the slime he wants all 3 stages to use mushroom fists, and the slime happily confirms the order. Taiji then grows serious as he considers the situation. Watching Yun cook, he thinks about how powerful the returner is, and how easy his mission would be if Yun helped. He knows that seeking Yun's assistance would trivialize the mission, but he recalls the Dame Young president's strict order never to ask Yun for help, no matter what. The president had compared Yun to Aladdin's magic lamp that grants 3 wishes but disappears afterward, warning against overusing him. The implication is that Yun may vanish from their world without warning if exploited too much back in the present. Yun silently finishes preparing Taiji's grilled mushroom fists. Yun serves Taiji's chosen grilled mushroom fists. While Taiji thinks he should not burden a man like Yun with his problems, Taiji resolves to focus solely on conquering the food challenge in front of him. Time skips ahead to after he attempts all stages. Exhausted and defeated, Taiji fails at the final steamed mushroom stage. As noted by a caption, Yun cheerfully asks for his impressions, but Taiji says he simply does not understand the dish. He explains that the first 2 mushroom fish courses were manageable, but something about the last dish broke him. He cannot figure out why a small amount of steamed mushroom is so hard to swallow. Taiji recalls that with his very first bite, he immediately realized why no one had yet cleared the challenge. By the second bite, he was genuinely afraid it might kill him. And Yun's chibi narration says that such fear proves he is a real hunter, not that the challenge is safe. Taiji tells the restaurant owner that he has heard that advice constantly in training, remembering a lesson about conquering fear to find victory. Taiji admits that actually doing so is difficult. The owner reassures Taiji that his current efforts are already sufficient. He confidently tells Taiji he will handle his current work just fine. Surprising him, Taiji realizes the owner somehow understands him very well. The owner guesses exactly that Taiji is on a current mission. Conflicted, Taiji debates whether to ask the owner for help, but decides he must solve things himself. Determined not to rely on him, Taiji abruptly thanks the owner for the meal and prepares to leave. The owner quietly watches him go with an annoying smile. As Taiji heads out, the owner calls him back to give him a present. He explains that Unha made the knitted item herself to keep Taiji warm in the cold weather. Seeing Unha's handmade knit, Taiji is moved and emotionally calls her name in his thoughts. Clutching the gift, Taiji listens as the owner mentions there is something else for him. The owner produces a mysterious small pouch as his own personal gift for Taiji. Smiling brightly, he says the pouch will help if Taiji keeps it with him, and Taiji gratefully agrees. Later that night Taiji heads to his stakeout site, hoping to finally make progress on his mission. He launches himself forward with resolve, vowing to stop the deadly reincarnation truck from claiming more victims. Narration introduces a horror rumor in the city about strange incidents downtown targeting healthy men. The rumor describes an unseen assailant that ambushes its victims suddenly and vanishes without leaving clues. People have named this mysterious killer phenomenon Truck Quinn. We see one such truck parked under an overpass in Sector Inn, near downtown. A voice inside the vehicle says, he only needs to carry out his job 2 more times. The driver Andrew muses that if he sends 2 more people to Terra, his assignment will finally be finished. He reflects that 10 long years of service will end once he completes his term and can return home. Andrew fantasizes that his successful delivery of powerful warriors might earn him promotion as a highly ranked priest. He admits he is idling instead of working, and questions why he is hesitating. He realizes he cannot concentrate, confessing he just wants to go home. Suddenly overwhelmed by homesickness, he tearfully wonders why those feelings have resurfaced. He senses a familiar scent from home wafting near the truck. The narrative highlights that Andrew is smelling something that reminds him of home. Startled, Andrew reacts as the truck is abruptly lifted into the air. Taiji's hand strains as he uses his power to hold the massive vehicle up, activating his ability superhuman strength. Taiji roars that he has finally caught the culprit. Gritting his teeth, he vows that he will not allow the driver to escape. Taiji shouts in rage as he swings the truck, channeling all his strength. The truck crashes violently into the water below. After the impact, a soaked and exhausted Taiji gasps for breath. A new voice chides the situation, drawing Taiji's surprised attention. Andrew comments on the loss of his old but reliable truck. While approaching the drenched Taiji, he remarks it is a shame the truck is gone, even though it still ran well. Taiji retorts that Andrew should not be worrying about his truck after what he has done. Andrew coolly claims he could just run away if he really wanted to. Taiji calls that nonsense and reaches for the transformation belt at his waist. He transforms into armored warrior gear, declaring Andrew a serial hit-and-run criminal who will not escape. Andrew says Taj is being harsh, insisting he was only doing the job assigned to him. Andrew reveals he has noticed someone tailing him lately, and now realizes it was Taiji. He deduces that the nostalgic scent that made him homesick came from an item Taiji is carrying, Sungwoo's pouch. Observing Taiji's armor and preparations, Andrew decides he must get serious if Taj insists on obstructing him. Andrew suddenly throws off his jacket to reveal his true fighting form. Taj is shocked as he realizes what Andrew might be. The driver reveals a heavily tattooed torso identified as a Maisong, a monk-type warrior. Andrew acknowledges the guest and analyzes that Tej seems confident in close-quarters combat. He warns Taiji that he will make him regret choosing to stand against him. Narration explains that a Maisong is a monk class that fights using divine power granted by God. It further states that these monks devote their lives to training and are imbued with holy markings, making them formidable. Their combat style combines divine healing and strengthening spells with brutal martial arts honed over countless battles. Close-quarters combat is described as the Maisong's specialty. Taiji and Andrew then clash at high speed, trading powerful blows. Taiji grits his teeth and presses the attack. Despite the intense exchange, Andrew cleanly deflects the punch aimed at his head. Taiji is stunned as Andrew counters from a blind angle. Andrew drives a devastating punch into Taiji's abdomen, sending him flying. Andrew is momentarily surprised by something about Taiji's reaction. Taiji skids across the asphalt, clutching his stomach in pain. Panting heavily, Taiji stubbornly forces himself to stay standing. Andrew admits Taiji's persistence is impressive. Taiji concedes internally that Andrew's strength far surpasses his own. He realizes that without Sungwoo's armor, he would already be unconscious and feels ashamed for relying on gear. Even so, he resolves to keep Andrew occupied as long as possible. Andrew wonders if Taiji is stalling for reinforcements, and notes that Taiji's ability is superhuman strength. Andrew recalls how Taiji lifted the truck with his bare hands. He also remembers how Taiji's punches earlier managed to offset some of his own attacks. He concludes that Taiji's resilience comes entirely from that special ability. Deciding there is no more time to waste, Andrew prepares to end the fight with a single decisive strike. Taiji hears him invoking Mother Goddess Gaia, and senses something ominous. Andrew prays for forgiveness as he activates a forbidden technique, golden divine energy surging around him. Taiji panics realizing Andrew is charging a massive finishing move, and trying to force himself to dodge. However, his body is frozen in terror as the holy aura paralyzes him. Just like before, Taiji's mind flashes back to the moment he nervously ate Sungwoo's steamed mushroom side dish. Andrew shouts that this will be the end, as he unleashes the ultimate attack. The forbidden skill Wrath of the Mother Goddess crashes down on Taiji, inflicting fear armor-piercing damage and reduced healing. The scene cuts away, emphasizing the overwhelming impact of the attack. Afterward, Taiji lies battered on the ground, breathing shallowly but still alive. Andrew complains that using such a taboo ability has consumed far too much divine power. Taiji weakly thinks he needs to escape quickly before Andrew finishes him. Just then he hears someone nervously address him, causing him to look up. A student in a school uniform admits he watched the fight without intervening because he did not know who Taiji was, though he recognizes him from the restaurant. The student introduces himself as Yoon Hyung of Isaac's First Order, and asks Taiji's identity. We see two students tending to wounded Taiji on the road. They confirm from his ID badge that he is a bodyguard named Seo Taiji from the Dame Young Company. The students remark that Taiji's identity is now verified. They then decide they must hear why Taiji fought Andrew in the first place. Realizing Taiji is in no condition to talk, they agree they will have to wait until he wakes in chubby form. They regret not stepping in earlier, but note that Andrew's speed will make pursuit difficult. A close-up shows Taiji's bloody but faintly smiling mouth. Taiji subconsciously fidgets, making the students notice he is still moving. One of them suddenly realizes what Taiji might be trying to do. Taiji extends a device toward them, revealing he attached a micro-tracker to Andrew during the clash, impressing Unhyung. Narration explains that when Taiji faced Andrew's forbidden skill, he was immobilized by God-induced fear. However, by suddenly remembering the trauma of eating those steamed mushrooms, he shocked himself enough to shake off the magical fear. Once clear-headed, Taiji coolly judged that he could neither dodge nor win against the impending attack. So instead of futilely defending, he chose a different course of action. In that instant, he secretly slapped the tiny tracking device onto Andrew, as a last resort while taking the blow head-on. Later, Andrew flees through the city streets unaware of the hidden device. We see him running hard, still trying to escape. After the battle, the tracker glows on his back, labeled as a micro-location tracker. Taiji's handheld receiver lights up, confirming a successful connection. The students agree they can now chase Andrew using this tracker, and expect to catch him quickly. Wonhyung praises Taiji for a job well done. He tells Taiji to rest now, promising that they will handle the rest from here. Jokingly, Unhyung reminds Taiji that since he threw the first punch, he might still need a lawyer. Afterward, shocking Taiji, the bespectacled student offers Unhyung his sword as well. Unhyung gratefully takes the weapon, declaring that he will get going. Unhyung, the fastest swordsman of Sector A, sets off in pursuit like a black hawk. Meanwhile, Sungwoo watches events from a rooftop near a movie theater. Eating popcorn, he muses that Andrew will no longer be able to run away. Someone notes that forbidden skills demand an enormous amount of divine power, which will have drastically weakened Andrew. Andrew staggers through backstreets, as narration calculates that given Tara's current level of faith, he can use that skill only about once per day. It is added that Andrew is also exhausted from his hard fight against Taiji. The narration concludes Andrew cannot possibly beat Unhyung now, and will inevitably be captured. From his vantage point, Sungwoo reflects on how many times he has pondered this revenge. Since returning from Tara, he reveals that he has long thought about killing Andrew with his own hand. Sungwoo recalls the day 40 years ago, when Andrew's truck first sent him to Tara. Andrew remembers that devilish smile from the driver's seat, and admits he fantasized countless times about killing him during those 40 years. Proud, he waited instead. Sungwoo grows somber as he continues reflecting under the night sky. He labels Andrew a serial hit-and-run criminal, who forcibly transported over 100 people from Earth to Tara, explaining he let mortals handle the punishment. The real masterminds, he says, are Tara's gods themselves who ordered the abductions. Sungwoo decides that while Earth's people will punish Andrew, he must pursue the higher powers behind the scheme. a vast swirling blue portal begins to form, signifying his new path standing before the portal. Songwoo tells the gods to prepare themselves. The scene shifts to Olympus, the grand home of Terra's pantheon. We are told that aside from Poseidon and Hades, all other gods reside there. Songwoo arrives in this golden realm once more, remarking that he has come back to Olympus. Looking down over the complex, he admits he thought he might be overreacting when he stepped through the gate. Being here again dredges up memories of the gods, long years of mistreating and exploiting him as a warrior. Growing angrier, Sun Woo declares he cannot forgive them, and resolves to show them something today. Inside the throne hall, the assembled gods notice a newcomer entering. Zeus and Athena react in shock as they recognize who has appeared. Sun Woo casually greets them and says he has come to argue about something. Ares storms in furiously, demanding to know how a lowly warrior dares walk into the home of the gods. He rants about Songwoo's audacity, identified as the former god of war. Songwoo smirks, having expected at least one god to react this way. Ares is outraged by Songwoo's attitude. Songwoo thanks him for skipping straight to hostility, sparing him a long conversation. As he grips his rolled-up weapon, smiling darkly, Songwoo proposes that they begin with a beating. Some days later, Olympus is shown again as the setting for ensuing consequences. The gods gather at a long table for an emergency response meeting. About Songwoo, Athena sighs. Burdened by the situation, she confirms to the council that they all know about Songwoo's ultimatum, formally introducing herself as the goddess of wisdom. Athena announces that per someone's demand, all 31 ice sky trucks still operating on Earth must be recalled. By the end of the day, Athena slams the table, calling the current proposal absurd. As Ares reacts, Ares, the former god of war, angrily protests that they must not yield to a mere warrior's threat. Athena dismisses Ares' opinion as worthless, since he has lost his divinity. Angering him further, she humiliates Ares by magically restoring the black eye he received from the warrior, making him groan. Zeus, god of the sky, stops Ares and asks if he really wants to start a fight in this situation. Zeus then tells Athena to calculate how much divine power they will lose if they accept the warrior's terms, and she agrees. Athena explains that Earth warriors are far stronger than others, so they must recruit 3 times as many warriors elsewhere. To offset the loss, she says this plan is possible, and reveals she has already researched another world from which they can summon warriors. Athena notes they still cannot meet Sun Woo's second demand, to return any active warriors to Earth if they wish. She glares at Zeus, reminding him she had warned him to stop the ice sky trucks, but he refused. Zeus frets internally that if all Earth warriors want to go back, opening a return gate for them would consume an enormous amount of divine power. Athena slaps the table and insists they must act, not just worry. She proposes using this opportunity to overhaul Terra's religion, to stabilize their supply of divine power. Turning to Gaia, she says there is something else they should address. Athena suggests it is finally time to carry out the long-delayed generational change for the mother goddess Gaia, actually the flower god Flora. Narration explains that divine power is like currency, generated from human faith, which sustains the gods. Most people of Terra worship the dead mother goddess Gaia, creating a problem because their faith goes to a long-gone deity. To avoid wasting that faith, the gods installed Flora as a stand-in for Gaia, to collect the divine power. Zeus objects that changing the main religion cannot be decided quickly, and would take years, asking for a more immediate solution. Athena, frustrated, accepts his decision but backs down for now. She then asks what Zeus intends to do about the dangerous object Sangwoo took from them. Zeus panics, lamenting that of all things, the warrior had to steal that particular item. Outside, Athena yells at Zeus for promising such a reward, while he begs her to stop, as he already feels like he is losing his mind. The scene shifts to Journia, showing Sungwoo's rustic restaurant. Sungwoo happily admires the jug of 6-star divine drink, nectar he brought from heaven. Narration explains nectar is mead brewed from world tree honey, a god-only drink that grants strength, and becomes the legendary food of the gods when paired with ambrosia. Sitting with the jug, Songwoo reflects that he was lucky, and had only meant to scare the gods a little. A flashback shows Hermes chasing a thief with the nectar jug, which allowed Sungwoo to notice, and ultimately claim it as his promised reward. Sungwoo recalls Zeus had owed him this nectar as a reward, so Zeus cannot complain about him taking it now. Back in the present, he pours himself a cup and decides to taste the divine drink. He gulps it down, then suddenly widens his eyes as the effect kicks in. Delighted, he thinks the nectar tastes like honey. Narration compares normal meads dry, semi-dry and sweet grades, then insists nectar deserves its own higher rank. A warm aura rises as Sung-woo begins to feel the drink's effects. He realizes his life force is spreading and increasing throughout his entire body. He muses that if nectar affects someone already at divine status this strongly, its potential for others is frightening. Concluding it is too dangerous, he decides no one else should be allowed to drink it. Narration warns that a normal person's body would explode from the manifold drink. Nectar can make someone a god, but only a god's body can withstand it. Sung-woo regretfully notes that only he can safely consume it, and keeps drinking, finding it delicious. He resolves to have just one more cup. Evening falls and another man walks toward the closed restaurant. Mino Keith and Isaac Hunter happily anticipates eating dinner cooked by Mr. Yu, because he got off work early. He's surprised to find the restaurant marked closed, even though lights are on inside. Curious and concerned, he opens the door and calls out to Mr. Yu. Some who already buzzed greets him enthusiastically from inside. Blushing and holding a frothy drink, Sung-woo loudly praises Min as the hardest working hunter, while serving him a feast. Min nervously asks if Mr. Yu is drunk. Sung-woo denies being drunk. Despite hiccuping and swaying, Min internally concludes that Mr. Yu is definitely drunk. Night settles over the cabin housing the restaurant. Inside, the slime Pa lies bloated among empty plates, complaining it cannot eat anymore. Unha, puzzled by some unusual behavior, asks what is going on while petting Pa. Another man, Ju Hae-jin, reassures her that nothing serious is happening. Hae-jin dryly explains to Unha that they are simply witnessing drunken behavior, earning the label of second kidnapping. Sitting with Unha at the outdoor table, he sighs heavily. Hae-chin mutters that the situation is bad. He recalls how Sung-woo drunkenly kidnapped Isaac's president overnight, thinking headquarters must be in chaos, but insisting a father should be with his child back in the present. He reacts to another thought with a start Unha and puts it quietly. Sensing the heavy mood, Hae-chin decides to treat this chaotic time as a kind of vacation. Under the sunset, he invites Unha to sit and talk with him by the shining lake, and she happily agrees. Underwater, Hae-chin's robot cat Navi discovers that the lake has become sparkly, and the fish are disoriented. Navi spots the half-submerged nectar jug leaking power, and grumbles that someone caused trouble, while someone else has to clean it up. Night returns to the restaurant exterior. Someone's narration says that delicious alcohol means nothing without equally delicious food, showing the spread he prepared inside. Still drunk, he complains to Min that even if ingredients come from Terra, the absurd quantity of food he cooked makes no sense. Min concedes the point. Min worries out loud that eating all this, along with alcohol, is too much, but Samwoo cheerfully orders him to eat more. Despite Min already gaining weight, Samwoo declares that for real combat, Min must reach their muscular comrade Taeji's weight class. While Min protests that everyone looks tiny next to Taeji, Sungwoo brushes aside the complaint and demands that Min stop talking and keep eating. Forcing him to obey, Min resigns himself. Thinking there is no stopping the current Mr. Yu, he decides he should just go along with it, and reaches for more deep-fried bites. Tasting the chicken smothered in sweet and sour sauce, Min is surprised by how well the flavor matches the fried meat. He then notices that many of the other dishes are strange, cross combinations like chocolate pizza and marshmallow corn cheese, yet assumes they must be tasty since Mr. Yu made them. Horrified by the likely calorie count, Min imagines how someone obsessed with weight would go crazy over such food. Sungwoo comments that he is thirsty again. He pulls out a large red flask labeled with a fiery emblem. Shocking Min, anxiously asks what the flask is. As Sungwoo hoists it over him, Songwoo casually explains, it contains extremely strong dwarven firewater, making Min wonder why flames are coming out of his mouth. Slurring, Songwoo claims real alcohol never makes you drunk. Even though Min can see he is clearly very drunk, Min forces himself to stay composed, knowing that telling a drunk person they are drunk will only backfire. He imagines disaster if an overpowered Mr. Yu gets provoked while intoxicated, so no one knows what might happen. Ignoring the risk, Sangwoo happily asks if Min has had any recent hardships as a hunter. Min hesitantly admits there have been difficulties. He explains that now most missions are handled by Full Metal heroes. so their team trains more on their own. He adds that increased sparring with other hunters has revealed how different fighting people is compared to fighting monsters. Over images of a centipede monster, Min says, monsters rely on innate attributes and seldom defend strategically, making their weaknesses easy to exploit. In sparring, however, each opponent's defense is different, and many simply block his knife-throwing and shooting attacks, leaving him struggling. Sungwoo agrees that guns and knives alone are hard to use against adaptable, human opponents. He suggests the solution is to attack in ways that cannot be blocked, producing a glowing sickle-shaped blade. Sungwoo introduces it as the divine weapon harp, saying any target struck by it cannot block it and will be decapitated. Min is horrified as he receives the radiant harp from Mr. Yu. Narration reminds him, harp is the very sword Perseus used to behead Medusa, and that it is a priceless divine weapon. Min thinks about how, even the organization Isaac owns only 2 divine weapons, making this gift unimaginably valuable. In a chibi flash, drunk Sungwoo casually shoves harp into Min's hands, telling him he can keep it. Min internally screams in panic at being handed such an artifact. He loudly refuses to accept it, while Sungwoo starts listing even more legendary swords he could give, instead forcing Min to insist he is fine. Min admits to himself he desperately wants the weapon, but struggles with his conscience. He resolves that accepting it would make it impossible to face Mr. Yu once he sobers up, so he refuses in his mind with the thought over my dead body. Their chubby forms argue, as Sungwoo keeps trying to give him treasures, while Min repeatedly insists he is really fine, and that Mr. Yu acts like a giving tree when drunk. The next morning dawns bright and clear. Sungwoo slowly regains consciousness. Holding his aching head, he realizes he is badly hungover. He looks around and wonders why he slept on the roof. Embarrassed, he laughs that this must be what people mean by a blackout. Remembering how strong nectar was, he concludes it truly is nectar, and that a regular person drinking it might go insane or die. His stomach rumbles as he sits on the roof. He notes the familiar human sensations of headache and hunger, feelings he has not experienced in a long time. Savoring the discomfort, he thinks this painful hangover actually feels like a luxury. He decides to lie back down and simply bask in the sun, enjoying the moment. Meanwhile, the kitchen and tables inside are shown in total disarray. From the previous night's binge, Min is revealed passed out on a bed, having been forced by Sungwoo to stay over. After drinking and eating too much, Navi stares at the filthy restaurant. Trembling in distress, the cat declares this a full-blown emergency. With only 10 minutes left until opening time, Navi complains that one person makes the mess, while it always has to clean everything before guests arrive. Seeing the clock nearing opening hour, Navi panics that there is almost no time left. Then the cat decides this is actually an opportunity. Navi grabs cleaning tools, ready a mop and vacuum fired up. It proclaims its cleaner spirit is burning and launches into action. A montage shows Navi frantically washing dishes, wiping surfaces and scrubbing floors with acrobatic skill. Thanks to its effort, the kitchen and dining area quickly becomes spotless and sparkling. Exhausted, Navi collapses onto a chair and announces the cleaning is finished. It then groans that it must immediately start preparing breakfast, as well perking its ears. Navi senses something else coming. Realizing Sungwoo is still lazing on the roof, Navi predicts today might become one of his lazy days. Despite that, Navi resigns itself to working hard because guests will still arrive. Putting on an apron, Navi declares it will show off its cooking skills as today's chef. Morning light shines on the restaurant exterior. As business hours approach, the special guests, Paek Soo-young and Joo Hae-jin, arrive with a sleepy Unha in his arms. Min, now an Isaac associate hunter, sits at the counter, looking wrecked and wondering how he ended up in this situation. He flinches awkwardly when he makes eye contact with Hae-jin, and drowsy Unha. Both men silently clear their throats, feeling how awkward it is to share a family meal after last night. Min thinks a meal with the company president's family is enough to give anyone indigestion. Hae-jin similarly reflects that being invited to dine with a hunter is uncomfortable, and that Min looks just as tense as he feels. Navi peeks from the kitchen, surprised to see the important guests while flames flare behind it. The cooking cat furiously stir-fries over a huge flame, chanting while working. Narration clarifies Navi is actually Hae-jin's household robot cat, now acting as cook here as well. Sitting with his wife and daughter, Hyuk-jin smiles that this restaurant makes him feel at home, and that eating out together as a family is pleasant. Min gloomily thinks it would have been better if he, and even Grandpa, were not dragged into this meal. Sung-woo asks the couple why they still use polite speech with each other, despite being married. Hyuk-jin explains they have spoken that way since they started dating, which is why Yoonha also uses honorifics so naturally. Baeksu, Young, thanks Sung-woo for giving their family time to be together like this. Sung-woo laughs that he did not expect gratitude after getting drunk, and so Young cheerfully asks him to invite them again, remembering tossing the nectar jug into the lake. Sung-woo weakly agrees, while thinking it will be hard since he has run out of nectar. He glances at Min preparing to speak. Sung-woo apologizes for yesterday, and says he knows Min suffered because of his drunkenness. Min reluctantly admits that is true. Sung-woo announces he intends to compensate Min, and reaches out to do something. He once again summons Harp and puts it in Min's hands. Shocking him Sung-woo, Min horrified shouts Mr. Yu's name. He desperately asks if Sung-woo is still drunk, while insisting he only thought the weapon fit Min's style, and not realizing how overwhelming the gift is. Min anxiously warns his superior that bringing out a certain item here will cause trouble. Facing the masked man holding a sleepy child, Min hears an intense mental chant, telling him to accept the offer and resigns himself to the outcome. Min thinks that if he accepts the offer, he will be overworked like the current top-ranked First Order, who has had no vacation in 4 years. Despite his fears, Min urges himself to accept quickly before the man changes his mind, realizing there is no turning back. Min grips the glowing weapon's handle, formally taking hold of it. Min tearfully thanks the man and vows to use the divine weapon, Harp wisely officially obtaining it. Observing this, the others note that the number of people wearing the First Order coat has just increased. Navi the cat announces that the food is ready. Approaching Min and the man at the counter, Navi proudly serves several carp dishes, explaining they are all made from fish caught in the Lake of Nectar. The man is surprised to hear that the fish came from the so-called Lake of Nectar. He wonders what Navi means by the Lake of Nectar. The scene shifts to Journia, showing a shimmering golden lake. At the lake the man watches in surprise, as a large fish leaps dramatically from the golden water. Noticing many tilapia jumping as if they were flying fish, he mentally identifies them as common farmed freshwater fish. He tastes the golden liquid on his finger. Kneeling by the shore, he realizes the lake is indeed filled with nectar, though without any divine effect. He concludes this nectar likely improves health, skin and especially the flavor of fish. Recalling how incredible the sashimi tasted, he notes that even if divine aspects have faded, some intoxicating effect remains. Remembering comrades who can no longer get drunk due to a divine order, he thinks they would enjoy this nectar. He pictures those three happily drinking together again. Since they have been upset about losing the ability to get drunk, he plans to send them some nectar later, but first decides the children must be kept from drinking it. Addressing the fish, he remarks they are lucky to drink as much as they want. He reflects that unlike them, he himself will probably be sober for a long time. A sudden sensation brushes past his ear, catching his attention. Annoyed by the unseen voice, he grumbles about being pestered. As dusk falls over his house, a repetitive prayer begins somewhere else. Someone prays fervently to a great god of swords. Victory and bizarre food. Gang Hyuk kneels before that god statue, praying specifically for Mino Keith to fail the First Order exam and be humiliated by rank 100. Gang Hyuk adds that if that fails, he wants men never to surpass his own rank. The narrative reiterates the prayer to the god of swords. Victory and bizarre food. Min walks in and overhears Gang Hyuk, still praying for his failure and eternal inferiority. After finishing 9 rounds of such prayers, Gang Hyuk prepares to start a 10th. Min finally snaps and smashes him on the head, shouting for him to stop. Min scolds Gang Hyuk for ignoring calls, the doorbell and his approach. While Gang Hyuk panics at being caught in the act, Min demands to know why he has a gold statue at home, and jokes that the media would go wild over a First Order being in a cult, while Gang Hyuk vehemently defends his god Gal. Ignoring the cult issue, Min shoves a document at Gang Hyuk and tells him to sign it. Gang Hyuk sees it as Min's First Order examination application, needing his superior's approval, and though he whines, Min insists. Min recalls how the president earlier pressured him into becoming a first order, saying Gang Hyuk would enjoy the spotlight, and asking if Min wanted to change coat colors. Grumbling, Gang Hyuk signs, while muttering that Min should be grateful for the president's attention. He then asks Min when he plans to take the simulation test. Min answers that once HARP stats are recorded in 2 days, he will begin immediately. Gang Hyuk tempts him by suggesting that if Min wins and advances, a photo book of Min could be published. Gang Hyuk enthusiastically proposes, printing 1,000 stylish photo books of Min to distribute, boasting of his expertise in photo shoots. Later that night, Min, half horrified by Gang Hyuk's talk of sexy or nude concepts, decides he will test HARP soon. At Isaac's sectory branch, management worries that Gang Hyuk's team will collapse if Min becomes a first order. In a meeting, an analyst reports that every simulation shows the same result, that Gang Hyuk's team relies too heavily on men, and might be better off retreating entirely. She explains that Gang Hyuk is a rare commander-scout hybrid, whose abilities are irreplaceable. The branch manager retorts that he anticipated this, and already tried to prepare 4 second orders as alternatives. However, he laments that those candidates all quit after a trial run with the first order, because they could not handle it, and funding is too low to retain them. The manager then asks what the statistical chances of men actually losing to the 100th rank. She answers that men's chance of losing is less than a fraction of a percent, surprising the manager at how strong men truly is. She explains Min's divine weapon, HARP, is a conceptual weapon whose very idea is to slice an opponent's neck, making it nearly impossible to stop. She elaborates that as long as HARP is thrown at someone's neck, it will unerringly seek that target, and since Min is a precise thrower, called sharpshooter, he is almost unbeatable. She adds that only someone with a very high overall status can resist HARP's conceptual effect. She defines status as a composite of level power, rank, defensive skills, and similar attributes all bundled into one measure, concluding that they cannot counter such an advantage. Both agree their hands are tied. The manager asks if, assuming Min becomes a first order, it would be better to assign his current teammates under him, and wonders what to do with Gang Hyuk. Smiling slightly, the manager says he wanted to reshuffle team compositions anyway, hinting at his next move. He then orders that Gang Hyuk be kicked out of his own team. The next day, Gang Hyuk storms into the manager's office shouting in outrage. Furious, he demands an explanation for this treatment. The manager rebukes his rudeness and tells him to mind his words. Gang Hyuk yells that the manager is expelling Gang Hyuk from team. Gang Hyuk itself, the manager sighs, while Gang Hyuk complains he should be the one sighing, and protests that there is nothing the manager can praise about him. Brushing that aside, the manager moves to the main point. He informs Gang Hyuk that Min has already become a first order, finishing his decisive test in just over 3 seconds. Management concludes they can no longer justify keeping Min stuck in a support role. The manager tells Gang Hyuk that, while range dealer team comps are rare, he is not the only one who could run them, undermining Gang Hyuk's sense of uniqueness. He bluntly admits he only said that earlier to convince Gang Hyuk to join Min's expensive Min Center team in the first place. He reaches out and grabs Gang Hyuk by the collar to emphasize what he is about to propose. The manager says he will now form a team that truly only Gang Hyuk can lead. He explains this new team will exist solely to support Gang Hyuk. He reveals the plan is to build an anthro team, made up of beast-like and animal members, leaving Gang Hyuk stunned. Time passes and the scene shifts back to the cafe on a bright day. Over drinks, Min recounts to the cafe owner the branch manager's proposal. The owner paraphrases it as using his translation, magic on Gang Hyuk to assemble a team of therianthropes. Gang Hyuk adds that he is expected to recruit those therianthrope members himself. The owner berates him for believing such a scheme, and for complaining that only he gets treated harshly, despite Min receiving a divine weapon. When asked how he can compare himself to Min, Gang Hyuk smugly answers that he is actually far better. Sighing, the owner asks what help Gang Hyuk really wants. Gang Hyuk asks to be sent back to Terra, prompting the owner to question why, when plenty of monster gates exist here. Gang Hyuk clarifies that he cannot tame monsters just because he understands them, so he wants to recruit therianthropes from Terra instead. The owner warns that traveling alone is one thing, but bringing back therianthropes is a much more complicated issue. Gang Hyuk declares he will solve that with religion, intending to rely on his faith in Gal. He boasts that as a devout believer, his prayers make anything possible, and the owner begrudgingly admits that is objectively true. The narration notes that Gang Hyuk really does pray to his God, day and night. It also shows him dutifully eating strange foods every day for his God. He even donates his bonus pay to charity despite boasting about it. The owner reflects that Gang Hyuk has changed a lot from the lazy person he used to be. Convinced, the owner agrees to send him to Tara, which makes Gang Hyuk leap for joy. The owner asks only that Gang Hyuk bring back presents for the kids at home, which Gang Hyuk readily agrees to. Yet as Gang Hyuk excitedly vows to loot the king's treasury in Tara, under his moniker Bizarre King Gang Hyuk, the owner realizes he has not changed at all. The owner scolds him not to steal or treat Tara as an enemy to rob, arguing there is no reason to view that world as hostile. A shimmering blue portal to Tara opens inside the cafe. The owner smiles and wishes Gang Hyuk a safe trip. Standing before the portal, Gang Hyuk cheerfully promises that he will. With a shout that he is coming to Tara, Gang Hyuk charges into the glowing gate, while the owner watches from behind.